When you were starting Wine Library,
Yes.
you were kind of paving your own way, obviously, for a while before you knew it'd even be successful.
Well, I was in a unique situation because my dad had a liquor store, and the reason I always tell kids to be patient was I spent 22 to 34 working 6 days a week, Monday through Saturday, 12 hours a day, built a business from 3 to 60 million, and then left owning none of it, and started my own life at 34. So you can imagine when a 26-year-old is worried about shit that I struggle with being overly empathetic. So with Wine Library, my mission was to actually give back to my parents for what they did for me by having me in the first place and then raising me.
Did you know that what you were doing was gonna work out?
Yes, because I'd already been good at baseball cards and lemonade, and I knew I was good at selling.
Right, yeah. Okay,
But here's an important part of the way you're asking the question. I thought, there is no I thought, where I'm very fascinated, how old are you?
19.
This is my big fascination. I wish you knew that you could do nothing right, literally make every wrong decision for the next 19 years of your life, live a entire another life, and still be young as fuck to go and win. Like, debating with your own fucking head about what's right versus actually doing shit is the biggest reason that people fail. There's 80-year-olds that are sitting here that are still debating. It's one big game of insecurity, bro.
When am I wrong?
When you're dead.
Fair enough.
Like, that's the beauty of the game. You don't get to be wrong until the end. You could spend the next 40 years of your life being super wrong, and then at 59, figure it out and have a 10-year run that made you right. Life is sports. Just because you're losing at halftime doesn't mean it's over. Like, I'm just so confused. You know how many 50, 60-year-olds are here thinking they're wrapping it up when they're gonna live another 40 fucking years? The fuck are you wrapping up? I don't even get started. How many people under 30? Fuck you. You haven't even fucking gotten to the game yet. You understand?
Yeah.
The fuck are you thinking about at 19? Go do shit. Worrying about if you're wrong? For who? What are you fucking worried about if you're wrong? Your dad's fucking awesome. He's recording the whole fucking thing.
It's not my dad.
Whatever, some weird... Look how awesome life is. Some weird bald dude is fucking recording the whole thing. You understand?
Yeah.
I want to know why the fuck you're worried about being wrong. For who?
I think I look around and I guess
That's already the start of a bad sentence.
Yeah, I know.
No, really. Don't look around.
But I wonder though, like, what am I doing wrong if so many people my age
They're
are
fucking
already
full of
succeeding?
shit, bro. They're better at acting than you are.
But if they're actually making money, how are they faking it?
Fuck money, bro. You think your buddy that you went to high school with that's flashing diamonds on Instagram's so fucking lucky? Get FOMO out of your system. Their life has nothing to do with you.
Cool.
The fuck does your buddy's life have to do with you?
Nothing.
Nothing. You understand?
Yeah.
Do you know that when I was 26 years old, I was ringing up my friends' bottles of champagne at the liquor store, then putting it into a box and carrying it to their car and putting it into their car for the party they were going in at night? In that scene, all of you would have thought one person was winning and one person was losing. You would have been fucking wrong. I was 26. You're 19. Stop worrying about your buddies. Stop fucking scrolling through a feed and wishing you were something you're not. Start focusing on what you actually are. Right, because they're like, well, I have to have fun. Yeah, but Gary, I want to live my life. I'm like, cool, but you're also complaining for, like, you know, this is one thing. You can do both. You can't complain that you can't do your dream. No. Dreams require sacrifices. Dreams require sacrifices. People don't want to sacrifice because they're so used to mommy or daddy or the system or the government or something else taking care of both? It's not how it works. You don't get to the 1% land. You don't get to that unbelievable place of happiness. You don't get to live your dream. You're not entitled to your dream. You have to fucking bleed for your fucking dream. You're not entitled to your dream. You're not entitled. Nobody's entitled to be an amazing dancer. Nobody that tours the world and gets to dance and open for Beyonce and make $580 a year and fucking live it and go to fucking, Monaco on the fucking weekends. Like, it's not how it works. Everybody starts at zero. Some people start at different places, but anybody who does it for themselves has to sacrifice. Like, yes, like, move. Like, my city's expensive, move. Like, my car payments are high, sell your car and buy a piece of shit car, take the bus. This is dreams we're talking about. We're talking about dreams. We're talking about, like, I wanna be a professional gamer. We're talking about, I wanna get paid $200,000 to give a speech. We're talking about shit that isn't normal.
And everyone just wants to be in, like, I want that.
Yeah, I wanna be like you, Gary. I'm like, cool, like, sacrifice 30 years.
You know what's interesting is FOMO, self-esteem, lack of self-esteem.
Of course FOMO is lack of self-esteem. You want what somebody else has without understanding what it took for them to get there, or you get angry. You get angry at, like, oh, that kid's at Coachella because his mommy and daddy are paying for it, and you get resentful. But what you don't understand is that kid is also super insecure and knows that no matter what they accomplish in life, they're gonna be judged for it. You should be happy that your parents can't send you to Coachella, and if you wanna go to Coachella, go to fucking thrift stores and flip shit and sell on eBay and fucking have a side hustle while you're at school or while you have a job. Like, it's one big framework, D-Rock, of, like, of self-esteem, lack of self-esteem / insecurity, entitlement or accountability. It's these huge things. Like, some reason, DNA, parenting, circumstance, I'm on the extreme end of everything's my fault. Nobody owes me shit. I shouldn't get anything unless I bleed for it.
And you think that was your dad?
I think that was my mom and my dad. Both. I don't complain because they came from a place where fucking you go to jail for being Jewish in Russia. You know, so how am I gonna complain about not having Nintendo when my parents' toilets were outside? But some people grow up with those hardships and they get sad. They're like, they feel like somebody owes them something. Like, I'm from the hood, like, the world owes me something. Yes, in theory, but, like, in theory, doesn't play out in life.
I feel like a lot of the conversations come from their parents too. Because,
of course.
like,
your older sister says the world sucks and you're owed something. Your parents are 100%. Like, that's why I never stereotype, because it's family by family.
And I just want to know how to get the most out of the time that I have.
You know, the only thing you can do in that framework is audit the free time you actually have, right? And more importantly, well, how many hours are you putting into it on a normal day or weekend?
I try to do like 2 hours per weekday.
Dude, that's a lot. Like, honestly, I wouldn't over cripple yourself. You're learning a ton, it's great. It's, you know, you must be laughing when I'm telling 38-year-olds they're young, you're fucking a fetus, you know, like, so I think that you're in a great spot. Let me give you a really good piece of advice. I genuinely think the number one thing I would tell you is to enjoy the extracurricular activities and the vacation that you have in front of you over the next 8 years, because when shit gets real, it gets real, and there's no going back to dumb down time. Like, I would weirdly enjoy this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Don't stress that you need to build $1 million drop shipping Shopify business. Learn your craft, get good, but also enjoy this part of it as well, because 99.9% of this room would go back to 14.
Also, can I take a photo with you?
You can? Oh, how are you?
Hey, good, Gary. How you doing, man?
Good. Your son's awesome.
Yes.
Good job, Peter. Nice hair.
Gary,
right.
my name is Julio De La Fitte. I have had an incredible journey. I made a lot of money very early, able to build great things, work with amazing people. And I knew nothing about you, nothing, until 2 months ago.
Okay.
I have quite a few people here that are my friends, and they said, Jules, you've got to come and meet Gary.
Okay.
So I did.
Thank you.
Man, your philosophy is unreal.
Thank you, Jules.
The philosophy that you're bringing, like this is I can see the consistency. You started the thing saying, I am consistent as fuck.
I am.
I love it. Now, so I'm in my early 50s.
Okay.
Cool. I made a lot of money in the old world.
Okay.
I have no idea of the new world.
The good news is it maps very similarly. All you have to do is get educated on commodity information. The skill sets are the same. You just have to understand the new framework, and that information is free and it's a commodity.
How do is there a place I can go to really fast track that learning?
Yes. First of all, fuck fast track.
Okay, fuck that.
But there's definitely a place. You can write it down. You ready?
Yep.
I'll spell it.
Go.
G-O-O-G-L-E.
I love you, man.
It's fucking free. Literally, no matter what right? You've been listening, you're like, literally go home, how do I produce content for LinkedIn? Enter, free. How do I do influencer marketing for my caviar business? Enter, free. How do I do a podcast? How do I make a podcast? How do I upload my podcast to iTunes? Enter, free.
Yeah.
That's it, man.
People come to you at this point, and you've talked to thousands of people, and they say, Gary, I'm not happy with what I'm doing. I don't like my bid. I don't have passion. Like, what is the main theme that you're recognizing with those people, and what is the response to them?
Lack of accountability or optimism. And they're looking for answers, but often what they're looking for is affirmation for their excuses. And the reason they like me is I don't want to do that for them because everyone else is doing that for them and it's fucking them up. What most people want is for you to agree to why they got unlucky or why it's not going well. If you look carefully at what's happening, a lot of us are creating entitlement and nepotism for people we love by acknowledging things that aren't true. Like, for example, the thing that's really playing out in society right now is the real pandemic is non-accountability, right? So right now you have an entire, let's just use our country for a little bit. It's Biden's fault, it's Trump's fault, it's Republicans' fault, it's Democrats' fault, it's my spouse's fault, it's mom, now the other big one, it's mom's fault, it's dad's fault, it's everyone's fault. What about this? Like the thing that I'm usually trying to be, like usually where I go, depending on the tone and tenor of the person. You know, some people love a gym trainer that like really grinds you. Like, you know, like people like that. Other people like one that's a little bit more like your therapist/trainer. Everybody likes different things from different relationships. What I tend to try to do is look at the person that's coming at me, whether randomly at an airport or somebody I really care about, and be like, what style of communication can I give right now that brings them the most value? For some people, it's like, look, that's real trauma. Like somebody comes to me that I don't know. And like, this happens to me a lot. Like that, I don't know them, but they consume my content. And I'm like in line to get a coffee and they're like, Gary, can I speak to you? I'm like, you know, I'm pretty me. I'm me. Yeah. I'm like, sure. They're like, look, man, like my dad was an alcoholic and like sexually abused me. I can't be like, yo, bro, who gives a fuck? Like, that's not appropriate. You need to come with real compassion in that moment. That's something I can't fully understand. I'm not all knowing. I'm like, to me, that needs extreme sympathy and passion, and compassion. But if that's a 45-minute convo, not a 1-minute convo, then at some point the story with that person, especially if it's the 18, let's say it's an employee and I'm in hour 18 over 3 years with them. At some point in that convo, it starts to transition into like, you are aware that other people have also gone through this traumatic experience and through therapy, meditation, health and wellness, mentally and emotionally, physically, they've been able to get on the other side. Humans are remarkable. Now, how you start that conversation isn't always like, rah, 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 I got you. Sometimes it takes 4 hours of compassion before you can start to transition the energy to accountability and capability. But the issue, you know, what do I say? You're capable. You don't like, politics is such a hot topic, right? You don't like what's going on in America? Go to Sweden. I don't know, like if you're so distraught right now listening to this and you think America's the worst, I have great news. Australia is lovely. And so to me, why are you going to complain when you're in control? Ah, you like that feeling. People don't want to be accountable.
I think complaining gives people sometimes an identity.
It gives them a short-term endorphin hit. It gives them a short-term excuse. It gives them Band-Aid. It gives them a jolt of, I don't suck. Life is as basic as it comes. Insecurity, self-confidence, everything else is secondary.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because like the message is very clear, and I couldn't agree more. But you know, there's also this thing was like, well, easy for you to say Garyvee, point of privilege, Lauren and Michael, point of privilege, and like it's just like it's another bump along the road.
Only because they don't have context.
Of course.
Sure, easy for me, Gary. Let's talk about Gary. I immigrated from the Soviet Union. I grew up in a household where my dad worked every minute, where my mom, who's the greatest of all time, but very early on said, you take care of your sister. I've only had responsibility. I've only had stress and pressure on my head my whole life. Started working my dad's liquor store at 14. At 16, I'm already a financial impact on the business. Now I've got that. Like, I've never had a vacation in my fucking life. How about that? I didn't take one as a kid, and by the time I was grown and I went, every vacation I've ever taken in my entire adult life, I've had to think about responsibilities that were happening while I was on the fucking beach. So I promise you I wasn't on fucking vacation.
Yeah, that's one thing.
So thank you, enjoy, like fuck you. How about you, fourth kid in your family, never had the responsibility, everyone took care of you in the fucking family. You got it good.
You're the oldest, right? Yeah.
Yes, like fuck that shit. Like as if nobody else has, like everybody has something. Everybody has something. The thought that I have it, like the thought that other people have it better than me, that is stupid. Why would anyone think that? You don't know about people's lives. You know how many people have had atrocious things happen that they've never had the strength to say out loud? Nobody on earth knows. Everyone's walking around with secrets. Everyone has skeletons. Everyone has trauma. Everyone has pain. Like, no, I don't think it's a point of privilege. Plus, what are we defining as success?
That's the thing.
The stupidest fucking thing I know on earth is that people define people of privilege with money. Money has no correlation to happiness. You know, you guys are grown now. You're in circles. You know, unlimited amount of people.
More people we know with money are more unhappy than people we know with less.
100%
Yeah.
And by the way, you don't know yet. You'll find out if you get there. And if you don't get there, you won't know. Like, I don't know. Like, am I supposed to think LeBron's lucky because he's a fucking athletic freak? I know that I wasn't born as an athletic freak, but I don't know what's going on in LeBron's life. Like, I'm supposed to believe that Beyonce has it so fucking awesome? I don't know what's going on in Beyonce's life.
How are you going to teach your kids this? I want to know for my own, like, what are you doing that you, and this book too, you could talk about this as well. Like, what are you doing for your kids?
You're just having conversations, but don't forget, I'm not going to be the best vessel. Like, there's different vessels. I'm going to be my kid's dad. I'm definitely not going to be Garyvee.
Right.
I might be very effective for your kids.
Right.
By the way, I might be the perfect person for your kids one day. You'll be like, this is somebody we knew for a long time. They're gonna think they may think I'm cool. It's happening right now. For so many of my friends, they're 15 to 20-year-old. The amount of texts I get from friends saying, my son just texted me a fucking video from you.
Oh.
That I've been telling him for 9 years, but he hasn't listened, but he texted me and be like, Dad, we should do this. You're like, motherfucker, I've been telling you this. Because sometimes you need an outside voice. Sometimes Oprah did it for people, even though mom was saying it the whole time. I can't be that. I'm going to be dad for my kids.
Yeah.
What am I telling them? I'm doing dad shit. But I also know that dad shit's only going to be 50% of it because humans, when they grow up, dad, mom can only have so much leverage on them. So I can do dad shit there. I try to do dad shit for the internet, older brother shit.
No, you're the godfather.
You know, like
the godfather of the internet.
You know, like I try to do it. I try to leave positive contributions, and then I'm also okay if I'm not the right vessel. My dad always brings this up. He brought it up yesterday when I spoke to him in between meetings in San Francisco. He said, son, it's really nice. I said something to my dad one day when we were driving. And it was about how Wine Library was going to be the biggest wine store in New Jersey. And I said, Dad, I'm going to build such a big wine store for you. And I'm going to be so good at it that everyone's going to stop competing with us because they're going to all know that they're fighting for second place. That I'm going to be so good, and this is going to be so good, and I'm going to build the biggest thing, and everyone's going to be fighting for second place. Because what my dad used to be worried about is what you guys are giving me flowers for. While I was building Wine Library, I was telling the industry in interviews what I was doing. I was like, the internet's going to win, and email market, and he would get upset. He'd be like, don't tell everyone your secrets. And I would say, Dad, you don't understand. I'm so much better than them. I'm going to tell them what I'm doing, but they're not going to execute on it. And it was this like really gangster moment when I was like 24, 3 or whatever, that like was a real, I remember it vividly the second I said it. It was like, ooh, it was like it was being like a rapper where you have a bar that you just know you're gonna be known for forever. And it was just me and him. We used to compete a lot. It was a real challenge because I was building the business and I would struggle with him coming in and being like, I'm like, Dad, I'm doing it now.
But he's technically like the owner and
But
the
he's
boss.
like, fuck, man, like at the time I didn't understand. When I was 22, full-time back from college now, don't forget, I was there since I was 14, so I've been there every summer in high school and college. Like I was there 100 days a year, but now I'm there 365 days a year. When I was 22, my dad was 44, 4 years younger than I am now.
Whoa.
It's weird.
That's a trip.
So I was like, at the time at 22, I'm like, Dad, like, you're like, you're good. Like, I mean, the thought, like I'm 48. I think I said earlier, I'm like just starting. So, you know, for my dad, it was, you know, he was thrilled because the business went from 4 to 10 to 17 to 25 to 30. Like I fucking annihilated it. Changed the course of our lives.
You brought it online, right? Is that like
brought
the
it
big,
online.
okay.
That was the whole punchline. But he lost his identity as the man. And I didn't want him micromanaging because I'm like, I'm fucking giving up my fucking 20s for you. Because I also had my own resentment. I didn't own any piece of the business and he wasn't paying me a lot. I love when people are like, don't listen to Garyvee. He inherited a winery. I'm like, okay, let's start from the top. It's a wine store in New Jersey. I inherited nothing. And as a matter of fact, there are very few people on earth that will give 150 hours a week for 12 straight years, give up their entire childhood, all their fun of their 20s, and work every day to build a business for their parents. Very few. I sit in very rare air. When people try to razz me at don't listen to this guy, I'm like, you don't know, you're complimenting me because I sit on an island with very few other human beings. There isn't a day that goes by that I don't get 13 questions of, so what are you gonna do, Gary, when TikTok's gone? And I'm like, grow. And they're like, what? I'm like, what do you think's gonna happen? If TikTok's banned in America, all that attention has to go somewhere. I believe that X is gonna relaunch Vine.
Yes.
I believe there's 4 to 50 good entrepreneurs right now building a TikTok competitor right now, because they're like, fuck it, the stakes are so high. If it gets banned, I'm gonna crush. I think Snapchat Spotlight's getting better. I believe YouTube Shorts will be a winner. I believe Instagram and Facebook themselves will be winners. But what I know is the ultimate winner will be the best day trader of attention, because she or he will spend that first 2, 3, 4 months really getting a sense in the gray, because it won't show up in the math yet. In the gray, they will figure out where it's going and they will hit it hard. You know, what do I say to all those people? Tough shit. And here's why. Here's why I say tough shit, Kip. When I hear, Gary, you don't get it, my email, my Google search, what you just said, this sucks. I'm like, you know what sucks? When you own AAA cleaners in New York and you were the first result in the yellow pages under cleaners, and then Google and Yahoo came along and killed the yellow pages. You had a 70-year business because you were, why do you think, I don't know if people know this, the reason there are so many companies named AAA cleaners, AAA landscapers, AAA, is because the yellow pages were the source of finding things, and they did it alphabetically, and the people that owned AAA showed up first. How about that for a history marketing lesson?
There's probably like half the people listening to the show had no idea that was the case.
So to me, like, you know, it is what it is. Do you think that Hershey's is thrilled that Mr. Beast made chocolate? You think Gatorade is super pumped that KSI and Logan Paul made Prime Energy drink? Do you think that Kmart was happy that Walmart happened? Do you think that QVC is pumped that TikTok Shop exists? Do you think that Hollywood, ABC was thrilled that Netflix happened? Do you think that Toys R Us was happy that Amazon happened? Like, what are people talking about? Everything changes all the time, always and forever. And if you're crying that the thing that helps you make money is changing, well then you're a hypocrite of the history of how business works. And here's what happened. You got fat and lazy.
Yes.
and you're in trouble.
Oh, yes.
And
Yes.
I say this I hope people hear it like it's framed as tough love. Here's why. We can't complain about it because we were the beneficiaries of it at some point in our career. I'm not allowed to be mad that email and search got trumped by blogging, YouTube, and social media. It's why I ran at it so hard, because I didn't want to be a hypocrite. I built the largest wine store in New Jersey because everybody else was doing direct mail and full page ads in newspaper when I outflanked them with a website, email, and Google. So when I sensed things were changing, I didn't want someone to do that to me. By the way, it happened to my dad. I got busy, started doing VaynerMedia, and became Garyvee, quote unquote, and Wines to Sold Out came out and innovated a deal of the day Groupon style and really took and became the biggest store and took that business from my dad. Then I got mad because I love my dad and I invented winetext.com. By the way, everybody should sign up for it, it's crazy. And now it's deal of the day in text form, better deals, and even easier. You just reply with a number to the text. And so like, that's what I love about it. It's kind of like a trilogy in boxing, right? Like, you don't win every fight. You might have won the first one, you lost the second one, the third one was a draw. Like it is what it is. This is the reality of marketing. It will forever change. What I struggle with is how naive the Fortune 500 companies are of what's happening right now. What bothers me is the agency landscape. I am flabbergasted, 15 years in, how much agencies' incentives do not align with their clients.
Agencies' incentives are to make TV ads and try to win awards, and most companies don't need TV ads, and awards are irrelevant.
And if you look even deeper, Kip, they sell things that they make margin on.
Oh, of course.
So it's not,
Right.
They make money on upfront buying on TV, for sure. They make a ton of money on creating television. If you're a creative agency, for everybody that doesn't know what happens on Madison Avenue, you get paid a full year, millions and millions of dollars just to think of one commercial. You don't even make it. You outsource it to a production company. Literally to think, make decks and present. And then even worse, programmatic digital, they make so much money in these black boxes justified by CPM cost. Like the whole ecosystem is really, really pissing me off. And I believe that the reason I'm still building an agency is a little bit based on my superhero syndrome, which is a problem and I gotta fix it because you go too far and you start building resentment. That's my personal life and my professional life. Like I really want to tear down Madison Avenue with VaynerMedia. And when I say tear down, I don't wish bad on anyone. I just believe that the interests don't align enough, and I'm hoping that I inspire a lot of kids that are coming out of ad school to build an independent agency and not sell to a holding company. Because if you sell to a holding company, it goes back to what's happening. I'm not even mad at the holding companies. They're publicly traded companies and they care about their stock value, not about driving business results for their clients. And finally, it is the Coca-Cola and BMW's fault. If you're writing the check, you're in control. They are feeding this bad ecosystem. They're the ones that can stop it. So yeah, for everybody who's listening, knowing that there's a lot of people that might be considering getting into the marketing landscape, the Fortune 500 marketing thing is a major problem. It's built on a book called How Brands Grow that was written in 1991. It's the thesis of how companies still run, which is right in principle, but doesn't take into account the practitionership of 2024. Reach and frequency and being consistent is beautiful. The problem is the world is fragmented. People's attention is 9,000 places now. And so you need to win on relevance at scale. That's how you stay consistent. And so that's why I wrote Day Trading Attention. I'm hoping, very selfishly, but also selflessly, that I might write the current Bible of marketing, and that's the attempt I'm giving.
That's awesome. Well, first of all, I agree with you on the agency model being broken. Like, we work with you all at Vayner on social at HubSpot, right? Brian and folks on our team. We're killing it with you all. Thank you. But like, I can't imagine another agency moving and executing.
And you know this.
That fast, right?
Let's share a little bit from behind the scenes that I think will help everyone. It is, thank you, and it's starting to go well, but it takes, like, I'm sure you've heard from your team, I'm reading the notes every week. When you're doing it different, it takes a few minutes to calibrate It's not the easiest thing for a HubSpot or anybody else to make that transition because it's a different model.
Yeah, well, you have to move fast. And back to your point, you have to be relevant at scale. And to be relevant at scale, you have to say interesting and different shit. And it offends people. And people are a little uncomfortable about it. And they don't know how to act. And then you get some people who will send you DMs and be like, oh, I don't know if I like this. And you just have to be like, well, most people do. And the people I'm here for and the people I'm here to serve do. And that's ultimately what matters. I'm not here to make everybody happy. I'm here to make companies who are trying to grow and be the next Fortune 500 companies, I'm trying to make them happy.
100%. And it's hard. It's hard for your most senior constituents. I know your founders very well. I'm sure that, maybe they've seen a post and like, But then, by the way, it's hard for my team. I always tell my team, if we're asking for humility and yes and culture from our clients, we have to be the same. I had to speak to a creative last week in Asia and said, you're doing to our clients what you cry about that our clients do to us. Because she was like, my model, our model, the model is we need to win on relevance to many different consumers. When the client has an idea, we need to make that piece of creative with the same gusto as if it was our own idea. And so my team's at its worst when they're like, oh, client, you don't get it. No. Every client usually knows their business better than us. And then on a flip side, sometimes it's a senior person, but then sometimes it's day-to-day people. Sometimes it's a 30-year-old who says no to something we're making because it's not on brand in their mind. But on brand is to the different constituents, not to the subjective opinion of a human. Look, I'm obsessed with strategy, right? So first, it makes sense. Like, I couldn't comprehend not overthinking about this stuff. It's my favorite part. But I would say to people, the second you take your hand off the wheel, you become a worse driver.
Right.
And so I do believe that, let's go very high up. The sole reason Fortune 500 CMOs really struggle with today's marketing is they are so removed, to your point. So removed. They don't even have some of these apps on their phone, let alone consume the creative that works on it, let alone make the creative that works on it. Think about that. They are so uncomfortably removed. And so for me, the reason I like being in the craft, it gives me a currency, a pulse of its actual success with the end consumer. But this is also challenging. Here's why. First of all, if you're in the Fortune 5,000, so let's include private equity-based owned businesses and Series D VC-backed startups,
sure.
If you're at that level, a lot of your marketing isn't even in the trenches. Fortune 500 continues to overspend on television, continues to overspend on traditional things. I mean, it is flabbergasting how much Fortune 500 companies spend on print, magazines and newspapers. There are many companies in fashion and other areas that spend more on print than they do on social creative. Do you know how insane that is? So, first of all, if you're Fortune 5000, you're running on reports, not on truth, right? Internal MMAs, justifying media spend that are fake. Creative is being done by creative agencies that want to make television ads. On a good day and on a bad day, want to make banner ads for the web. So it's a muckery there. As you go underneath that, you have a lot of founders that start companies doing all the social creative, doing all the copywriting, doing the website, doing the email, and it's great. And then they get bougie, especially the under 40-year-old set. I get it. They want to get to the Lambos and the private planes and the vacations and the pretty girls and the pretty boys and all the things that they want. And they start to delegate, and they have fast dreams that also leads to quick vulnerabilities. And so, I think you're right, my man. I'm pumped to see the way you jumped in and asked with passion, because I do think it's the biggest variable out there. And I think in a world where money got expensive, right? Meaning raising capital is expensive now. And in a world of post iOS 14.5, And let's call it what it was. The ones that figured out that Facebook, when I was yelling and screaming, it was true. Facebook was so effective that if you just did a very simple CAC, LTV, ROAS, cookie people, and travel around the whole internet and sell to them until they finally give up and raise tons of capital, you were able to make it look like on paper you had a great business. And so that era is also over. And I think this is also one of the reasons I wrote the new book. I think we're going into an era where you're gonna have to be better to win.
Yes.
And that excites me, and I wanted to prepare my community or the people that have followed me or the people that are curious after they hear about it. And I think I did just that with this new one. You know, I think for a lot of the OGs in this room, I think that the world has gotten too fast in some areas, and I think people lack patience. I think that a lot of people get caught up that have tremendous skills by wanting it too fast and wanting it to prove to others versus enjoying the process for themselves. That was incredibly beautiful, and thank you. But when I think about the goal I set for myself in 4th grade about buying my beloved New York Jets, you know, obviously many things have gone well for me professionally, but you know, I still have a lot of work to do to amass the wealth to put myself in that position. And to be frank, that is the part that I'm most enjoying. I actually made a video about a decade ago when I really had a moment with myself where I was like, oh man, I might pull this off. You know, if the way this is going, if I do another 20 years of good decision making and putting the right deposits down, I might be able to get into striking distance of this outrageous goal I set for myself. So I made a video. And I made a video that said, I literally, it was almost like a video like from the 1980s hostage videos. I literally held up a newspaper and be like, today is this date. And I said, I'm making this video because in 30 years, if I pull off this great dream, I want everybody who's watching this video to know that today is not my greatest day. Today is potentially my least greatest day as a professional, because what my great love affair has been professionally is chasing the efforts and the strategies and the connections and the decisions to get me here, not to get here. I think our society has fallen in love with trophies, and I'm in love with the game. Grit is teachable.
Really?
Yeah, because it's circumstantial. You can't have grit if mommy and daddy give you money. You know what? But you know what makes me laugh inside about that moment? The people that just laughed and clapped are mommy and daddy. And mommy and daddy come up to me on DM, in my messages, on email, at the airport all the time and say, Gary, I need your help, because they know how much, you know, I'm in a very fortunate spot in my career where 15 to 25 is a demo that I have juice with, and we relationship, and there's an authenticity there. And they say, Gary, I'm struggling, I need grit for my kid, did this, that. And I'm like, stop giving them money. The people that just laughed and clapped are still putting them on the payroll. You don't, like, this is the jungle. And right now, parenting and modern parenting is creating zoo animals. We over-coddle. We've eliminated merit. Our society, well-intended, decided to invent crazy stuff like 8th place trophies. And so we've lost our way out of good intent. This is called a prosperous empire. I was a very poor student, but there was one class I was good at, history. And I never understood why until I got into my early 40s. I'm obsessed with pattern recognition. I know things don't change. I know humans definitely don't change. Circumstances changes, platforms changes, mediums change. We are the Roman Empire. When you started this and you said, can you believe this, the America? Listen, America's got its things, what does it? But I promise you, nobody's leaving. So this is a remarkable place, but we must also acknowledge we've had a level of prosperity for so long that we're soft. People are complaining about going to an office 5 days a week as if we're like hanging them from trees. It's insanity. By the way, I want everybody to hear this. I'm not proposing that we need to be in the office 5 days a week. I believe in technology, I believe in Zoom, I believe in efficiency. That's not what I'm proposing. I'm asking this room, are we paying attention to what people complain about? As we sit here right now, there are 850 million people around this world, over 10% of our society, that does not have access to clean water. I sit on the board of Charity Water. There are 850 million people, as we sit here right now, that cannot get to clean water within 12 hours. And we're complaining that we got the wrong milk at the Starbucks. We've gotten so soft. Yeah. And so how do you get to grit? You either live it. It's similar to, but it can be taught. I have watched trust fund kids get caught up financially, and over a 2 to 3 year period, first go through a year of detox. If you're paying for your kids' Uber or Equinox membership or their apartment, or like, you take that away, that's detox. That's a drug. But after that year, things start to change. Yeah. And right now, too many parents and kids have double resentment relationships. Because let me tell you a dirty secret, parents that are putting kids on payroll. I'm getting the DMs also from the 25-year-olds, and here's the insight that is not being talked about in public. A 25-year-old that has their parents paying for their lifestyle is subconsciously and now starting to consciously understand that their parent doesn't think they're capable of. You think you're helping, but you're creating levels of insecurity. And so these are complicated matters. I don't sit up here on a pedestal. I have 2 children, I get it. When you love something more than breathing and yourself, of course you're gonna do. But there's a reason that we talk about grit. It's because it's going away, because it's really frothy out there. People have lost so many things. Again, over 45-year-olds, remember the concept of saving money? People don't even talk about that anymore. People are more interested in buying things to flex, to put Band-Aids on their insecurities. And so they're buying BMWs and Louis Vuitton. Dumb shit. To me, education is the single most important thing in the world, period. The packaging and selling of education, I think, needs to be thought about because it always ebbs and flows. The world changes. This morning I gave a speech at a very significant marketing conference that had all the Fortune 500 CMOs down in Miami. And what I said to the room was, this industry of ours, the Fortune 500 Madison Avenue agency world, we're romantic about yesterday, the Mad Men era, and we're infatuated with tomorrow, the metaverse and AI, and we stink at today. And I feel very similar about education. You know, if I was the dean and had that kind of blessing, I would reverse engineer the practicality of the reality of the world. I would focus on the things that are clearly, you know how bright this room is? There's very few people here who couldn't right now list 5 to 7 clear opportunities of the next decade that would really benefit our children in learning. I literally hire kids out of college. I have a 2,000 person global agency, and I look at the curriculum that colleges are teaching for marketing at the highest levels. And there's literally kids, as we sit here right now, being taught how to write a press release in marketing class. Do you know how insane that is? So, you know, I would create a curriculum that would focus on things like prompt engineering, because that is going to be the skill set that will make people know how to use AI properly for an outcome. I would, if it was entrepreneurship, we'd maybe never be in the classroom because nothing is happening in there in entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is like working out. You can't read about push-ups. You have to do them. And to be an entrepreneur, you have to do. And I see all sorts of kids, but you know, I'm 48. So I came up when entrepreneurship wasn't even a thing. When I was in my 20s, forget about a child. In my 20s, I'm like, I want to be a businessman. That was the word for entrepreneurship. If I even heard entrepreneurship, and again, some of the lovely faces out there that are over 45, you remember this. If entrepreneurship was thrown around 25 years ago, that was code for loser. Right? And then it flipped heavy in the last 15 years to the point where like when I see that sizzle reel, I'm like, that's the stuff I grew up with that would look for like an athlete or a rapper. Like it's cool now, which is amazing because it's my great passion. It is my great joy. But I also believe that it confused a lot of people. There's a lot of people who now want to be entrepreneurs. I want to be the quarterback of the New York Jets. It's not happening. And I think my concern is that a lot of people go into entrepreneurship thinking it's a thing. It is a skill set. And if I was to teach entrepreneurship in this incredible institution, we may never be in the classroom. We'd have to go do entrepreneurial things. Including first and foremost, just like you have that swag, if you can't sell, you might as well get some other gig. And so there's a lot to it. But you don't learn about selling by reading one of my books. You have to go out and sell. One of the great things that I believe, I couldn't, I'm sure a lot of people here have children, grandchildren, or even people in 20s, 30s, 40s who are looking to mix it up. One of the great opportunities for everyone, if they truly care about entrepreneurship, is to work retail. Interacting with human beings and understanding how they roll is the only way you're gonna figure this out. And I think retail, restaurant, hospitality, true interaction at scale with humans of all different shapes and sizes and income levels and interests, and having that ability to reverse engineer and counterpunch every situation, that's a skill set that you have to refine. I learned that on Tingley Lane in Edison, New Jersey, selling lemonade. I learned that at the Phillipsburg Mall in New Jersey selling baseball cards. I learned that at my daddy's liquor store in Springfield, New Jersey. Like those Malcolm Gladwell 10,000 hours, by the time I was 22, I was in the game. And the number one thing I learned, and this is very interesting to me, I'm gonna tell you a story I don't tell a lot. When I was a little kid in Edison, New Jersey, when grandparents came over, I would go play with the grandparents a lot. Maybe it was because I lost 3 of my 4 grandparents as a kid, but even as I get goosebumps right here on stage, it's because I think I've always been filled with a lot of wisdom and old soul. It's just DNA. It's nothing I did, it's just been in me. But I was always gravitating towards old people my whole life. I mean really old. I'm 7, 8 years old, I see an 80-year-old, I run over, sit next to them, and talk. My whole life, I loved it. My whole life. And the number one thing I learned in the first 20 years of my life, spending more time with old people than most kids, is the biggest thing I fear is regret. Regret is scary. Resentment is very scary. The biggest reason I push kids to do what they want versus what their parents want is because I'd rather them and their parents have 5 or 6 or 7 years of bad than 80. Because it gets very ugly when you're 60 and they're 80 and you lived your life based on what they wanted and now you resent them. It gets real ugly real fast. I would rather you have the pain for the next 5 or 6 years of fighting and then have one of 2 things happen, which I think both are amazing. Number 1, you were right. You were right, and you are an amazing fashion designer, not an engineer, and you built a real company, and your parents are gonna be very, very proud. Or, you were wrong. You suck at fashion design. Nobody liked it. But at least for yourself, you never have to live the rest of your life asking yourself, what if? You win both ways. You live in a culture, I know, I watch. You live in a culture with a lot of expectations. You live in a culture where parents treat their kids as a property that indicates who they are. So does most of the world. This is not a Southeast Asia thing. This is not a Indonesia thing. This is a world thing. Parents are insecure too. And they like their kids closing their gap. We have to start talking about this. Because now that it costs $0 to start a Spotify podcast, now that you can do that at 9 p.m., now there's nothing left. In 1974, not having money and time was an excuse. In 2019, it is not. And so the only thing left is this. Not this, this. And so I come here today begging, not pleading, not asking, begging you to look yourself in the mirror tonight and ask yourself if you're happy. And people always say, I don't know what my passion is. I don't know what I would do. Yes, you do. You do. You just don't think it would work. You think it's too small. You think it's too silly. You think people would judge you. You know. You're just scared to say it. You know exactly what you would do if you could do it every minute of your life. You may not right now, as I'm saying this, you're like, no, I don't. Gary, I don't. It's because you haven't even allowed yourself to look. What I'm interested in is, did you understand what I was saying here today and do something about it? Or do you do what so many people do? Do you know what I watch every day? I watch people see a video clip of mine on Instagram or YouTube or Facebook or what have you, leave a comment that was the clip that was changed their life, right? It feels very nice. Oh my God, this just changed my life, I'm gonna do it. But I'm weird. You know what I do? I follow them. And sometimes, especially on trips like this, when I'm in the air for 24 fucking hours, I will go and look and see 6 months, 9 months, a year later, if they did anything about it. And 99% don't. There's a lot of people in this room right now that said, this is it, I'm going to. I see you. And then in 2.5 weeks, all the energy is gonna be gone. And I spend every day thinking about that. How do one of the biggest reasons I produce so much content is I used to speak a lot, but then there wasn't as much content. So I thought, okay, maybe if I put out content 8 times a day, it can get them going. I've come to learn, and I very much believe this, I was gifted and parented very well that allowed me to actually not care about other people's opinions. I respect them. I never think I'm always right. This is not about thinking you're right. This is not about me being delusional or audacious. This is me understanding that if you judge me, you don't have all the context. You don't know me. So how do I know you? I don't. Even the person closest to you, a spouse, a parent, they don't know. Nobody knows. So why would you take somebody else's opinion over your own? Please, my friends, don't live a life that gets you to 80, 90, 100 years old where you're sitting there and saying, I wish I did, I wonder if I did. Nobody at 90 years old, go find your oldest relative and go take them out to lunch and ask them just like this, talk to me about life. They will not talk to you about what they did. They will talk to you about what they did not do. They will talk to you about what they wish they did. Don't wish. They had an excuse, your grandparents, your great-grandparents. It wasn't practical. You couldn't do what we can do. This didn't exist. Oh. This did not exist. Please take advantage. Please take advantage of this existing. This is the greatest era to be alive. It is. There's plenty going on in the world, plenty going on in my country, plenty going on in the world. But when you look at the macro data, this is the greatest time to be alive, and you happen to be living in a great place for my thesis. You live in a place where this country lives its life here. And the cost for you to enter it and do something for yourself and your family, $0. I do not want to hear that you don't have money. I don't want to hear that somebody else is further along, because nobody else's life matters. This is an inside game. Inside. Close your eyes for 5 years. Not how are you doing in 5 days, not how you're doing in 5 months, 5 years. I come back here in 5 years, or I see you in an airport in 5 years, and you say, every day I made 5 pieces of content and I went nowhere, I would say 2 things. Number 1, I'm proud of you, that was a long time. Number 2, you clearly suck, because if you're putting out things for 5 years and nobody gives a shit, your stuff sucks. Please, I hope, Jakarta, you heard me today. Everything on the platforms, you know. You know which ones people use, you use them, your friends use them. You don't need that information. What you do need to do is take a step back and don't think that video and pictures are the only way. I do think audio and written word for a lot of people here matters. By the amount of hands that went up for entrepreneurship, I think a lot of people here have to look themselves in the mirror and ask who they really are. Are you self-aware about your skills? But leaning into what you're interested in and producing content has never been more practical. And I implore you to take advantage of this very special time, because you have one life, you might as well live it. Thank you. Thank you. What most people don't know about themselves that are listening right now is they're salespeople, not branding and marketing. If you, when I was coming up the game, everyone's like, oh, Gary doesn't get it. He doesn't know how to do, he's not doing funnels. He's not doing that. They didn't get it. I was playing chess. They were playing checkers. Like, they were looking for short-term arbitrage. I was playing long-term brand. If you're listening right now and you say, well, TikTok doesn't get leads, you're a salesman.
Yes.
Which is, by the way, I'm a salesman. I like that. But you know who salespeople are? People that don't know how to do brand and marketing.
Yep.
They have to be left with sales. And then you know what the 98% of the rest of the world is? They can't do either, which is why they work for salespeople or marketers.
That's right.
Well, everybody wants outcomes today, damn it. You know, and everybody's impatient. And look,
you know who's getting outcomes today? Nike. You know how they did it? By building a brand.
Exactly.
you know who's getting outcomes today? This motherfucker right here who's been doing this show for 6 years, and Garyvee's now sitting in front of me.
That's exactly right. But that didn't happen 6 days in, or 6 months in, or 16 months in.
Hold up.
It's the game. By the way, people are like, oh, Gary. I was like, oh, Gary, nothing. Like, I worked every day in a liquor store for 13 years to figure out how things marketed and branded. Like, and before that, I spent my childhood in marketing and selling. Like, I don't know what, I think Malcolm Gladwell's thing was 10,000 hours. Motherfucker, I don't know, I gotta run the math, but whatever fucking, what am I, 48? Whatever 42 years of trying to sell or make signs or build brand or sell, whatever 40, and I didn't do school like that. I gave it none of my time. Whatever 42 years subtracted by 7 hours a day on sleeping on average, whatever that math is, that's how many hours I put into this craft.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I haven't agreed with everything that you say, but I've always respected the hell out of you because you live exactly, you preach and if you really watch what you're doing, Gary, you've always done what you're telling other people to do. That's the secret, guys.
Couple things on that, brother. One, I appreciate your opening line. I want people to hear this. No one should agree with anyone on everything. It doesn't even make sense. We all have different life experiences. We end up figuring it. By the way, we also all change our minds. Many people have written to me that they didn't believe something and then they believed it, or vice versa. This is why I call my book Day Trading Attention. Someone emailed me the other day and said, hey, I watched this video. I've been trying it. It's not working. I replied to him like, bro, I did that in 2009. That video's from 2009. Shit's changed. And so, we should, and I appreciate that. I really do. I'm scared to be wrong. So I talk about the things that I know or the things that I'm living, and I stay in that pocket. So the biggest compliment I ever get in social media is normally when someone's trying to troll me in the comments. They're like, Garyvee, you say the same shit. And I reply, I'm like, thank you. I'm like, what do you want me to make up stuff I don't believe in just to say something different?
Yeah, but what you're doing is the epitome of what you're preaching, which is brand. And brand, you play your greatest hits over and over again. And you're literally, because if you're not consistent, you can't build a brand.
I just saw a fucking billboard for Rolling Stones is going on tour. I'm like, these motherfuckers have been doing this shit for 80 years.
You got your hands in so much shit. Like, I don't even know how you keep, I have my hands in a lot of shit. And I watch you and I'm like, God, how do you keep your head straight?
I think for me at this point in my career, I have so many right-hand men and women, right? Like I'm in an earned, luxurious place of eating a lot of crow and putting a lot of deposits down over the last 30 years, right? So at 48, you know, when people are like Vayner Sports and VFriends and VaynerMedia and then VaynerX, there's 8 companies under it, and then the pickleball team and then the restaurant group, VCR, and you know, just like to your point, there's the winetext.com. Everybody, if you buy wine, winetext.com, sign up. Like that, like they see it and they're like, how? And I'm like, well, AJ, my brother, Marcus, who's been with me for 15 years, runs the Sasha Group. Kaylin McNamara is my chief business officer for VaynerX. She's been here 11 years. Hannah's my chief of staff. She's been here for 10 years. Claude is HR for all of it, 10 years. Mark Yudkin, general counsel and concierge and COO for VaynerX, 16 years. Brandon Warnicki's my best friend for the last 34 years, runs the wine business. Ryan Harwood's my GM and partner in the pickleball team, 13 years. Like, you know, you're young in your journey. You're a youngster. As you make, this is the reason people don't understand. If you want to build something meaningful, it's only relationships. If I had people that I just hired a year or two ago in all the roles that I just mentioned, by the way, there's another 50 that I didn't mention that are here 7 to 15 years, either running departments, offices, or important things. Andy K runs VFriends, 13 years. Sid runs my personal brand content, a decade. Like, Dustin, you've been here now 4, 6. You know, like it's, you know, build a culture, do right by people, give a shit about them, create longevity. I don't know how many people listening like football the way I do, American football, but if your offensive line is intact, the same offensive line year after year after year, watch how good your football team will be. Not real anymore with injuries and free agency, but Jesus Christ, that's how.
Takes a village.
It takes a village, and it requires you to love them, not they work for you. And that's where everyone gets it fucked up. When you're a boss, you work for them, not they work for you. And the day you figure that out is the day you start creating continuity, and the day you start creating continuity, you start to build the blueprint for scale.
Yep. Amen. I learned that the hard way, man. I did, you know, my time in Madison Avenue in New York, you know, in my late 20s, early 30s, and it was me, you know? And I thought, you know, I could carry the world on my own talents or ability or, you know, whatever the hell. And you get grounded real quick. You cannot grow. You can't do what you want without others or without a hell of a team.
If people don't like you, you're in trouble.
That's right.
And people are never gonna like someone that is only in me life. When you flip that M and you go we life, it gets real good real fast. And then as a complex, thoughtful leader, you start to understand some people want money, some people want a title because they're insecure and they want the status. Some people want work-life balance. By the way, some people, and these are the people I'm always gravitating, they want challenges and different things. Some people want to travel. So, you know, I mean, I don't know, like, I'm not in the business of judging what my employees want. I'm in the business of trying to figure it out. I say this all the time, like, passion's always right, because you like it more, you know this. Yeah. You know, like, look, I love marketing, so I love VaynerMedia. You know, I love wine collecting and trading cards, and like, it's easy for me to do well in things that I love. If, you know, look, I'm a salesman, I could sell anything, but if you like something more, you're gonna do it at 10 p.m. to midnight because it's your hobby, and if you're doing something you don't love, you're not. It's not complicated. And so passion's a great way to go. The problem is you have to be good enough.
Social is actually a meritocracy or potentially a meritocracy?
In a way that we've never seen. And for everyone who's like, nah, Facebook this or TikTok this, good news. You've heard about crypto, which means you might have heard and know what the blockchain is. In all of our lifetimes, there will be a very big social network that sits on the blockchain. What that will mean is that nobody owns it. not Facebook, not TikTok, not China, not America. So within the next 15 years, the Facebook or TikTok of the day will be on the blockchain, and then it's gonna take away all your excuses. It will be the ultimate meritocracy, and I love that, because the reason I love sports is the reason I love business. Sports is the ultimate meritocracy. It's the ultimate. You could talk all you want about how good you are in tennis. If you lose 6-0, if you talk all about how good you are in basketball, you lose 11-0 one-on-one, there's no hiding. Even entrepreneurship, there's hiding, because people say, I exited my business. Yeah, underwater, you know? Most of the world is not meritocracy, right? When someone gets fired from a job and they come home and they tell all their friends and family, my boss was a jerk, that's why I got fired, we all believe them. We don't know that they sucked. They're our friends and family. We're like, yeah, fuck that guy, right? So that's hidden. School's bullshit. That's not a meritocracy. We just all know that. We've all lived now. We understand that straight A's doesn't mean it's gonna be a win, right? Governments are not meritocracies. Like, you've got sports and you've got business. It's one of the biggest reasons I get mad at OG entrepreneurs when they become 70, 80, 90, and they start taking their big money and trying to change laws to make it good for them. I'm like, you talk big game about capitalism, now you're trying to change the game. I wanna be more like Obi-Wan Kenobi and just let Darth Vader kill me, right? Meaning, like, when I'm not good enough to compete and be better at selling stuff and building stuff, then I deserve to lose, like the jungle. Right? The young lion wins, and at some point, unfortunately, this is just the way it is. You're not, and that's why I love sports. Muhammad Ali lost his last fight to an average boxer. Kobe, may he rest in peace, who played it, like, he had to retire at some point. It's just the way it is. And that's why I love capitalism when it's pure, it's merit. And social media, especially right now, is very, very merit-based in the scheme of things. People will read the headlines like China's trying to make us think this, or Zucks is pulling the levers there. But when you really know it, and you're really in it, you know that that's a lot of hyperbole and a lot of mainstream media jargon. And what's great about it, back to Yet, is you might not be popping off right now because maybe you should be talking about something else. You might be wanting to talk about accounting, but you love skiing. This is what I really love. I don't think the people in this audience and the world realize making content around the #1 thing you love the most in the world is an absolute viable path to a business. You might want to talk about real estate because you think there's money there, but where all your money is in your depth of knowledge of the Wu-Tang Clan. I mean it. You know, it's how I came up. I came up first around wine. My first 7 years in public were only about wine content because it's what I knew most and I liked it. And that built me. And then I started talking about the other thing I loved, which is the building of the business of wine. And that expanded me. And so that's the world we live in now. But brand is everything. You know what it means when you're good at selling? It means you're bad at branding. Because when you're good at branding, it comes to you.
Describe a little bit about what happens inside your head on a day-to-day basis.
A lot. It's fucking crazy in here. I think gratitude is the first thing that comes. I think the reason I'm able to deal with a lot of chaos is I think I have my chaos in perspective. So the reason, and that was very sweet of you, but like the reason it's important to me to say what's up or give a hug or talk for a quick second and meet and greet or say hello to everybody is I think humility is incredibly underused by people who've been fortunate. I am aware of what I've accomplished professionally. I also don't believe that that makes me better than. I'm proud of it. I'm glad I'm a good entrepreneur. I'm glad that I'm a good communicator. I'm glad that I put out positivity in the world at scale in a world where very few people have the courage to do that because it comes along with a lot of baggage. I'm proud of all those things, but none of that makes me think that my time is more important than someone else's. And I'm also in a place now where I'm like, my gosh, I am so blessed that people actually want to have a minute with me, think it's cool to say what's up, want a picture to send to their friend that thinks I'm cool. I'm humbled by it, and I struggle to not deliver for another human being on that variable, even though I have all these other things going on. And so for me, I think it's very attractive and very important that if you have love and kindness in your body, to execute on that at every turn, and I focus on that.
The way I think about it, and it doesn't happen all the time because you're human, but my take on it is, I've been in a position where I ran up to somebody and they made me feel stupid for doing that. And I never want to make somebody feel stupid or wrong for saying hi to me. So I try to give everything. That moment is theirs.
The people around me that are closest to me are even frustrated with me at times because they feel for me, because they know what's actually happening in this nanosecond. I just still have not been able to figure out how not to disappoint in that scenario. And so, look, I think for all of us, no matter what you're doing, parent, principal, project manager, entrepreneur, my big thing is like, if you just try to actually do good, there's just a lot of value in that. And I think at the end of the day, it's important, and I try to do the best I can on it. One of the things I think a lot about is all of the communication and systems and infrastructures that are around the world, and I mean at the highest levels, religion and countries, and I struggle with people finding ways to not love each other. Even the thing that I'm most worried about right now, which is as if we haven't found enough things to be different with, now we're making generations not like each other. We're teaching Gen Z to be mad at boomers, and so to answer your question, for me, I'm always in the business of yes and or maybe in a world where I think a lot of people are in the business of no.
Yeah.
And so when I was at an event and we get to meet for the first time, and I'm intuitive and I feel this amazing energy and hunger, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm ambitious, I'm competitive.
What does this say?
What's it say?
Stay hungry, not thirsty.
Yeah, look, I don't think anyone here is confused by your ambitious, your drive, and I'm very attracted to that. And I think because I was parented well in the circumstances of how I live life, when we met, I was very excited about the maybe and this. I kind of look at anyone that I admire their energy as a possible new friend. I focus on that. And then you delivered on that intuition for me, meaning I like the way you move, meaning I like that you are very focused. You try to deliver on the things you say. You, like any human being in this audience, and the two of us up here, when you're met with the inability to deliver on something or a struggle or a left turn, I think you focus on accountability and just moving forward. And so this is the follow-up to Jab, 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 Right Hook. This book was originally called Jab, 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 Left Hook instead of Day Trading Attention. To your buddy's points, if people are gonna look at you because you look, being attractive is a really interesting concept to me, right? So I think about why people would stop in the feed, right? And really why would somebody sit? There's humor. I think we can all agree that humor is a great place, right? There's attractiveness. I don't think this is gonna confuse anyone. We tend to stop in our feed if we think someone looks good, right?
Yeah.
There's what I think I've lived on, which is value of information. And I think of those things in macro and micro. There's some people that are very good at perspective and mindset and blueprint, and then there's people that will go very tactical, and I've played both in a lot of ways. So when your buddies go, well, easy for you, Rye, to get attention, I'm like, look, if Rye is selling, if he's got his shirt off and they stop, but he's selling B2B SaaS products and none of those people convert, then what did we achieve? And that's true. But if people stopped, and this is why I think people don't mix their content enough. If someone stops and you're looking all diesel and they're like, look at those fucking pecs, and then they click your account, and the prior post is you talking in detail about a B2B SaaS, just think about how wild this concept is. A B2B SaaS product for enterprise corporate. If 3 of the 1,000 people that stop to look at, either they wanna look like you or they're attracted to you, and then click that other one and be like, what is this? If 3 of those 1,000 are actually in that industry, 1 of those 3 may lead to a lead. So I think where people get hurt is they do content for the sake of getting attention, but never have the other part of it. And then they don't do the other part of it because their grid doesn't look good, or it's not on brand. They don't get it. They're in the business of the academia of marketing or the insecurity of marketing. The reason most people don't put out content that will help them sell more stuff is they know it won't do as well. So they keep putting out photos of their abs or their ass, right? Because they want 1,000 likes or they want 1,000,000 likes.
Yeah, they want that dopamine hit.
Yeah, exactly. It's all just high school.
It is. I'm on page 72. Literally a chart. Amplification, spending against what works, AKA not wasting a penny. Teaching you how to literally make sure you double down on what you need to double down and what you're learning. It's kind of a learn cycle in a way. It's like, okay, what are we learning and how do we double down on it? I'm simplifying.
Yep. I'll make it very common sense for everyone. I think you've been paying attention, everyone who's listening. Social media changed 3 years ago. It's now about the individual pieces of content, the TikTokification of social. It's not like when I grew up in social where you try to get as many followers as possible and then a certain percentage of those followers see the content. Ryan's got 200,000 on Instagram. I have 10 million. Both of us can post right now, today, and he can get twice as many views on a video than I can if his video hits right versus me putting out something that really does not hit right. That is insane. Once you know that content hit right, the algorithm has mitigated the biggest risk in marketing, which is the creative. Once you mitigate the risk of creative, you can then decide if you want to amplify it. More importantly, or equally as important, you can also extract insights from it. Why did it do well? That's like what I spend all my time on, Rye. I'm obsessed with why. Why? Why? We're incredibly emotionally vulnerable as a society. The last 35 years of parenting specifically has been incredibly bad at getting people to be comfortable with discomfort. I mean, 8th place, bro, I hope your 8 to 14 year olds don't have 8th place stroke. I hope you melt, I hope you throw that shit in the garbage.
Dude, you're singing from the playbook, man. As soon as they came home with the medallion, that thing went in the bottom of the trash can. Didn't do it in front of them, but that's not hanging out, you know? There's
a really positive way to throw it in the trash can. It doesn't have to be cliche, oh, alpha dickhead dad. No, really talk about it. Talk about the reason their kids are more grown up than people think. You sit down an 11-year-old and be like, listen, it's not that I don't want you to have this bullshit 6th place trophy or medal. It's that you have to understand, losing is good. You guys came in 6th. You guys lost. That's good. You shouldn't be rewarded for that in the game of a basketball tournament. There's a positive way to talk about it. Anyway, I think we have a lot. The reason we're lonely is we're scared. We're scared of people's opinions. We're scared of losing in front of others, keeping up with the Joneses, blue check marks, followers, money, status, how attractive is your boyfriend, girlfriend, wife, husband, how much money do they make? All these vain fucking bullshit shit.
I'll say this, that's why you need to focus on what's real and what you can do that actually impacts what you're doing. That's what this is about. We get too caught up in shit. It's excuses, and you know this. We all know this. You get caught up in it. You don't know it, but once you really reflect, you know it's excuses because you're focused on things that you don't have control over. You know? Well,
that's what they're trying to do to us, right? That's what the news is. That's what society is. That's what politicians. That's what parents are. It's what schools do. You don't control shit in most of your life. This is why I love. It's so funny. After my last rant, none of that matters. Meanwhile, I'm trying to build an empire. I'm not demonizing success or winning. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to get people to be healthy about it so once they get there, they can stay there. Bro, I'm sure at this point in your life, you've seen in front of your eyes, circles or close circles, people get real paper and real money, and then 3-4 years later, it's all gone.
100%.
And a lot of times in that story, the family's gone, the reputation's gone. It's not a good life. They got to success in the wrong way.
Yep.
And it's because it wasn't success, it was fake success. It was proxy success.
Exactly. But that's why we got to be day trading attention. We don't want proxy success. We need all success.
I'm telling you right now, it is crazy. I can't believe, I'll leave it with this for all of you. I can't believe none of you, most of you, the majority of you, are not fucking taking this shit more serious. Social media is free. Ryan, it's fucking free. Brother, it's fucking free. They don't charge you when you post. Do you know what a newspaper ad costs? A lot. Do you know what a billboard costs? A lot. Do you know what direct mail costs? A lot. Television commercial? A lot. Sponsorship of an event? A lot. Google AdWords? A lot. Pre-roll YouTube? A lot. Hulu interstitial ads? A lot. Influencers to plug your product? A lot. Like, I don't understand what the fuck people are doing. Organic social media is the most important thing in the world. Figure it the fuck out. Stop crying. Stop bullshitting. This is fucking it.
Bingo. Free.
Free. I almost call this book, it's fucking free. That's what I got it. That's who I became. Like, I was just always curious, like, why, even when I didn't know that bullying was based on kids that were unhappy at home, even in 3rd grade, I was like, I naturally felt bad for the bully. I'm like, something's wrong. And I was scared of the bully, like everybody else. And the bully back then in the 80s in Jersey in 3rd and 5th grade, they were big kids. The Williams brothers, they were big kids. I was scared of them, but I fucking knew in my heart, I'm like, nah, they're not beating the shit out of all of us for just kicks and giggles. There's something wrong. Why? Why? People are mad at their boss for being mean to them, even though the boss has always been decent-ish. And now they're like, oh, my boss is a dick now, or I hate him, I gotta get out of here, fuck him. And they don't realize the why is, well, a month ago, he found out that his spouse has terminal cancer and he hasn't told you yet. So why don't we give people the benefit of the doubt? In the story that I just told, why would you, if someone's been good to you for 5 years, or solid, or at least neutral, that at the first turn, that they were not as good as normal and they like it wasn't good, why do you immediately go into, I hate that person, I'm done? I'll tell you why, because you yourself are insecure. You're not in a good enough place to have the compassion to be like, wait a minute, Johnny's been decent. Now he's like really riding me this week in a nice way. People are selfish, they go into what they're feeling. To me, that logically is like something's wrong with Johnny. Empathy, I'm very bullish on it. And that same ability in human interaction helps you be a good salesman and marketer. The reason I put out good content is I have a good feel of what the world is looking for right now that I feel that I can contribute to. There's a lot of things I know that would do well, but I don't think I can contribute to it. I don't know it as well, it doesn't come natural to me. You know, I'd love to speak a lot more. Here's one, let me give you in detail. You'll like this, Dust, you haven't heard this from me. I would love to talk a lot more about grieving. I think it's a big subject matter.
Yeah.
I just have been fortunate and unfortunate that I can't speak to it. Here's why. Fortunate because I'm 48 years old and my mom's mom, my grandma who I really knew, my great uncle Misha, who was a father figure to me. And that's where I'm at. My great grandmother, but I was little. Like, unfortunate because so many of my family members died before I was even born, both my grandfathers, one of my grandmothers. So, you know, I have a small family, Holocaust stuff like that. So, you know, I can't speak to it, brother. I have thoughts on it, but I just don't feel comfortable. You know, I can observe from afar, but back to what we were saying earlier, I like to talk about stuff I've lived, you know, but one day I will. One day, unfortunately, I will. And I have a funny feeling in 30 years I'll have content on it because I think it's a big one out there. I love that people are being more vulnerable today, but I will say in the growth of vulnerability, We need growth and accountability. People become very good at blaming mom and dad for all their problems. Oh, this all sucks because my mom did this. Got it. Let me do the work. No. Yes, comma, you're a big boy now. Stop it.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Yeah.
When I talk about being better at candor, I never bring up what I know to be true about what got me there. I always say, watch what I do, not what I say. I champion my parents, maybe more than I don't know. But I'm a human being. There's things my parents did that I think were misturns, miscues. I never talk about those things.
Yeah.
Talk about my dad, maybe not like in the work environment on certain things, but not me, like things he did and so I think more people should look at that. I think people need to look at accountability. I think people are finally looking to be a little more vulnerable and things of that nature. But I think accountability is on the decline, which is leading to a lot of the unhappiness in the world. I believe the quickest path to happiness is accountability. Once you realize that everything is your fault, you actually become happier. I mean, there's real shit in the world.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I'm one of them. I hear you.
So when I talk to my friends in private, this is less public talk, or acquaintances or business people, if they ever I'm so out there, people feel comfortable with the way I roll. I get into some deep ass combos.
Yeah.
I say to them all the time because I can't relate. It's very hard to relate with somebody who's had an extreme thing happen. But I do say this to them every time, no matter how, tears in my eyes for hearing their story, I will still say, because I feel responsible for it, hey, just to remind you, if anybody on earth with the same exact circumstances as you has ever done the work to get to a content and happy place, well, then you can too. Because a lot of people use their damage or their negative story as an excuse to never evolve.
That's exactly why this podcast exists, because I had a fucked up life, sexually abused, foster care, my dad kidnapped me, my husband died, broke my back.
Yeah, let's just, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want everyone who's listening to this. You just rattled off 4 things that if 90%, 80%, 70% of the audience had one of those things happen.
Yeah.
My grandmother, may she rest in peace, Esther, brought up being a widow every day of her life. When I got older, I tried to explain to her, I'm like, Grandma, I get it, but you can't use that you've been widowed as an excuse for every single thing you do, because unfortunately, hundreds of millions of people in the test of time have been widowed.
Yeah, you got to move it.
You got to move it, not for anyone but yourself.
Yeah, and we can.
Exactly. Before you start moving it, you know how people say, no, Sally, you got to do this for your kids. Fuck that.
No, fuck that. Yeah, 100%.
Sally, you got to do this for you. And once you do it for you, then it will happen for the kids. I believe what the media has wrong and what society has wrong about social media is they think it's changed us. And I believe that social media has exposed us. And I think the only way an alcoholic, the only way an abusive spouse, the only way someone that's really struggling with something dark can actually fix it is the day he or she says, I am. And then they start the process of fixing it, right? I am not, by the way, I did this on a plane at 38 and a half years old in Houston, in this great state of Texas, my head on the window, 38 and a half years old. I use a half because I'm 11 years old. And I say, I'm gonna die before 100 if I don't start taking care of myself.
What were you doing?
I just wasn't exercising or eating well. And I could feel it. And I said, when I'm 40, I'm gonna start taking care of myself. And by the time, that's literally what I said to myself. And by the time I landed in New York 3 hours later, I said, the fuck am I waiting to 40? And I called Mike Vacanti, who was my last trainer that I only showed up 3 times out of 14 sessions, but paid for them all. I said, Mike, do you know a young person that can travel with me? Because I've also figured out what I need. I need a babysitter. I'm very accountable to others, to my family, to my employees. I'm good. But to myself, I'm like, what up, bro? And so.
Me too.
And he said, what about me? And I literally worked out with him this morning, 10 years later. He's moved to Minnesota now. He doesn't travel with me full time, but he was on my FaceTime this morning in the hotel in Austin, and we worked out, and it changed my life. But I knew it for a decade. The first inclinings of 38 was 28. But it took me 10 years of subconscious and conscious talk with myself to finally have the tipping point moment. I believe a lot of people know that I'm right, that social media has exposed us, not changed us, but we're not there yet, collectively as 8 billion people. But when we get there, we will look back in 70 years as social media on top of the internet was a great thing that happened to man. It just was super painful for 25 years getting to the next place.
I wonder how much of the reticence we have around not blaming social media for the way that we behave is that without social media, we need to accept that fact.
I love you so much. Accountability is the most interesting conversation on earth right now. We have become obsessed with fingers. Trump sucks, Biden sucks, America sucks, China sucks, my mom sucks, my dad sucks, my spouse sucks, my boss sucks. Everyone sucks but you. Everyone sucks but you. Our lack of accountability on the back of atrociously bad parenting that was well intended. Last 30 to 40 years, we over-coddled kids. We made 8th place trophies. We did a bunch of dumb shit. We became friends with our kids, not parents that are friendly to our kids. And we lost our way. It was well intended. I have no judgment. As a parent myself, it's fucking impossible. It is the hardest. However, it still is true. And we have become incredible. Of course we blame everybody. So many of us grew up with parents that fought our fights. They ran to the school and yelled at the teacher.
How concerned are you about the relationship between teenagers and young kids and their use of social media?
I'm concerned if they have parents that didn't create boundaries and created self-esteem. So I'm concerned about the most insecure. But I also see it another way that people don't see it. The 14-year-old that is getting bullied online was also the 14-year-old that was getting bullied at school when I was growing up. I saw all of them, but they had no outlet. The 14-year-old today that's getting bullied online can move from TikTok and delete it and start a Twitch stream and hang out with 12 new friends playing a new game and create a beautiful life for themselves. I see that all the time. The kid that I saw bullied, I'm thinking about one kid right now in Ethel Hoppock Middle School in Asbury, New Jersey in 1989. When I think about him and then what he did in North Hunterdon, because I watched him for those 4 years, he had no outlet. There was no internet. He was the most lonely. We have decided that this is bad when it's good. These kids can find their friends in other places, on Fortnite. Do you know how many kids that I know that are not socially winning in school are winning on Fortnite with other kids? Why are we not focusing on that? The reason we're not focusing on that is something atrocious happened. World leaders in politics have become incredibly not noble. The way that politicians around the world talk to each other is more similar to the way 5th graders talk to each other than grown-ups. The lack of civility in our society by world leaders is extraordinary. Discipline.
That's a...
Do you know how much of a drug sugar is? Do you know that my body, every time I see a piece of candy, loses its fucking mind? Do you know how fucking hard it is to meet for fight? I was at Gap Inc. company the other day. I'm having a pretty good week with nutrition. I'm pretty happy with myself. And these little, you know those, no, you know those fucking peach gummies, the rings, those fuckers. I had to grab one and I was like, fuck you, Gary. But I've been able to win most of this week and most of the
peach ring.
Of course.
Let yourself have a peach ring.
And that's what and I'm glad you said that. That's where I was going. And you're allowed to go on social media and do frivolous shit and look at bikinis or look at sports or even leave a negative comment. It's okay, but not in sustained format. It's not okay to live your life going around the internet saying negative things because all it's doing is exposing that you're a piece of shit to yourself. You're not happy. Misery loves company. You need to get it out. Do you know how, honestly, the way I deal with negative comments is empathy and compassion and sympathy. They're not in a good place.
Yeah.
I feel bad. I don't feel bad for me. I take it in to make sure, I'll say it again, I never want to be delusional. I never want to get high on my own supply. I never want to buy into me. That's why I stay away from me. I'm Gary Vaynerchuk. I know what Garyvee is. It's me doing content publicly. It's like me being a comedian on stage, or me being, like I love it. Like I love it. I'm not playing a character. It's still me, but it's not my identity and I could stay away from it because I also don't want to buy into it. It's also going well. I don't want to think that I'm better than. My favorite feeling is to not think that I'm better than, but want to be better than. I don't think I'm better than, but I strive to be better than. You know, it's a really cool relationship graph. But anyway, nonetheless, I'm so pumped about these last 3, 4, 5 minutes. I hope people rewind to the beginning of this. Again, this is gonna be a great era. Everyone has decided this is the worst. I just decided that this is the era where this had to be part of the equation. There used to be a world without guns, without atomic bombs, without written word, do you know how demonized electricity was when it first was invented? It had demons in it, literally demonized. Shit happens. Everyone's like, oh, we used to be awesome. I'm like, no, we weren't. The Holocaust wasn't awesome. Slavery wasn't awesome. Like, the Black Plague wasn't awesome. World War I and II weren't awesome. Like, Vietnam sucked. Like the Civil War was bad. You think social media is bad? You think the Democrat Republican thing is bad now? Could you imagine if Twitter was popping during the Civil War? I mean, what the fuck's the matter with everybody? It's so funny. It's like everybody got an F in history. That's how everyone's talking right now. Like as if everyone got an F in history, or people aren't good at critically thinking. People are not willing to be thoughtful. There was somebody who wrote a Medium article called Hustle Porn and put me as the
I didn't even know if they did that.
Yeah.
That happened.
And so what happened was, there was a moment there that it got a lot of heat and I started to, but it was easy for me. 2 things happened with that. One, the most remarkable thing was I talked about it once on a podcast, and because there were so many things that weren't true about me in the article, and I said that I felt bad for the person that wrote it, not for me. And then that person reached out to me recently, and I sent it to Sid and Andy because it was a big moment on our team, Gary, at the time, and he apologized and said I was right on the podcast.
I didn't even know that happened.
He used me. And then, so for me, that's what actually sparked people throwing me into that combo, because if you read Crush It, I don't talk about working 18 hours a day. I talk about having the capacity to work 18 hours a day when it's your hobby. When you love it, do you understand that I would not work 1 hour a day if I didn't like it? I got D's and F's for a reason. I did not like school, and I believe that I'm part of a very rare club. As a matter of fact, Gary at vfriends.com, if you're part of this club, because I know there's not that many people, so I don't think my inbox will get flooded. Don't email me otherwise. Please, I got too much email. But if you're one of these people, email me. Are you part of the, I never opened my book, I never did a single piece of homework, and I never studied for an hour or more in your entire 4 years of high school? Please email me, because you and I are part of I am an all-time remarkably poor student. From freshman year to high school at North Hunterdon High School in New Jersey, I did not do one piece of homework in 4 years of high school. I never submitted a book report. I did my Scantron as A, B, C, D, E, like complete random. And I never studied once, not an hour in 4 years of high school. My capacity to work hard when I don't like it is 0. My job, my career is my hobby. I treat working the way people treat skiing and vacationing and cooking and watching Star Wars and playing video games. It is my great hobby. So when people tried to throw the hustle thing at me, I was like, the receipts exist. Go watch my content. I don't work 18 hours a day to make $1 million for what?
So the real message is that if you can turn your work into something you absolutely love that becomes your hobby, then it doesn't feel like work. So you're not really you're hustling, but you're not really anyway because it feels
When
fun.
people like, Gary, work late, I just said this on another podcast. First time I ever said this way, I'm late. They're like, yeah, but Gary, I work 9 to 5. I have great work-life balance. I'm like, do you like your job? Nah. I'm like, you don't have good work-life balance. You have 40 hours a week that you are fucking miserable.
I also disagree. You do have to hustle. Like, what do people not disagree with you, but disagree that people are mad about that?
We are fully agreeing. That becomes, let me tell you what that's about. That's similar to why cancel culture is getting canceled. That was the manipulation of a word. When the word hustle meant hard work, we all agreed on it. What happened was society manipulated the word hustle into work so hard in such an unhealthy manner that you will get sick or suicidal, all for the chase of money.
Yes.
My definition of hustle is hard work is one of the ingredients to make something happen. That'd be like saying to everyone, good news, you don't need to go to the gym or eat right, and everything is gonna be awesome. Physically, not true.
Sure.
So that was just the slang word of hustle. This is why this is the biggest issue with cancel culture. It doesn't factor in intent. If somebody makes a misstep, but they didn't want to, and they like you, and they didn't mean it, why should they be fired and eliminated from society? It was so out of whack, which is why it didn't last long. There's a reason we're having a correction and why it was just a blip. It's not sustainable. It's not right.
Yeah, it's why, like, honestly, we never, I mean, and I think it comes with having, like, a lot of people in that moment were maybe new or just getting started finding their foot. We've been doing this for so long now, not as long as you, but that it felt like a blip in time.
100%.
And I kept looking like there's no way you can sustain this way. And people would get frustrated that we wouldn't take it more seriously. But I'm like, it's not something.
How are you not allowed to? By the way, I stopped using hustle during that time and just used hard work and work ethic.
Just
you want to cancel work ethic? Knock yourself. I don't give a shit what they want to cancel. It has nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
Here's the problem with life right now. Everyone has such audacity that they think everyone should see the world the way they see it.
Oh, please.
I have deep conviction of how I see things. I'm me. I'm Garyvee. I write these. But when I tell you, I totally understand why people don't see it the same way. I have conviction that organic social media is the single most important starting point to marketing. I equally spend my career 7 hours, 10 hours a day, because I split it between VeeFriends and Vayner, with people who think a TV commercial is the most important thing. I think I'm right. I think they're stuck in yesterday. But guess what? I'm not mad at them. I don't hate them. I don't think they're stupid. I think they'll be proven to be wrong. I don't think in 2024, spending $4 million on making a commercial for television on a non-streaming service on network TV or cable is a good idea. I think it's actually the stupidest idea. But I'm not mad at anyone if they see it differently.
What's a bad day look like for you?
One of the things I'm struggling with right now is that with 2,000 employees, and I'm so HR driven, the pet team, the people and talent team, always tell me when something bad has happened to an employee anywhere. This is a big part of me wanting to be the human CEO I am, to the point where I'm actually debating maybe not doing it anymore. Because now at 2,000, when it was 50 people, 80 people, and everybody was 22, we were cruising. Nobody's parents were dying. Everyone was 22. Nobody's parents were dying. Nobody lost a baby. Nobody had, like, we were cruising. I was like, I'm the best. Meaning I'd have to hear about it once every few months and I would lean in. Now at 2,000 people, many of which are 40, 50, 30, things happen. People's siblings die. People's parents die. People lose a baby. People get sick. People themselves get sick and hurt. We had an incredible teammate get murdered in Brazil, I think, Colombia. So the weight of a day-to-day negative thing of people I care about that work with me, heavy. So a bad day for me would be getting bad news about somebody in one of my companies that's happened to them, because I'm very emotional. And so I take things on. I'm able to compartmentalize. That's what I'm great at. I can deal with it. But I would tell you, my bad days are only left for cancer, death, terminal illness, car wreck, burnt house down, losing money, somebody saying I stink. Like, fuck that shit.
I want you to talk about that a bit, because you've said that for a very long time. And I think a lot of people starting out with that perspective, some people get, as we've become parents and been married and all this, I really like lean into like same theory. Like if something happened to her or my kids, like that's a real thing.
Hey, look, you're in the
losing a little money. Like
even if, let's go to the full extreme. You guys are really in it right now. You're on the precipice of building your empire, right? What if it went to dead zero tomorrow? Devastating. You've worked really hard.
I'd figure it out.
Of course, that.
You have to have that. You have to have that. You can't be scared.
You know why? Because you have no choice.
Right.
Like, I don't understand. People think they have optionality to step backs. Everyone's so scared of losing, they've lost. Everybody is so scared of losing that is listening to this right now that they've already lost because of the fear of losing.
What about the forever student?
Oh, right. Like they just read about it and never do about it? Yeah, I mean, they're the forever student. Like, I don't know, like I was that about health and wellness from 28 to 38. I was talking to myself for a decade about I have to get into better shape. I have to eat better. Fuck, I have all these goals and dreams. I'm not going to live to 100 if I keep eating foie gras and fucking never go to the gym. And then at 38 and a half, I finally got serious about it. And I've started taking my health more serious over the last 10 years of my life. That's how I feel about all of it. I understand the forever student. I wasn't with my health and wellness from 28 to 38. It's about fear. I used to say when I was 34 that I didn't have time to work out. 34-year-old Gary compared to 48-year-old Gary with time, that guy is a puss.
Why is he a fuss? Talk to 30. Talk to him.
It's not that I work that much more or less. My efficiency is like a fucking gangster. Do you know what my calendar looks like?
No, can we see it?
Yeah.
This is my dream. This is actually my dream to see your calendar.
This calendar, watch this. My calendar is super early, and look at this, 15 minutes, 40 minutes, 30 minutes. There's no lunch, there's no.
You've always done it this way, yeah?
You guys know, like 4:45 to 5, 5:15 to 5:30, 4:30 to 4, like it is.
Wait, do you have something in there that says 4:45 to 4:46?
Yeah, it's very real to me, like shower in there. My efficiency, me learning as an operator that every 1 hour, here's a big one for all the entrepreneurs out there. Every hour meeting you have is actually a 30-minute meeting. A minimum day for me is 10 hours of operating, no lunch. I barely go to the bathroom. It's 10 hours, right? Right? Every day. And by the way, that's the minimum. There's plenty of 8 a.m.s to 11 p.m. and all that. Listen, I love what I do, but I'm in or I'm out. Like on the weekends, I'm see ya. Vacations, see ya. Jets game, double see ya. Like you could tell me the world's burning down. I'm like, this game's not over yet. You know, like I carve out that time, and I've definitely evolved in an ebbs and flows with your personal life of like, there's times where you could triple down on work. There's times like you find different variables in different chapters of your life. There's no, I also have no ideology to my work ethic. Like I'm also comfortable changing my mind tomorrow and never working again. It's a fluid situation. Like it is what it is. I focus on one thing: enjoyment, satisfaction, happiness, and currently this is working, but if it changes, it changes. Social media that I grew up with, you know, I know most people are gonna listen, but for the people that see the video, I'm circling some stock certificates. That's Facebook, Twitter, and Tumblr, the first 3 companies I invested in very early, well before their pre-IPO or exit.
Yeah.
That social media, the one that I started being obsessed with in 2006, up until the first 15 years, call it 2021, though what I'm talking about started a little bit earlier, was predominantly based around the social graph.
Yeah.
And was done really like email marketing. So for the OGs in this call, or the ones that still do email marketing, you know, I had an email newsletter for my dad's wine store in 1998 that had 91% open rates.
Not bad.
Not bad. But marketers ruin everything, and we all email too much, and now it's 20, 30% if you're good. But that was what social media was. Go out and get as many people to follow you as humanly possible so that a percentage of them would see it, right?
Yeah.
And that was great for people like me that were able to build communities and have consistent awareness, and that was great. Now, what's happened is the fact that most people on Earth can make a significant piece of content if they're capable and reap the rewards of it without amassing an audience for free is remarkable.
Yeah.
Every piece of content now is an individually judged piece of content on the merit of its creative and what it brings the audience. And that allows people to quote unquote go viral or get incredible amounts of reach with no cost associated with it, rendering us being in the first time in history where the creative is the variable to reach, not creative is supplied with money to create reach. AKA, we have spent the last 30 years forcing people to see stuff that they did not want to see by spending tons of money on it and losing in marketing. And now we can use organic social to get consumer insights, to get awareness, to get reach, to create more relevance because we can make more of it for different consumer segmentations. And so simply put, every platform that matters right now, the 10 that matter, the 7 that matter, Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, YouTube Shorts, TikTok, Snap, they allow creative to get dramatically more reach if it's resonating with consumers, allowing us as marketers to extract qualitative and quantitative insights. And so we call them SMAs at VaynerMedia, social media ads. And when we have insights, both quant and qual, we can either turn it into brand performance ads, aka turn the creative into performance slightly with a tweak, amplify them heavily with media, even more than the 5 million organic reach or 400,000 or even 30,000, which is more than our normal 500 with media, just like you would do a television spot or a print ad. Or take the insights from the actual social media post and use it as a brief to create what we call 6 socially informed campaigns, thus mitigating the risk of the campaign because you got actual affirmation that there's consumer interest in it, not focus group or bullshit reporting that most Fortune 500 companies run. Just because you spend $7 million, by the way, on social, on digital, on linear, doesn't mean that it's being seen.
Yeah.
It's potential. The biggest disease in this industry is potential reach versus actualized reach.
Yeah.
Every GRP, every impression, every CPM, think about a billboard.
Right.
They're all fake metrics. And so what is very real is the algorithms on social media are so good that they want to keep you on. So they're going to show people with a high propensity of liking this thing, the thing. And if us as people continue to like and comment and share and engage or spend time looking at it or watching, you're telling the algo yes, which gives more confidence, which allows it to get reach. That is a truth.
Yeah. Good point.
That is a truth, brother.
Yeah.
And so I can make a video that I think is great, and I've done this a long time, and I trust my subjective opinion. But if I decide to spend $1 million on Facebook to amplify it before I do it organically, I'm guessing.
Right.
And that's happening every day in marketing. And so that's where I'm going.
Yeah. Well, and that democratizes the process too, right? It allows that person that creates that video. You used an anecdote in the book, somebody creates a video and was, debating whether or not to even post it. And all of a sudden it blows up without them spending a dime on it. Right.
And that is remarkable. That is actually what we as marketers want. The reason we have focus groups and, do all this TV testing and A/B testing and is because we'd like to mitigate the risk.
Yeah.
We are now sitting with the biggest risk mitigator of all time called social media organic. While it's mitigating your risk for more campaigns, it's also doing marketing and branding.
Right.
Testing is being done in boardrooms. This is being done with consumer. It is the ultimate. And yet our industry doesn't have it as one of the top 15 most important things. They in-house it as a cost savings with a couple of kids on it.
Right.
They give it to creative agencies and pay them a fortune for it because they don't even care because they're actually just focused on the television spot or the brand slogan. Right. It is the great poison of our industry right now that we do not respect organic social media when it's sitting there and building up our competitors that have far less money in distribution because they're outflanking us on where the attention actually is and what the creative is that is required to get it.
Yeah.
I think the whole framework of this book is that there's overpriced and underpriced opportunities in marketing, and they're not macro statements. I think every brand on earth can waste $10 million on social media tomorrow.
Yeah.
If they buy their media like it's television against one asset that wasn't made for the context of Facebook or YouTube Shorts or Snap. If you don't know how to make content for the room you're in, and then you just spend a ton of money, you can wait. People are wasting tons of money on social, treating it like television or programmatic banner buying.
Right. Yeah.
So underpriced channels, when the organic reach potential per post is greater than it is somewhere else in social or traditional for the cost associated for making the creative. Meaning, if you can make creative that amortizes out to cost you $1,000 because of your agency fee or your internal fee, and you did that on TikTok 4 years ago, where every third post was getting 1 million followers,
right.
because there's so many people on it, yet so few people creating for that demand. Well, that was remarkable. Today, there's a lot of Fortune 500 fashion brands who will spend a fortune on a photo shoot for a single post on their Instagram and will get 1,800 people seeing it or 18,000 organic reach, but they spent thousands, if not tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands on the photo shoot between the talent and the time and the production.
Yeah.
That's a bad idea. because Instagram right now is very competitive and there's more supply than demand in comparison to a TikTok. Meanwhile, people that really know how to make an Instagram post are growing rapidly. So there's the skill set and there's the macro. So platforms go through ebbs and flows. As we sit here today, Instagram is harder to crush on for 25 to 29-year-olds than Snap is. If you go to Snap Spotlight, you can, on post by post, you will get more organic reach on a Snap post because most of the people listening right now are not considering Snap the way they consider TikTok and Instagram. Meanwhile, Facebook is also mildly underpriced because most marketers don't think it's cool and they don't realize how many 30, 40, 50, 60-year-olds are giving plenty of attention to that platform. And that also is organically amazing. But every one of these platforms can be overpriced or underpriced because if you're not good at the creative, it all becomes a waste of time no matter which platform you're on. But there's obviously moments where some platforms are really fertile. YouTube Shorts was really fertile 2 years ago. If Vine comes back and TikTok gets shut down in the US, that is going to become very fertile. So attention moves like water and you have to be there to catch it, but you have to have the right cup. And the right cup is the right strategy and the right creative output.
And so how do you keep up with that on a, let's say you're working at a brand and,
by not spending your time in meetings that are dumb.
Good one. Yeah.
No, like real talk, like people ask me all the time, like our framework is PAC, platforms and culture. I want to know everything that's going on in these platforms, including streaming TVs, including programmatic, including print, including I'm paying attention every day if the Wall Street Journal wants to lower the price of a full page ad down to $1,000 because I'll buy it.
Right.
To me, this is not a digital or traditional or social thing. There's going to be a day and age in 10 years, brother, 13 years, 19 years, where I'm going to be yelling that social is grossly overpriced because everyone's going to be doing it.
Yeah.
And VR or AR or something I can't even imagine is going to be happening. So this is not a traditional versus digital game. This is are you best at understanding where attention is, actualized attention, not potential attention, and then do you know what song, jingle, character, mascot, video, does everyone listening to this understand that the first second of every video you make on social media is life? Brother, I will tell you right now, Greg, it's inconceivable to me, knowing how great this audience is, that they are as religious about the first second of every video they post on every single social platform the way I am.
Yeah.
But they'll make a long form video, an anthem video for YouTube and spend $1 million on it, and they'll mail in the first second and it's already over. They've already left a ton of opportunity on the table. If you can't afford $20, please don't buy it. I don't know if you know what Pirate Bay is, but you can steal shit. And I'm sure my book will be on there the first day it comes out, and you can literally pirate it. You don't even have to buy it. But if you want to buy it, it is GaryVee.com/DTA. And I need all of you to buy it for yourselves because for $28, I have 36 minutes and 34 seconds. I can only go into so much detail. How many people here read Jab, 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 Right Hook when I wrote it? This is the follow-up to it, but it's 10 years later. So don't stare. No, it's not yours. Oh my God, you have it, bro? I need it back, by the way. I need it for some videos. Get up here, I gotta hug you. You literally brought Jab, 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 Right Hook. No, I already hugged you. Dude.
I brought it.
Bro, get up here. It's like I fucking planted you. I'm in love with this.
Wolf was so huge.
I wrote this 10 years ago, and it was just in 10 years, which is insane. And in detail, thank you. Just a quick hug.
And nice hair. Your buck is not even on.
Of course it wasn't out yet. Bro, your hair is epic, by the way. I wrote that 10 years ago, and the book that I just showed you, Day Trading Attention, was originally called Jab, 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 Left Hook. The reason I wrote it is the reason I came to talk to you today. Everything has changed, and now there's details again. Most of you, how many people feel like they gave social media a real try, but it didn't work for them? Raise your hands, please. Good news, I gave basketball a real try. But I'm not in the fucking NBA. The reason everybody who just raised their hand that they feel good that they gave it a real try and it didn't work, I have great news for you. It meant that you suck. Because it works. It means it didn't work for you because you're not good enough. But the good thing about anything in life is just because you weren't good enough about it yesterday, you do have the potential to be good tomorrow. Me and this very handsome, oh, who clapped for that? I agree with that shit. Yes, right? Is it Alex? I'm bad with it. Was Alex? I nailed it. I was with this good looking dude here in the middle of the thing. I was talking to him and he was listening to me when I was telling him what to do. He's doing well. I'm doing well. Every day, people on my team, I have a 2,000 person global advertising agency called VaynerMedia, right? There are unlimited people in my company. There's in Singapore, in Australia, in Amsterdam, who come up with an idea or a tactic that's better than what I do. It's an everyday thing. This is the hardest game in the world, but the most lucrative. Being great at videos, pictures, and written words to get through and break through the competition of everybody else trying to get that attention for free is the hardest, but it is wildly lucrative. And what I'm trying to tell all of you is the dirty little secret is most people aren't going after it. Yes, we're competing against the world, but we're not. Of the 8 billion people on Earth, there are only hundreds of thousands that are taking it as serious as I am. And of those 100,000s, a lot of them aren't even actually, as a human being, have the natural talent to really maximize. They struggle with their communication. As a matter of fact, a lot of people shouldn't be doing video, but should be writing. A lot of people should be doing pictures or hiring an animation studio and doing cartoons. There's a million different ways to do it. This is about self-awareness of who you are and how you communicate. But let me be very frank with you. Social media marketing organically, posting organically, is now the single most important thing to do for every business on earth. And it's crazy, right? Like, I get it. Like, trust me, I work with the biggest brands in the world. Pepsi, Gillette, Fanatics, they don't want to hear it from me. They want to do TV, they want to fucking do sponsorships. Like, they don't want to hear it. And all of y'all, I know that a lot of you have tried it. But I'm telling you, just like doing a proper push-up will get you more muscles than doing a bullshit push-up. Just like doing a proper fucking squat versus mailing it in and doing it wrong. This is like exercise. There's a way to properly do it and you'll get the results. And then there's the bullshit way to do it. And unfortunately, in social media marketing, there's no fucking Ozempic. There's no fucking shortcut. You can't take a pill and lose 40 pounds. You have to actually get good at it. Here's the thing that I'm most worried about and most excited about. They're the same. What I'm gonna tell you right now is uncomfortably true. What I'm saying to you right now is not a secret. People are starting to figure this out. This industry knows each other. It's a small industry. How many people here were successful in this industry 10 years ago? Raise your hands. I'm gonna ask them a question. If you feel like you were a success in this industry 7 years ago or later, raise your hands. Just raise it. A lot of you who just raised your hands know that there's a lot of kids that have only been doing this for 24 months starting to make some noise. How the fuck do you think they're doing that? Attention is the only asset. And a lot of you mail in social media because you know you're not good at it, and you come up with bullshit excuses of why you do it. I don't want to fuck with TikTok, it's China. We come up with excuses on things that are hard that are good for us. It's the same reason I made excuses about going to the gym for the first 38 years of my life. I didn't have time for it. I'm way busier than I was 10 years ago. I have plenty of time for it. You have lots of things to worry about in business and a lot going on. I'm telling you from the bottom of my heart, making organic social media, day in and day out, posting a video and picture, 6, 7, 12, 15 pieces of content a day. A day. Now, how do you get there? How do you get to 15 a day? You get there 15 a day by making a video and slightly tweaking it different for TikTok than you do for YouTube Shorts than you do for Instagram. Kind of the same video, but maybe different first second. If you're talking to TikTok, and you're recruiting sellers and you're going after young bros, you might have a slightly different message than if you're going after LinkedIn and going with professionals that might have rich homes in rich areas. Think about this, you live life, you're not the same version of yourself in every room you're in. There's a version of you that's in a business meeting that's serious, that's very different than when you go to Las Vegas with your boys for the weekend. You're still you, but you're contextual to the room that you're in. That's how these platforms work out. LinkedIn, YouTube Shorts, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat. These are all underpriced attention platforms that all of you can grow on and grow your business. The fact that you don't have to put in 3-4 years to get somewhat of a following and you can do it on one post is intoxicating. But nobody will get any views in this room if they don't know how to do it. Let's go into how to do it. First and foremost, I'm shocked that anyone's confused by what I'm about to say, but I say it every day because this is what I do for a living. If your shit's not tight in the first second or two, you're dead. I'm gonna put this down, like you guys all know, this is it. So what the fuck are you waiting 19 seconds to say something that someone would give a fuck about? This is craft. This is marketing. This is copywriting. A lot of you, because I looked at SolarCon hashtag, some of you are trying to do it. I see it. But a lot of you aren't putting any effort into your copy that supports your videos. You're mailing in the copy. The video you put effort on, but all that real estate of the copy that supports the video, not proper. A lot of you don't even have your proper websites or your phone numbers or your data on your accounts when someone discovers you by accident to know how to even do business with you. These are principles. These are details. The other thing that I want to talk about is why so many people are video blogging and doing podcasts now. It's a cheat code for making content. It's hard to just wake up and just make content. The reason you do podcasts or your video, or you go, by the way, one of the biggest reasons I still publicly speak is for the content. Because I'm operating all day. There's nothing, I'm in it. I'm in 12 hours of meetings that I can't film. It's information that's not mine to share. You've got to find ways to put yourself in positions to make content. For years, I did tiny podcasts. One, because I was putting people on, and two, because I just needed content. Anybody here can get on a podcast. It may have 7 listeners, because you're early in your journey and so are they, but it's still an opportunity for you to make content. They're still gonna ask you questions and you're still gonna answer them, and you still can chop it up and make content. My friends, very quickly here, especially with the advancements of AI and what that's gonna do for the amount of content that comes out over the next decade, everyone in this room, everyone in this amazing city, everyone in this state, everyone in this country, and everybody in this world over the next 10 years is gonna realize this is the only thing. Everybody is a vulnerable player in whatever they do if they don't build brand, because somebody with brand is gonna come along and take their shit. Period. Yeah. Woo, good. Couple things, real talk. You don't need to be in the content. You don't want to be in the content? Cool, you really don't have to. There's a reason Geico has lizards. Maybe you make a mascot for your shit. I'm serious, right? Maybe maybe somebody in your organization, look, a lot of us have loser sister-in-laws, but maybe she's got a ton of charisma and she could be good on camera for you. Brother-in-laws, brothers, sisters, uncles. There's nobody here who doesn't have a schlemieli relative. And so maybe you bring them into the fold. Maybe some of your employees, like I have it, are family and you feel comfortable making them the face. It's all good. Maybe with the way that technology is working is you do film it, but then you do AI avatars to cover who you are. Or maybe you realize what I've been doing for the last 15 years. How many people here have a good sense of who I am and consume my content? Raise your hands. Thank you. What all of you know is there are very few humans over the last 15 years that have put out more content on the internet than me. What you also know is I don't share shit about my personal life.
Right.
A lot of people come up to me like, Gary, I don't want to do this. I don't want people in my business. I'm like, good news. You don't give it to them, they don't have it. You're in control. So all the excuses that people are gonna come up with why not or not, there's an answer for. What I'm scared about is, unlike 10 years ago when I was doing this, there was still time. I do believe that we're now within striking distance of the walls closing in, and I think a lot of you are gonna lose a lot of business by not doing it. I really believe that. And that sucks. You know, like, I don't know how else to say it. Like, as an entrepreneur, and I'm really an entrepreneur's entrepreneur, like I fuck with so many of you so heavy you couldn't imagine. It sucks to go hard from the dirt and build up your shit, and then get outflanked on strategy and lose your shit.
So let's help these guys build something here. I spent $300 to come to this event. I'm a college student. I'm here to see Garyvee. I leave here highly motivated, and then I come down to earth and I'm like, how am I supposed to make my first $100,000 from here? Do you have any ideas of like easy startup, low cost things that people can start?
Nope. And I'll tell you why. Because the second you allow the word easy to come into your head in building something, it's game over, right? I see all these kids and they're like, Gary, this is so hard. I'm like, do you understand that you're asking for a 1% life in being an entrepreneur that stands on her or his own feet? It is $630,000 or so right now of earnings in America, the richest country in the world. $630,000 a year in annual income that puts you in the 1% of the richest country in the world. And we've got kids walking around that if they make $1 million, they think they're a loser. Everything's out of whack, my guy. Do I think there's anything easy about standing on your own 2 feet and paying for everything and having all that pressure on your chest in perpetuity? No, I do not. Do I think there are many unlimited opportunities? Yes, I do. Do I think they require a level of patience? Notice how I jumped in with the Jets thing. The second you want something fast is the second I'll show you something that's vulnerable. A relationship, a business, a platform. Speed is the enemy to so many right now. People hear me pitching patience on my social constantly and they get all mad because they interpret it as complacency. There's a reason there's 2 different words in the English language. One is patience and one is complacency. They are not the same. I took this hat on, I put this hat on to give some love, but backstage, there we go, backstage, I had a hat. Backstage, I had a hat that I was wearing today, and it says ambitious. I'm 48 years old, I've accomplished a lot of things professionally and personally. I'm hungry as hell right now. The fire I have in my stomach, it's crazy. It comes from coming from the dirt. For those that you don't know, I was born in the USSR. I was literally born in the most opposite place of my DNA. I'm a purebred entrepreneur. I had no tolerance for school in the 80s when it was requirement. I was an immigrant, every Russian immigrant that came over from the Soviet Union, and all my Indian immigrant friends and Asian immigrant friends and Caribbean, it was all education, all the time. And I was getting D's and F's. Do you know how hard it is to get D's and F's in school? I've come to learn it's really hard. Like even people that do nothing get C's, I got D's and F's. But that was because I was 100% pot committed to who I was. When I was in class as a 10-year-old, I couldn't listen to Saturn and Neptune because that wasn't me. I had self-awareness as a child, luck of the draw DNA, remarkable parenting. I just was there, and that is my answer to the question you just had. How do I think the people in this room leave here and get their first 100,000? The only answer is self-awareness. Let me explain what I mean by that. Too many people want to be like. Too many people just saw that Skittles pitting and see this man swag and they want to be him. I get it. I want to be him. He's cool as shit. But if you were not born with that talent and you were not putting in that 10,000 hours to put in that talent, it's unlikely that you are going to be a remarkably successful commercial artist within 12 months. It doesn't work that way. This is why I love sports so much. Sports, you can't hide. You can hide in education. You can hide in government. You can hide in corporations. There are 2 places that are very hard to hide. Sports is impossible because we watch the game and there's an outcome. And the next closest thing is business and entrepreneurship. You can fake it a little bit. You can sell your company underwater and say you exited, but really you didn't. You know, you can play, but merit matters. And the way that so many people here, my friend, will get there is that they know who they are. The number 7 at Facebook made a lot more money than the number 1 of most businesses ever created. And that number 7 had the self-awareness to say they're not a number 1. Sometimes you have entrepreneurial tendencies. You're not a purebred entrepreneur. Entrepreneurship is lonely.
Yeah.
Entrepreneurship is hard.
How do you stay motivated in the journey when people don't believe in their vision?
Pretty damn easy. If you're an athlete on the field, how the hell are you listening to people in the stands eating popcorn booing you? I have no tolerance for friends and family members who have opinions from the sidelines. I appreciate it. Often it's well-intended, but they're not playing. What does their opinion of my ability to make a little tool for hair or an agency or sell it? It's irrelevant.
You know, I'm gonna point out a superstar here who's an alumni of Palm Beach State, and we had dinner the other day, and that's exactly what he said, and it really resonated with me. Alexio, stand up. My Shark Tank brother.
It's completely irrational. Why on earth would you factor in people's hot takes on your journey? You should listen. You never want to be delusional, right? But the concept of how you deal, you have no choice. The number 1 reason so many people struggle with happiness in life is they put someone else's opinion over their own feelings. It's very real, bro. It's like, and this goes way deeper than entrepreneurship. Like, listen, I'm the byproduct of parents that are very polar opposites. And I got to see it up close and personal. And I was fortunate enough to know my dad's mom, who was incredibly cynical and negative. And very honestly, when I tell this group, most people do not understand what the USSR was from 1917 to 1991. It was not like China or Iran is now. It was like North Korea. You were not allowed to even leave the country. It was jail. People died in their 50s. You know why Russians drink vodka? They wanted to die. It was an incredibly negative place. And so I have no judgment on my family tree. It was very hard. But I also had a mother who lost her mother at 5. Her father went to jail when she was 10 for 10 years on some dumb shit, what they did in the Soviet Union. And she is the most optimistic, happy person on earth and instilled that in me. In life and in entrepreneurship and in corporate and in nonprofit and in education, in the world, you find what you're looking for. If you decide to sit here today and be cynical and pessimistic about the world and everything that's going on, I have good news. You can find it. However, here's the part that I don't think people believe. If you are optimistic and hopeful and seek joy, you can find unlimited. People have a very, very, very poor understanding of the world and history. People tell me all the time, obviously we all know what's going on, there's so much going on, right? I'm in many dinner tables like all of you are, and they're like, it's never been worse. I'm like, you sure about that? And so we are incredibly delusional about that, and so I choose optimism because I believe it. If we were sitting in this room the week after the atomic bomb was invented, in the late 40s, early 50s, and sitting around, and then you told me 7, 10 other countries would have it pretty quickly, I would have never sat there and thought 80 years later it would have never been used. That would have seemed completely illogical. I believe it's an indication of the human spirit. Of course we have conflict, of course there's things. And the world is very good about trying to make us not like each other, my man. Yeah. As if we didn't get into a place in the world, as if it wasn't enough that we struggle with each other around race and gender and religion, now they're trying to pump negativity between generations. They're trying to teach Gen Z to hate the boomers. I love when they're like, you guys fucked up the world. I'm like, do you know anything about the boomers' grandparents?
Well, let's do it.
I want to stay on this, if I may. If I may, because this is very important. please, my friends, from the oldest to the youngest in this room, please don't let them teach you to hate each other. Please. There's no reason. No reason. And so, yeah, I mean, back to entrepreneurship, to bring it down a level, if you lack optimism, you have no shot. And entrepreneurship is half delusional, half optimism, and someone who, you know, entrepreneurship is losing constantly with an occasional win. And I think the biggest reason that we will struggle with entrepreneurship in the next generation is back to grit. We have demonized losing. The reason I stick on 8th place trophies is we are teaching kids that losing is bad. You show me a 6-year-old that loses this weekend in a baseball game and starts crying, and I'll show you a winner. And every parent that goes up to that kid and says, it doesn't matter, it's just a game, should be punched in the face.
I'm interested in what drives you now. I get when there's a point to prove, when you're an immigrant, that when you've been picked on, that when you've been...
But you know what's funny? You know what's funny? My spirit doesn't come from that chip on the shoulder, even though I just spoke with passion about it. Mine's about curiosity of, I like the game. I'm curious. In a wild, I would have loved to have been a professional athlete. I'm so sad I wasn't. That would have really, really satisfied me because the data was there. If I was a running back in the NFL, it would have been over, and I would have ranked 97th in career rushing yards, 400th in career touchdowns, right? 18th in receptions by a running back. And I could have I would have enjoyed that. I would have been like, good for Barry Sanders. He was better than me. And fuck you, fucking Ricky Williams, I was better than you. That's what drives the shit out of me in entrepreneurship. I love this game of brand building and business building. I'm talking what drives me as a professional. As a human, what drives me is to be happy as often as possible and interact with the people I like the most as often as possible. But so much of what I love and what makes me smile is the friendships I make through the process of business, the family I make through business. It's so fun for me, and I'm curious. I love where I'm at right now. I've done well, but there are unlimited people on stats that have done better than me. But I have a sneaky feeling that I'm gonna catch up. And so what drives me is, I think I've been built for the fourth quarter my whole life. I alluded to it earlier. Everything I've been building is for 60 to 70. So.
Do you still want to be working and grinding when you're 16, 17?
Of course, because it's my hobby. I don't want to do anything that I don't like. I was a DNF student because I didn't like it. I was smart enough to get B's and C's, but I didn't even have that gear in me. If you said to me, hey, great interview, do me a favor, can you help me hang this picture real quick? I'd be dead. I'd literally rather give you lots of money or do anything. I would go on a conference call to all of your employees for 14 hours that I don't have, sooner than help you hang that picture. So of course I want to do that, because I don't think of it as grinding. I don't think of it as hustle porn. I think of it as doing the thing that brings me the most joy. I would rather be in a business meeting than on a golf course. I would rather be in a business meeting than sailing. I would rather be in a business meeting than cooking. I'd rather be in a business meeting than watching a movie. I'd rather be really watching the Jets, having dinner with my family, love dinners with people, love jam sessions. It's so fun to be in Austin. This is where I learned to love it. South by Southwest, on the ground, in hotel rooms. Give me 25, 7, 19, 8, 13 smart people, clever people, thinking people, thoughtful people, and just jam about it. I'll take that over working every day of the week. But there's just not a lot of garage sailing. I know that's a funny, people, a lot of the kids, because my TikTok videos a lot of the kids think of me as the garage sale guy, because my TikTok videos do but even that's business, marketing, buy, sell, trade. I really love it. And so of course I want to be doing, you hear these stories, I'm sure this has crossed your paths, of the people who retire at 81 and then die at 82. I know why. They thought it was what they were supposed to do, and it took the life out of them. I have two important things to say about this. One, I'll do this forever, and I really hope to live to at least 100 doing it. Two, I'm incredibly excited of making my last social media post a split screen of this, where I just ranted here, And now 71-year-old me is making a video and saying, today's the day I'm retiring, both from running businesses and making content. This has been the great joy of my life. I love all of you. I hope that all the archives of everything I've put out can bring value to all of you. But today was the day I woke up and I said, I don't like this anymore.
So you're open to this trajectory not continuing in the way that you see it right now?
In a way that would make your fucking head spin. In equal, visceral, high energy of like, the day I wake up and I'm like, fuck this shit, I'm out. In the same way that I have full conviction as I sit here right now that that day will never come. And you know how proof happens? Time.
Correct.
These fucking kids hate me for pushing patience like it's the fucking cure, but motherfucker, I know all these alpha A and B fucking winners that I see them every day. I read all their DMs, I watch them. I may not remember their name, but I can tell you the joke they made, Nikki Cass, right? I know that fucking kid is funny as fuck, and he's got fire in his belly, and I can do shit like that, and I'm telling you right now, the number one kryptonite for all these fucking supermen and women is fucking patience. They want this shit so fast because they're insecure. They want to show everybody they already won because they play for them, not themselves. Could you imagine if athletes played for the audience? Can you imagine if athletes cried when the Knicks get booed? I'm so pumped about the Knicks right now, finally. The Knicks get booed every single game, every single basketball team that plays in a major city. If they're down 11-0 and have to call a timeout because they came out shitty, Philly, New York, LA, they get booed. Could you imagine if they're like, I'm not going back out there, I just got booed. That's literally like being a content creator when somebody shits on you or you have a bad day and you don't want to post again. People don't have inner strength because they're insecure. And that is what I'm obsessed about 80% of my content, to find different ways to get people into self-love because it unlocks fucking everything. You can't play if you're not strong.
What do you make of the culture of cynicism on the internet? That to me seems to be kind of the set point, ground zero for the way that people behave online is this cutting, sardonic, very cynical zero-sum mentality.
I think the internet and social media doesn't exist. I think they're a mirror of human truth. So when I hear you say, what do I think about the cynicism of the internet? I take out the word internet and put in society.
Aren't people that cynical because they don't seem to behave that same way in the real world?
That's because it's scarier to do it. You might get punched in the face. Keyboard warriorship is real fun. People do it in their own minds. They don't say it to your face because they're weak. The cynicism is happening in the airport right now. They're like, look at her. Who does the fuck she think she is dressing that way? They just say it in their head. The greatest thing that ever happened to the human being is social media. It exposed the living fuck out of us, and it will allow us over this next decade or two to take one step backwards, to reassess, to take 2 steps forward. I believe this era of social media will create the great renaissance era of having real conversations around insecurity and self-esteem.
Why?
Because I think there's a lot of pressure. Because I think the conversation you and I are having right now, because I think it's in everyone's face, because I think people are scared, because I think suicide and insecurity and unhappiness is fucking really feeling it. But the silly thing is there's much more negativity in mainstream media than there is in social media. You can't find positivity on mainstream media. You can find unlimited, come hang with me. You can find unlimited positivity and answers and things that have merit and trying to figure it out with optimism that is practical. So I laugh about where we're at right now on the shitting on social. I laugh because this is another cliche example of the world not understanding. We did this with alcohol. The 1930s in this country of America, we banned alcohol. I love when people are like, we need to ban social media. I'm like, knock yourself out. Can't wait to see how that works out. Like, people are so naive, as if you need to ban the whole fucking internet if you don't want to deal with what we're dealing. What do you think happens if we banned all social media? Reddit would be a cesspool even more than it is now. Forums, comments on blog, like humans are gonna talk now on the internet because you can hide. The shit we used to think in our own heads or only talk to our one friend about or sit in our dinner table and talk about, we now talk about out loud. One of the reasons humility is my partner is I don't give a fuck about Garyvee. I'm proud of it, but it is not who I think I am. It is not my identity.
Where do you take that from?
That detachment of it?
No, where do you take who you are from? If it's not from the things that you spend, you take pride in being successful, in growing.
In order, starting with my mom and dad, then my sister, then my brother, in order, probably the top 100 people that have spent the most minutes with me in my life and what they think about me.
So for people who are wanting to go on a path of success and exposure to the real world, is that a prophylactic, having a circle of people that you trust, that you have faith, have their best faith in you and care about you beyond not just what you do, but who you are?
The reverse. The having those 100 people be someone that you want to do the best for. Right? Like to me, like you become sustainable and unbeatable if your framework is giving, not taking. And if you do that with those 100 people, of course the outcome of them caring about you will happen. You've been giving them deposits of love and emotional strength, financial strength, whatever you're providing for them. And so, yeah, I think simplicity is a big game. It's really cool how this all worked out for me. I could have been born in any era. The fact that I'm born in the era where the merit of attention and business is all based on the internet now, no gatekeepers. Good for me. I'm good with that. 2, the era of judgment at scale that will disintegrate the most insecure and allow the most confident to shine, leave impact, inspire the next generation to get to true self-esteem, not fake self-esteem, and be able to navigate these choppy waters. Good for me. And I know a lot of people get mad at me because they're like, no, I gotta enjoy life. And I'm about that life. Like, last night I bought like 7 custom New York Jets jerseys of very weird players that most people don't even know are on the team, and spent $900 on something no human should spend $900 on. But like, I can afford that. And like, what's within pocket. So I understand buying things. My big thing, especially for the kids that get fast money, I just think a lot of people buy dumb shit to impress people. Right? They want to get the girl, they want to show their mom that said they would never make it. Like, we buy things to show everybody else that we made it. I get that. I don't judge that. I just ask people to understand the reason most people buy very expensive things is to impress people they don't even like. And so when you're 23 and 27 and 29, it's even more common. I'm just saying, in a world that shows you unlimited people on pre-roll YouTube and social media flexing Rolexes and Lambos and yachts and private planes, I promise you, it's not as delicious as you think. It's fun, it's fine. And honestly, go get that, but don't spend it early, because a lot of you spend it and don't ever make that kind of money again. And then it really sucks. You know what really sucks, my man? You know what doesn't suck? Never flying private. You know what really sucks? Flying private in your 20s and flying commercial coach in your 40s. Most people freeze on video because they're self-conscious of how they look, right? Or they struggle. Already they understand that this is gonna be on the internet, and a lot of people struggle with negative comments. Both are the same game. It's that you're valuing a stranger's opinion and their own pain that they're deploying on you over your own growth, happiness, and accomplishments. It is sad that so many people stay stuck in high school. A lot of you don't post because Johnny Pants 49 said you're ugly. Literally. I just want to remind you 2 things. 1, when people talk shit to you in your comments, you shouldn't feel bad for yourself. You need to feel compassion and empathy for them. I don't know how many of you are living unhappy lives and do this, but I genuinely believe what I'm about to say. One of the worst existence currently in our world is a human being that spends their evenings or downtime going around to other people's profiles and saying negative things to drag them down because they're hurting so much inside. That is a very, I genuinely don't get mad when people are like, fuck you, Gary, you suck. It really genuinely, I genuinely, deeply have empathy, and I'm like, I hope they get to a better place, because could you imagine living that life? That's just misery loves company at scale 24/7, and it's a bad place to be. So first, for anyone who's not posting, you know, because they're not even thinking about the video, they already went to the second move that it's gonna be posted, which is why they already weren't as their natural self that they could be on stage. I would just tell you to not worry about that, because it's not, when you're 92, you really don't give a fuck about all this dumb shit. You know, and then the other thing is practice. Real talk. Some people, like, it takes you a minute. Like, nobody rides their bike the best time in their life the first time. Nobody's the best they've ever been at tennis the first time they pick up a racket. Nobody's the best at making out the first time they make out. It's a fucking disaster. Don't even let me get into sex. People are a real fucking disaster that time. Some real embarrassing shit going on in the world the first time that happens. Same with video. First time you do it, a lot of people, 20, 30, 90 reps. I'm surprised that people don't understand that hard work is one of the most important punchlines in the world. It's been so, by the way, I've been so pumped that everybody's trying to demonize hustle and hard work. I'm so hyped on this that they're trying to cancel it. I'm like, yes, more. Tell every kid that they don't have to do shit, because then I'm gonna kill all those young fuckers. Hard work. Like, who the fuck ever accomplished anything without the reps? Who the fuck ever accomplished anything without the reps? You don't want to come into the office? Good, more for me. You don't want to grind? Good, more for me. And by the way, no judgment on them either. Work-life balance comes in all shapes and sizes. Money, let me end with this. This is perfect. Because of all of that gangster competitive shit, let me go a completely different way. I was born in the Soviet Union. I came to America, I lived in a studio apartment with 7 family members. I lived in a studio apartment in Queens with 7 family members. My parents didn't buy me shit. I didn't even see my dad the first 14 years of my life. He worked in a liquor store trying to build the American dream. My mom was not only poor, she's cheap as fuck.
Sounds like my family.
I know what that world looks like. I've also worked my face off my whole life to get to a place where I now get to run in circles with people that make money that makes no sense to me. Let me just promise for all of y'all who haven't seen either side of the extreme, money solves little. It's got optionality to it, there's plenty of good with it, but it does not solve your pain. You can't buy your way out of insecurity.
What's the best advice that you will give your younger self?
My younger self?
Yeah.
Mine's very, very specific. I'll give it to you, but mine was very weird, and I'll say this because I think there's probably a dozen people that really need this advice too. My younger self, my man, I had a lot of wisdom. The shit I'm spitting now, I wish you knew my 16-year-old friends. They'd be like, he was on this shit then. Like, I got lucky. I don't know how else to say. I don't like using that word because I think losers weaponize luck on hardworking people. But I'll use luck in this instance. I got lucky with DNA and my mom, right? It was in me, and then I had the best mom of all time that fucking, you know, I had the seeds, but she watered that shit. She did it proper. So I came out, by the time I was 18, I was ready to kill everyone. Because I didn't give a shit about what any of you fucking thought. I loved myself, and I had skills. I put in the work my whole life, and I was like, fuck it, let's kill everyone. But I had a real flaw on some kryptonite shit. My biggest issue, what I would have told my younger self, is that you're gonna get fucked up with not having candor to people you like. And it's crazy. Me on stage, me and my content, me and my books, everything I've been doing for the last 45 minutes, I shoot it heavy straight, pure candor. But if I love you and you're my boy, or you're my cousin, or you worked with me for 5 years like Dustin, and I convert to not knowing you, I love you, but I don't know you. But as every day goes by that I know you, and I take strangers to acquaintances, and I take acquaintances to friends, and I take friends to family. It's how I'm wired. And the more I care about you, the harder it is for me to tell you the truth. And because I've always been managing people since I was like 20, I really struggled every single thing that has not gone well for me with people in personal relationships and by being a boss. Every one of them, every one of them is because I didn't have the strength to tell them how I actually felt because I was scared that they would get scared if I told them they weren't doing a good job. And it took me a long time. I'm 48. It took me probably into 5 years ago. And bro, on some real shit, being vulnerable, I'm probably a 5 out of 10 on it now. But going from a 1 to a 5 has completely transformed my personal and professional life. And so for everyone here who has a tough time saying to someone they love or relatives that work for them or things of that nature, there is a kind, I call it kind candor. There is a kind way, and I promise you, nobody tried harder to get around it. I did some flip shit. I was doing all sorts of shit, but you will regret it. It will not work. You have to find a way to deliver candor if it's your truth, because both people will lose. You will have resentment, and they will be angry at you for being full of shit, and it will not work. And that's what I would have told myself. I would say virtual is hybrid now. How many people had a Google Hangout or Zoom meeting this last week? Raise your hands. So that's happening. At the same token, how many people are physically actually in this room right now with me? So we're hybrid right now. Do I think in 20, 30, 40 years that will be more percentage virtual? I do. I don't think it's gonna be these goggles. I think it's gonna be contact lenses, and it's gonna be AR, VR, or something even more, less friction. I don't know, that's not what I do for a living. I act when those things are invented and understand what people do. But it's very clear to me that people are very bad at history. When people are like, no, we're never gonna do that. I'm like, do you understand that if I dug up a caveman and walked him into this room right now, he'd be like, what the fuck? You know, like I was a very bad student, but I was good at history. Do you understand that like 120 years ago, which is like nothing was invented that we live in? You know, it took like weeks to get to Europe because you were on a fucking boat. You like that one? like I don't understand that people don't understand that like this isn't it. Like, let me give you the preview, kids. This shit right here is gonna look like a beeper from the 90s in 20 years. That's how it works. So, do I think virtual is now? Sure, hybrid. Do I think virtual will continue to grow? Of course. Do I think for the people that clapped and you guys wanna win, that you gotta get your timing right so you don't get ahead of your skis? Because when people do future stuff, they get caught. They get caught, they're like, next year, and it takes 9 years. When I was doing Twitter and Facebook in 2006, I was like, by 2010, people are gonna really understand social media. It's 2024, and I just spent 40 minutes begging you to fucking pay attention. Envying people of wealth or status or perceived happiness is not a new phenomenon, right? And so I would say that makes sense. I think for everyone who's listening right now who has envy or anxiety or things of that nature, that's a natural human trait. That's part of almost everybody's journey. And as someone who has the reverse, which is why I have such admiration for my parents and my circumstances, you know, I would tell you that the quicker you get into a place of just loving yourself regardless is how fast you're gonna start being okay with it. And here's what I mean by that. I think the biggest issue in the world right now is that we put people on a pedestal that we don't know. And I'm one of those people. I get my emails and my DMs, and I'm very grateful, I'm flattered. But what I wanna remind everybody, from me for damn sure, and anyone you could be thinking, I actually want everyone to, I don't know if I want you to close your eyes, but I'd like for everyone to really think about this. I mean like in the room. I want you to think about who you admire that you don't know, right? Like real talk, Rihanna, LeBron, I don't know, right? Okay, like let's do a dramatic pause for a second. Think about the person. Good. Do you know how many things they suck at? Do you realize that they have right this second, a child, a brother, a sister, a parent that could sit with you for an hour and shit on that person so heavy for what they're not good at, what they don't do, this is human life. I think for the people that you're talking about, which is almost everyone who's listening, why are you putting someone else on a pedestal and shitting on yourself? Now, I know why. Back to the vulnerability and transparency you're leading on. The circumstances of one's life led to a place where that was part of the framework. I knew my dad's mom very well, my grandma Esther. May she rest in peace. I love her with all my heart. But this was an extremely negative woman. At a central casting from the Soviet Union, everything you can think of. And so it's very obvious to me watching my father when I got to really know him in my late teens and then my entire 20s and 30s where we spent all our time together. I understand why my dad is different than me. I had a mother who built me up and he had a mother who tore him down. And we both ended up successful because that's what happens. The extremes of both lead to success. Obviously, what I want for the world is for more people to get to success through happiness and joy than insecurity to prove to right? When you come from that place, you know this intimately based on what you've shared. You're so driven to succeed to consciously or subconsciously show everyone, stick it to everyone. It comes from, it's funny, I brought up Star Wars already. It's the flight of the dark side versus the Force. They're actually very close. You can be both Darth Vader and Yoda. They're actually both very powerful. Deep insecurity and deep confidence, not ego. Ego is insecurity with makeup on. Deep actual confidence and content and deep insecurity both end up at the top. There's just one big difference. The first one can stay there. When you get to the top from deep insecurity, shit gets really gnarly fast. The reason we've seen so many people grow and crumble is because money and fame and success do not change you. They deeply expose you. And so one of the reasons a lot of my content changed 7 to 10 years ago was ironically books like the one I just wrote. I would put out such black and white, exactly what to do opportunities. And I would watch the world that at least was on social media at the time. And I would wonder why people weren't doing it or why they would stop and start. And then I had my epiphany probably in my late 30s, which was, I'm in a good place where I can handle the criticism, the micro losing, the sustained discomfort. And all these people can't. Why is that? And that got me on the journey of I got fortunate. DNA and parenting and circumstance, perfect storm. This makes sense. But, I think one of the things that people always find weird when they really get to know me is my great passion is my career. I love it. It's my game. I love working the way people love skiing or cooking or playing golf, or going on vacation. It is my favorite thing to do. I love it. But what I think stuns people as they get closer and closer to me is I don't get my validation from it. I don't give a fuck about it. I love it. It's my game, but it's not who I am. And I think I'm trying to figure out ways to put out information that might help people realize why that's good.
You talk a lot about your parents, you talk about your grandma. You don't talk a lot about your kids.
No.
You're a great dad, I know in real life, but why is that?
I think too many parents are putting their kids on blast without their kids wanting it. I'm a very well-known person at this point in my life. I don't want to force my kids into notoriety if they don't want it. Period.
Some people think I have to be so authentic and transparent and show all the things. You don't show all the things.
I don't show shit, right? I think that's unfair to children. Now, I jumped in real hard here. I do not judge others. I don't think I love talking about parenting in the macro. I hate talking about it in the micro. I am not saying that every parent that's doing that is wrong. They might be 100% right. I don't know their children. I know for me, that it's very important that I don't do it for them. And so I think it's not understood yet because we've never lived through an era where everyone has the potential to be known. And I think that there's a lot of children that will end up resenting their parents for putting them on blast like that. And there's other children that will learn so much from it, it will be awesome. I just don't know the outcome of mine, and I'm not willing to take that risk. I'm too focused on not having to worry about the short term. I think the biggest reason I will never be a public CEO is I have no interest in appeasing people that think it's interesting to judge businesses in every 90-day window.
It's also a pain in the ass.
Yeah, it's also stupid. Like when you're running a marathon, let me rephrase, that's not fair. It's stupid for someone like me who wants to do the game in perpetuity. If I'm playing in perpetuity, why would I succumb myself to something that is a short-term game? If you're a marathon runner, you don't do the 100-yard dash. So I think private is so fun. I get to have bad years. Last year wasn't a good year for Vayner, meaning it was a great year, but like I should have made a lot more profit. But I just decided to go in for the jugular. And I'm investing like crazy, and I invested like crazy. And so we made a lot less profit last year than, let's say, the street would have wanted me to. And I have no interest, Nicole, to sit in front of fucking people and be like, all right, everybody, let me tell you why my stock is gonna go down this year. Because I'm building this forever, and I'm gonna hire more people and advance my best people. Like, do you know how crazy that is? Like watching public CEOs pander to hedge funds or analysts who are fucking Excel jockeys on what they're gonna do for the next 90 days or this year. Like business is so simple. You're either extracting out profit or you're investing back into your business. Like I don't know how we.
I feel like you and I like are old school. Like this is what happens when your parents are immigrants.
Probably.
Right? It's like I just believe at the end of the day, you run a profitable business, like period, the end. You make money.
Or if you're really building a great business, like when everyone was razzing, like I'd only bought a couple public stocks in my life. And one was Amazon 100 years ago. Because it was just very clear to me like Jeff Bezos was going for the jugular. He gave a fuck about customers and he was reinvesting in his business. And they were shitting on him. Like I would have CNBC in the background and people like, you're not profitable, tell us why. Like, what? Like, what, how? You don't need a lot of brain power to understand they were going for the jugular. It's one thing to waste money. It's another thing that you're losing market share because someone's outflanking you. But there's just such clear indication that some people are going for the long term. And I think I would struggle as a public CEO. I don't think I'd be good.
I agree.
I'd be fired real fast. If I would be smart and probably not give the board any opportunity to fire me, but I wouldn't enjoy it. Because I might not give a fuck if my stock went from 52 to $3.09, but Dustin would, and that would be pressure on me. It would be hard for me to feel bad, because people would be like, yeah, because people, like, so I just don't think I'd do well at it.
But how has social media, YouTube, LinkedIn changed your life and changed the way that you're able to operate as a business person?
I think for everybody in this room, depending on, you get to the place where, you look at Arlen, she builds her personal brand, but then she also has many businesses. So for everybody in the audience, whether it's you as a human or the business that you're running, at the end of the day, branding is the only thing. How has social media changed my life? The same way television changed Johnny Carson and Oprah and Jimmy Fallon's life. Attention is the asset.
I just had I think that's how your show starts.
Yeah, it's
attention.
And, like for everyone here, like you can't sell anything. And when I say sell anything, I mean even yourself or something noble like raising money for a nonprofit or something entrepreneurial like selling your necklace or your sneakers. You can't sell anything unless you have the attention. If you're talking to yourself, nothing's gonna happen. So attention has always been the asset. Do you know why the world is a very religious world? Because the religious institutions in the world were the ones that moved first when we had the printing press, and they dominated all the books around the world, and that we still feel the impacts of that today. Whether it's television, whether it's radio, whether it's print, and now it is the internet and social media on top of the internet. That's where a stunning percentage of attention sits today. And so it's changed my life completely. I was 34 years old before I made one video about business. I didn't grow up thinking I was gonna be known. Back to the earlier question, probably one of the biggest reasons I try to over-deliver every time when somebody rolls up on me is, this is insanity to me. I wanted to just be a businessman. The idea of people wanting photos and autographs, when you grow up wanting to be a singer or an athlete, in the back of your mind, that might be part of your life. You're gonna be an actress or a comedian. When you're growing up in the 80s, like I was, and you wanna be a businessman, entrepreneurs weren't cool. They just wanted a briefcase, right? Honestly, I just wanted my teachers to stop telling me that I was gonna be a loser because I was getting such bad grades, because I knew that once I got into business, I'd be okay. And so, how's it changed my life? Completely. But it's changed all of our lives in here, because no matter what, the biggest thing that social media and the internet did was decentralized attention. So back in the day, I would have had to been chosen by somebody to be on TV. I would have had to been chosen by somebody to be on the radio or to write for a newspaper. The fact that none of us in this room have to be chosen by anybody. And today, in the TikTokification of all social media, and what I mean by that is, if you've never posted anything on social media, you have no followers, and your first post on TikTok or on Instagram or on any platform now, because they're all going this way, is quote unquote good, meaning consumers liked it, you could get 1 million views on your first video. For the first 15 years of social media, the one I grew up in, you had to build an audience, get followers, and then post, and a percentage of them would see it. It was more like email marketing. Now, creative finds its audience. That's insane. It's a very nerdy branding term, but I'm gonna use it, and you can dissect it for yourselves, or we can keep talking about it. But for the first time in the history of marketing, the creative, the picture, the video, the creative creates the reach. The way media has worked for 100 years was you made a picture or video, and then you paid the newspaper or the television or the yellow pages or the billboard company money to get it seen. Now, you make content on social media, and for free, it can be seen. And everyone likes to shit on social media, and when they don't get enough likes, they're like, I'm shadow banned, and they're talking all this shit. It's fucking free. We've become so entitled that we complain about free shit. And to really get real with you, if your content's not working, it means that you're not interesting.
Or you haven't found
Yet. That's right, yet.
What is something right now that you know is true that people are not understanding, that this room can walk away with and say, I'm ahead of the trend?
Two things are on my mind on things that have the potential to be big. One is social shopping in live format. Live shopping is a humongous opportunity. QVC on social networks, not super complicated. For anybody who's paying attention globally, this has been massive in China for a long time. Right now, it's predominantly the most fruitful place is happening on TikTok. But if you're into collectibles, there's an app called Whatnot, there's an app called Fanatics Live, and there's real shopping, like people spending real money. So I think within the next half decade, live stream shopping, a lot of influencers or people that are building influencer companies or building their influence will start monetizing more, not just on brand deals, but on affiliate or creating things and selling them in the format of going live for hours upon a day on social. So I'm very bullish on live shopping, and it hasn't popped off on the Western world the way a lot of people thought. But I think we're in the pre-dawn. I think we're getting close. So live shopping is something people should be paying attention to.
Live thing, and there's like a button you can push.
You set up, if you Google it everywhere, you can set up a TikTok shop. There's SKUs. For some people, you could just be a pure affiliate, and you're just pumping things that are sold by others. For others, you make stuff and you sell it. So and a lot of apparel and beauty. I mean, there's a lot of opportunity in live shopping. The second one's completely more left field, but will happen, and I will clip this in 10 years and be like, I fucking told you. The rise of virtual influencers. So I believe what influencers have done to famous people in the last decade, over the next decade, virtual influencers are gonna do to influencers. An AI generated human being that sells shit and isn't an actual human being. And so I think one of the biggest businesses to build in the world is an AI influencer agency where you own the humans, because they're AI, they're Mickey Mouse, they're Betty Boop, they're Kermit the Frog, they're IP, but it fully looks like a human being. I believe the technology will get so advanced in the next 5 years with this that nobody here with their eye will be able to discern if it's a human or AI. I know a lot of you have seen some of them already in your Instagram, but right now you can kind of still tell it's a little too rounded out that it's not a human. I think within the next 5 years, you will have no clue. And I think that for a lot of people that own CPGs, when I think about Yacht Water, I love the name, by the way, very bougie. That's what I was thinking. I think for a lot of people, you know, you look at a brand like this, it's very clear that micro influencers at scale would be a huge win. But when you go do a deal with an influencer, there's not a lot of control you have. You might be looking for, I'm looking for a woman that looks like this, or acts like this, or is this age, or this gender, or this race, or this style. You're gonna create her. But weird science. Yeah, I mean, look, I know it. I hate it. Oh, I know it. And look, the AI implications are profound. It's one of the biggest technology inventions. It's been around for a long time, but it's tipping point now. And so it's gonna be a big deal for everyone. But I really do think that AI influencers, what are we in 2024? In 2034 is a major industry, and every company has some on their roster, and some are agents and talent agents like CAA and UTA, and you'll have 2 or 3 faces for the brand. And I think the people that really build up these influencers, imagine you owned Kim Kardashian or Jamie Foxx.
It's scary to a lot of people to see
Well, cars were scary to people. Like we used to just have horses, and like the internet was scary, and the iPhone is scary, and the gun, I promise you, as scared as you are about AI, when people found out there's a new thing called the gun, people are like, fuck man, I just figured out how to use a sword. Technology doesn't give a shit about our fears. Technology is gonna do technology, right? And so things move fast. Like I don't think people understand how most of the inventions that run our society are only 100 years old. You go back 100 years from now, there's no television. Let me just say it's simple, 100. Every kid born today is gonna live well past 100 years old, thank God, with modern technology. 100 years ago, there's no television, let alone a phone. I think that we're just starting. People demonize technology. The iPhone and social media is gonna look like a beeper in 25 years. And so people need to get ready because it's gonna be. And so you can cry about it or you can be about it. There's 2 things that I would tell all of you to really give a lot of thought about. And they're 2 very opposite things, meaning they may seem opposite, but they're the 2 leverage points. One is very like not technology and it's very old school, and one's very technology and new school. The first one is, this whole thing's about human beings. Let me tell you the single biggest mistake every one of you will do at this conference. Not say hello to enough people in this room. If I can leave you with anything from this, when I walk off right now, do not leave this conference. And I don't care how introverted you are and shy, I get it, but this is a community of like-minded people. If you don't feel safe saying hello, my name is Joanne here, where are you gonna do it? And I promise you, the biggest breakthroughs and the most happiness in your life and the most upside financially in your career is in a random hello in a conference like this. So please do that. The biggest ROI of this conference is not the content on this stage. It is you with each other. And every time, you know, they say closed mouths don't get fed. Every second from now that it's on your mind, from now to the end of this, that you don't say hello to somebody you don't know is just a missed opportunity. The whole game is human. As you grow your businesses from 0 to 1 million, 1 million to 10, 100% of the upside is who you surround yourself with. Having the courage to fire someone when you know that it's not right. That's hard, you're a human. But like the people around you is the whole game. And then number 2, what we just touched on, it's the tech part. much like not saying hello to somebody is a missed opportunity, if you are not posting content on social networks during this era, you will regret that you didn't do it when it won't be available anymore. We will wake up and there will be a new paradigm shift. Today, this is the remote control of our society. Very soon, this is going to be. And when this changes and we go into VR, whether it's 7 or 12 or 19 years from now, all these ridiculous opportunities we have right now on Facebook and LinkedIn and Instagram and YouTube Shorts, it will go away. It will go away. And you will have taken for granted the free branding that we just talked about. And I get it. Like, people don't want the negative comments. Some people, listen, self-esteem and confidence is the whole framework of life. I'm aware that some people here don't feel good to be on video. I get it. I'm very empathetic to it. But I just want to leave you with this on this one. Anyone that comes over to your page and makes fun of what you said or how you look, don't feel bad for you, feel bad for them. Do you know what kind of a sad life it is? Do you know how much compassion I have for people that go around the internet and spew hate? They are in such a bad place that they showed up to your home to say something nasty to you. That is not a place for you to lean into your insecurities. That is a place for you to lean into your compassion. That is a person that is hurting and losing. There may not be a single move in society right now that is more of an indicator that a person is hurt and losing than wanting to go to somebody else's account and leave something nasty to tear them down. So whatever perspective or mindset you need to get into to take advantage of the single biggest opportunity in the history of brand building, free, you need to get your ass on it. I'm talking about the mental game. The mental game is the game.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the mental game is perspective. Like, the mental game is self-esteem. The mental game is, ready? The mental game is very simple. I'll save a lot of people a lot of time and energy.
Go.
Do you value other people's opinions more than you value your opinion of yourself?
A lot of people do.
I know.
So
and I'm
what do
telling
they
everyone,
do?
don't do that.
What are some tangible things that they can do?
Don't do that sounds easy, but for a lot of people, very hard.
Everyone's different. For some people, it is years of deep therapy. For other people, it's meditation. But I believe the secret to what I'm saying is grounded in one thing. How much negative or positive information are you consuming? If you are somebody right now who struggles with those insecurities, I believe the formula has to do with your consumption of information. Who is in your ears? What is in front of your eyes? People love to shit on social media. Do you know that I can't find a single positive thing on mainstream media?
Can't find positive thing on mainstream media.
That's right.
Of course.
Go read any newspaper, any magazine, any television show, radio show. It's all negative.
People gave us a lot of shit. We said we don't have cable television in the house anymore because that.
I also don't watch people's Instagram story. I star only positive content. You're on my star. You can pick and choose and curate what you want to see. I don't buy it.
My fucking content is rainbows and sunshine and the Knicks and the Jets and garage sale and like
happy things.
Happy things. Social media exposed us. It didn't change us. And I can find unlimited positive shit. I'm so grateful for social. There are people like you out there. You don't get airtime on CNN or Fox. It's too positive. You're not selling fear. You're not selling rubbernecking.
So they need to be mindful about what they're consuming.
I believe that is the point. And I think that starts actually in a very close place, not on your phone and not on your TV. I think it starts with your relationships.
Right.
I believe there are many people that should get divorced.
Yeah.
That aren't because their spouse is super negative and they're dragging them down. I think that before you do that, couples therapy, there's other things to do. I'm hoping not people are like, well, okay, yeah.
You're gonna pull that one clip.
Don't do that. Don't take me out of context. But I believe a lot of people have parents that are 70 that have been negative all 40 years of their childhood and life. And I don't think they should talk to that. If your mom is extremely negative and you talk to your mom 4 times a day because you're trying to rehabilitate your mom, you only have so much energy. And you're 40 now. I think you should talk to your mom twice a week instead of 4 times a day. And you should reallocate those hours to maybe your positive husband, to maybe your positive oldest son, to maybe a positive podcast. What you consume dictates what you think. It's why the world's changing so fast right now. There's so many new voices, so many new thoughts, so many different thoughts. It's why the world is changing. I believe the way that people get into a better mental place is by consuming practical optimism. Not delusional. I remember when The Secret came out, everybody kind of like misunderstood that book. They were like, if I just sit on my couch and pray for money, I'll get money. I'm like, I didn't read the book, but I was like, I have a funny feeling that's not what the book says. No, practical optimism. I talk about a lot of optimistic things, but it requires action. When you read the new book.
I know, tell us about that.
Day trading attention's hard. It's like when people hear me talk about like lots of content and this, and you have to know how YouTube Shorts works really, it's hard. Same with what we're talking about now. It's hard to tell your mom who you've been enabling for 40 years that you need to cut her out a little bit. I don't mean cancel your mom. I mean regulate. It's hard to quit a job that pays you $200,000 a year without knowing your next job, but your boss and your coworkers are so toxic, it's been draining you for 8 years. I don't think that's easy. Not when you have a mortgage, not when you have college bills coming up, but I can tell you it's the answer of how to get happier.
The point is it all starts with you, and you have to take extreme accountability for your own life and look around and really look at the content you're consuming, look who you're around, and actually say you have the power.
There's not one person's excuse that I'm willing to listen to for a sustained time. I'll be there for compassion up front, but eventually we're gonna have to talk about what are you gonna do about it. My friends, there's a lot of you doing this. Listen, if you're listening right now and you're 35 to 65, I'm going wide. You're in the era of where you have to stop blaming your parents for everything. Here's
You're
why.
even younger.
Yeah, and look what I'm doing. I'm being very empathetic. I'm starting just at 35.
Yeah.
I'm
That's old though.
I get it, brother. And I'm with you, but I'm going to be incredibly compassionate. If you're 35 to, forget about the 25, 28-year-olds. You're still kind of like, most people on earth, 35 to 65, continue to blame their parents for what hasn't worked out. And what I'm saying to them in the middle of this podcast is, hey, it's time to let that go and ask yourself, what are you going to do about it? Because let me give you an insight. Your parents, they had parents too. And I love that you love Grandma Fran, but Grandma Fran's the one who fucked up your mom for you to be mad at your mom. No, by the way, before we shit on Grandma Fran, I don't know if you know about great Grandma Gertrude, but she fucked up Grandma Fran. And so like this lack of compassion or empathy for our parents who also got fucked up, and this inability to be accountable for our ability to fix our fucked up, like you have generational shit, be the one that stops it. Or just be a contributor to the shit that's bothered you your whole life. Either you're a part of it or you break it.
Yeah, you know, it's so funny. You mentioned your dad was 44 when you guys were working together. And I think about now having kids of my own. My mom was 22 when she had, like 22, like, and you're blaming these, yeah, you're blaming these,
she's doing.
You're blaming
I
these
was on
people.
the bar with my tits out at 22. Jesus, you're fucking lucky that your mom was like even responsible.
You still kind of are. No, but
That's why he likes you.
Yeah, of course. To think, I went to that bar. To think that like we're blaming people that were that age and they were in many cases younger than us for all of our problems later in life is crazy to me.
Yes, and you combine that with where we are now with entitlement at scale, where we think that everyone should see the world the way we see it. When you guys moved from LA to Texas,
oh God
is right. I am so sure. I remember hearing that, either from Mona or seeing it. I'm like, oh, these poor two are about to get so much judgment from so many, because you did it a little bit earlier, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, look, everyone's allowed to do, like, I don't understand the audacity of thinking your opinions on other people's lives are like right.
Oh yeah, we got lots of shit.
Or like, just think about, we've done
Same people reach out and ask me how I like it and which neighborhood to live in.
At this point now, we're approaching,
it's always that. It's always
700,
that.
800 of these. And we've had people here and here, all
right.
sides of the political spectrum. And it's so funny because we have somebody on the right, people get really flustered. We have someone on the left, they get really flustered. I'm like, listen, we just want to listen to people and understand what makes them tick. You know what I mean?
Look, meet me in the middle, and day trading attention is purple for a reason. I'm obsessed right now with purple. I'm so tired of red and blue.
I think most
It's
are.
such horseshit.
Purple's royal.
It is.
Purple is royal.
I also think the other thing
It's
that
a blending
happened,
of the
you know
colors,
what really bothers me the most about the extreme red and blue of our society? We lost civility in it.
Oh yeah.
We're just so nasty. And politicians are to blame. I'm so upset with our politicians. Their lack of civility towards each other completely trickled down. I know tens of thousands of people, and I know thousands of people extremely well, and I know hundreds of people deeply well. There is no correlation between how much money someone makes and their level of happiness. I have friends who make $47,000 a year and are the happiest people I know. Their work-life balance is on point. They're part of 2 soccer teams. They play video games. They watch every show they want. They take 2 vacations that they scrap together, and they're freaking happy as hell. And I know tons of people who I grew up with in the Silicon Valley boom who have hundreds of millions of dollars in their bank account and are as miserable and as lonely and as broken as you'll ever see. So I implore all of you to please reverse engineer and figure out who you are and figure out what level of monetizing and stuff you need and what level of creativity you need. I promise you one thing that will catch you very off guard. I should be way more rich. I leave money on the table every day. I've left ungodly amounts of money on the table. I spend tons of times sending DMs and engaging with people, meeting people randomly and not cashing in. I actually believe the statement I'm about to make. I think that I love the journey and the game of entrepreneurship so much that I have subconsciously sabotaged my financial upside to make sure I can play this a little longer because I fear if the numbers keep getting too big, eventually it will take the fun out of it. When you are lucky enough, like I am, to actually do something that you love so much, do something that puts pressure against the one thing you care about besides it, which is the time I spend with my family. My family is my whole life. And being this and doing this is the only thing that cuts into that. I couldn't breathe if I wasn't an entrepreneur. I didn't breathe when I wasn't an entrepreneur. That's the reason I got D's and F's in school, because I just couldn't be me. And I'm not capable of that. And so I think being here excites me because I think coming to not LA, San Francisco, New York, London is always more fun for me. It always feels a little more practical. It always feels like there's a little bit more chips on the shoulder, which is what I have. But I want to remind everybody, just because you didn't grow up with a trust fund, just because you don't live in Silicon Valley, the market doesn't care. If you're good enough, you will win. I'm a really very simple dude, believe it or not. For all the chaos and all that stuff, like, I'm an entrepreneur who's an immigrant, first generation, born in the Soviet Union, right? Who like came over and like did his family proud, right? Like walked into the family merchant liquor store business and changed the course of the entire family's life. And then at 34, one of the reasons I push patience on every kid on social media is, you know, I spent the first 12 years of my career 7 days a week in a liquor store, not 9 to 5, you know, 7 to 10 p.m., open and close the store for a decade, Saturday included. I would get Sundays during the football season, not a lot of Sundays during not the football season, and, you know, and I never made $100,000 from 22 to 34, and, you know, like, that's hard. And like, you know, like, and and so it's just like so big that I know it's true. Like, I know it's true that if you do the right things and if you have the talent, you're gonna end up there. And so I think I'm just a very cliche, not too crazy, out of the ordinary immigrant entrepreneur story that valued family over themselves first. But I think what's unique about me, and that's only because the internet was around. You know, had I been in the 50s and 40s and 60s, I just kind of I probably would have 35 wine stores right now, right? And I'd probably be maybe 50-50 partners with my dad. Probably not, but I would inherit it, right? But with the internet, I was able to speed up my course. Plus I had an 11-year younger brother who I wanted to be in business with. That forced my hand a lot. And then I think I'm a guy who like really likes to see other people win. Things are getting clearer for me of like how I'm wired. Like, Nick, you know this. Sean, you even know this. by the way our relationships have formed, and a lot of people here know this. Like, I really want people to fucking win. I really want it. Like, why? Because I'm so fucking great. Nobody's taken for me. I see the fucking, one of the great iconic legends of all time is here, Snoop. All of Snoop's winnings, right? All of your winnings, Nick, all of Sean's winnings, I'm just gonna keep, all of Sammy and Jake and Vicky J, like everyone's winnings don't come from me. I'm gonna get mine. So like, you know, if you're great, you should only be cheering for people. There's no time for envy. There's no time for jealousy. There's no time for gossiping at dinner, tearing down somebody that's winning. I'm cheering for Maverick Carter. I'm cheering for like everybody. I'm cheering for fuckers in my own industry, other ad agency. If they're good enough, they're good enough. Hawk Media, good, win. Like I'm cheering for people because nobody's taking a penny or a smile out of my pocket. And so that's who the fuck I am.
Did that come from age? Did that come from age?
No.
From success in age?
No, nope.
Okay.
Sure didn't. I wouldn't have, if I wasn't that person, I would have never built something for my dad. Parents and siblings aren't off, you know, aren't hands off from this stuff. They're not exempt. If you envy your brother and sister most. If you envy, you envy your sibling, your partner, your spouse, your parents most. This is how I was born from the womb, from the dirt of Belarus. This is who the fuck I was. And then I was formed and molded by my mother, who's the same person. So I had the luxury of the double down. For a lot of people here, they're gonna understand the double down. A lot of us have the DNA of one of our parents, and then that parent is the most impactful parent to us. Others, we have the DNA of the other parent, and they're not the one that kind of did the hardcore parenting. So I had the DNA of my mom, and then I had her parent it, so I just became like the 2.0 version of her. Nobody's more competitive than me. On this call, I've already said that BeFriends has to be the #1 NFT project of all time. Right. To your point, this is where people struggle, and I love that you said that. I used to cry until I was 17 anytime I lost in anything. My brother once beat me in NHL 94 and I punched a hole in his bedroom wall. Like, I'm plenty competitive. I just did a podcast where I said it's my darkest part. I'm dark when it comes to competitiveness. But I don't think people understand that you can carry two opposite feelings at the same time and they can coexist. This is where everyone gets fucked up. I'm competitive and cheering for everyone. I'm the most hungry and ambitious, and I'm patient as fuck. The fucking superpower comes from the balance of the opposite feelings.
I get it. No, it makes so much sense. So one thing I have noticed though is as we've all gotten older, at least, you know, a lot of the icons that I've worked with, whatever, there's this sort of celebration now, and there's this sense of like, there's this real sense of love, and I just watching it unfold right now has been really inspiring.
I think it's cliche that once you scratch your itch, then you are good. What I'm trying to get the kids on here to understand is when you're 20 and you want to be a supermodel or an athlete or the best entrepreneur, you want to be the next generation of the people on this call, like, you know, it's then. If you're smart enough to be gracious and happy for others and be the bigger person, the depths of those relationships will be greater. Nick, think about all the icons in music that are now giving each other roses, but they were fucking competing with each other because they thought the world was scarce. Think about how more beautiful their relationships would be today, and think about this one's gonna hit for you. Think about all the missed nights. All those concerts, all those jingle balls, all those fucking BET awards, all those nights where people could have chopped up, shared bread, fucking been family instead of fucking hating on each other. They missed those 700 nights.
Yeah, no, I think about it all the time. I really think about it, and I think about it, you know, it's something that if you can instill that in people at a younger age now,
exactly.
You know, it changes the whole dialogue, man. So I 100% agree with you, man, and it's warm to hear. So I want to ask you another question. You are known as a collector. I see you collect. You've inspired me to collect. I think it's probably how you got to know Sean, some of the other super icons. You know, at heart, like what was the first thing you collected? Like, how did you get into it? Because I think that story is amazing for our audience.
baseball cards, 1984, so I was 9. Don Mattingly was Yankees first baseman, he was my hero. And then I we were like, you know, you could tell the story and nobody believes you, but like we were poor, like we didn't get shit. Like I didn't even know shit existed. You know, I guess a little bit like, you know, like it was just this kid, Eric Conrad. By the way, Eric Conrad, if anybody can find Eric Conrad, I think his mom lived in Florida, his dad lived in Jersey, in Edison, New Jersey, in Dogwood Meadows, and he would visit for the summer. And so like I've lost touch with him like since 1987, but if you're out there, Eric Conrad, with a dad and mom that were divorced and dad was in Edison, New Jersey, I'd love to chop it up. Like I literally haven't talked to him since 1987, but from 84 to 87, we used to go into his basement and we would make card houses out of decks of cards. Like literally, for like 3 hours, and then we'd go play wiffle ball and basketball. And it was the first time I built card houses. You know what I'm talking about, right? Like you take a deck of cards and try to build a fort or like a castle. And then one day, we like ran out of cards and he was like, stay right here. And he ran upstairs and he came down and he had baseball cards to add to our playing cards. And I was like, what the fuck is this? And I was already crazy about the Jets and the Yankees. And that was it. It was sports cards. And what's really unique is I've never told that story. It was because I was building card houses out of playing cards, and Eric Conrad went upstairs and brought down baseball cards. That made me realize they existed, and within 13 seconds I'm like, I need a Don Mattingly baseball card. And then I'd take my bike or walk to Krauser's, which was like a 7-Eleven in Jersey, and then my eye noticed that at the counter there was baseball cards, and that's why I had to do lemonade stands, because I needed the money to buy baseball cards, because that's the beauty of how I grew up. Like, my mom was not buying that shit for us. Money was for food and clothes and shelter, and so I learned how to get mine early. You know, actually 2023 for me is like a real focus I'm like thinking a lot more about efficiency in my travel and just in general, all to open up more time for more friendships, you know, between family and work. That's just kind of how I roll. But I want to really open up more room for friendships, as Sean knows, as you know, Nick, between DM or texting. I'm pretty good like that, right? I check in, I want to support, but my actual hours, so many people, like for example, even on this Spaces right now, so many people don't realize that I'm running a 2,000 person company and that VaynerX is doing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue. That by itself is a 15-hour job. Then there's VFriends, then there's the Garyvee thing, then there's the investor thing, then there's like actually still caring about wine techs and wine library for my dad. So, but I'm so focused on opening up room to expand on my friendships. I'm going out to, you know, right after I'm here, I'm going out to another dinner with a couple that I would have 40 times I tried to have dinner with in the last 2 years, 0 dinners. Now I'm doing it tonight. So Sean is one of those people that I have great love for. You're the same, Nick, where it's like real for business friendship, real, you know, I call them acquaintance pluses, people I got real love for that I can recognize immediately. I know a lot about them, I give them love. Then there's friends, you know, that I don't get to spend time with. So this is pretty fun to do this on the 18th with the two of you, because you guys fit in the category of my New Year's resolution. Though I'm saying that for fun. It's a life resolution, which is I need to find more capacity for more hours for friends. And I'm happy to be here with you guys tonight. And I hope that little rant maybe inspired someone to text someone they've been wanting to get drinks with actually, and maybe pull it off next week.
How you deal with criticism and the inevitable ups and downs of success. You're someone that has got both.
By being empathetic to it being a reality of life. It's inconceivable that you want attention and you're not gonna have judgment. In a world that is obsessed with taking things out of context and only headline reading. There's no common sense to that. I don't take it personal. I care about the judgment of the most inner circles that I have. Family and friends, employees, inner circles, acquaintances that became friends. Like, I can't be upset if Johnny 97 thinks I'm a dick face because my energy's too much. I'm also empathetic. I know that my alpha competitive, high energy Jersey, like I know what this is. That's not for everybody. Some people wanna zen out. If you wanna zen the fuck out, I'm not your guy. And so I'm just too empathetic. I also think it's humility. At the end of the day, I'm like, who the fuck am I? Who gives a fuck? If I die tomorrow, what's gonna happen? I'll get 24 hours of love on social, right? People will be like, oh man, what the fuck? Like, you know, like.
And then a year later, do you remember Garyvee?
100%. And luckily, we live in an era where we're more like, all of us are more like the most famous people in the world. Like, we'll live forever. Like, a clip from this, like, do you know how cool it is that do you know how fun it will be? This is insane. Your and my great-great-great-grandchildren will somehow realize, because last names, things will change, but somehow, if they became great friends, would somehow family tree it and be like, holy fuck. And they're gonna, hey Jeremiah 794, like, they will literally watch this. Do you know how cool that is? But at the end of the day, how do I handle it? Humility and empathy.
Talk to me about just that immediate emotional reaction. I think that overcoming that is something that a lot of people struggle with.
Well, I think that's right. You know, look, I think
it's nice in the stark contrast with the nice perspective.
Yeah.
And I don't disagree. Price it in as the cost of doing business. Cost of doing business, you put things on the internet, people are going to say mean stuff to you.
Yeah.
And fighting against that is like King Canute trying to stop the tide. But that.
Do you know fighting?
Yes.
Okay. You know some people like getting punched in the face?
Yes, I'm friends with Tim Kennedy, yes.
I like getting punched in the face. That's my answer. I don't know what else to tell you.
Yeah.
It's my nature. I was shit on my whole life. I was a Russian immigrant. I came over here. Russia was the bad guys when I came here. So I got shit on in grade school. I didn't speak English. When this is a story I tell very rarely. Very rarely. I think I've done it once or twice. I'm going there. I often talk about, I lived in people that really know me, my story is I went from Queens to Edison, New Jersey. Edison, New Jersey, where I became a Jets fan and an entrepreneur. But it's not fully true. Queens to Dover for a year, then Edison. Dover doesn't make my story. I never understood why, but I'm starting to tap into it. It was fucking bad. Because I didn't speak English, and because I went outside a lot, I got picked on a lot. And it was a rough neighborhood. I remember one story, that's the main story I remember of that era, where I saw the kid pee in the Pepsi cup, like by the tree, and they came over and the 7 of them bullied me to drink it. I was 5, I was fucking 5. And I kind of like tried, like if it's very blurry, I mean it's 43 years ago, but like, I didn't speak English. Obviously, when you're an animal, like a human, at 5, you know what's happening. But like, then I was a terrible student. I was D's and F's. And this was the 80s, there was no political correctness. My teachers literally would look me in the face. These are grown-ups, they're your teachers, you look up to them. They're like, you are a loser. You're dumb. You're gonna fail. You're gonna be a garbage man. Then I also loved sports. I played sports all the time. Do you know what happens when you play sports? You lose a lot. You win sometimes, but you lose a lot. Video games, this. And then I sold stuff. I did lemonade stands. I would sit on Tingley Lane in Edison, New Jersey as a 9-year-old, and I would watch let me just take a step back. I would see hundreds of cars drop by and not stop for my sign, and occasionally get one. I live life under the mindset of, it's all shit, but it doesn't matter. The shit doesn't matter. It's the fucking sunshine, the occasional sunshines, that is everything. And I think people live the reverse. A little ounce of poopy makes them cry, because they're fucking soft, because they're not fucking hard enough, because they're not loving themselves. I love myself too much to give a fuck about you. I don't know what else to tell you. I don't want to be delusional. I don't want to be fucking living in my own ecos. I respect other opinions. I internalize for processing other opinions, but I have no interest in putting your fucking subjective opinion about me above my opinion above me. That's how I deal with it. I'm very weird when it comes, let me explain what I mean by this. I don't consume, like, let me give you an example. I don't know if I'm betting on her. Nick Dio hit me up with someone yesterday, and I spent I loved it. It's not that I'm betting on her. Let me see if I can fucking find this. She's like an intern, like this. She's got 37 followers on Instagram, or 137. And Dio said, I bet she has 50,000 in a month. And I'm like, you're right. And let me tell you where I'm going with this. I don't go deep on people or influencers or content creators. I go very wide. I'm looking for macro trends and things that I think I can contribute to the conversation in podcasts like this. So for me, I don't actually consume anything. I consume everything. I'm trying to really, the reason I said I'm weird and I'm trying to figure out how I can break this down. 7 years ago, I would have answered Mr. Beast. Yet, I've never watched a Mr. Beast video in my life. Charli D'Amelio was in my office for her first business meeting. I might have watched one full 8-second dance video of hers to know. I'm going so broad, right? 310 Baby as a rapper of do I think, I'll listen to a song first minute. There's something in the way that because I'm trying to consume everything, it's almost like I don't have the time to go deep enough. And so I'm not great. I'm disappointed, in a weird way, I'm disappointed in myself to not be able to answer your question, because I've seen 50 of them in the last 50 weeks. But I have some form of reading comprehension issues and dyslexia where words are hard for me. So I could tell someone that I saw them in an airport in Dubai and I could tell them we talked about peanuts 13 years ago. And I could have seen their social media 90 times and they could say, what's my name? And I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of, I guess. I've got it in my head that you're like a meteorologist, but for social media. You're trying to be the weather report. You're trying to take the what's going on.
And I'll see things and I'll but it's very hard for me to say, especially because I like being historically correct. So I'm not going to sit here and say, I think I can tell you the profile, because this might help a lot of people.
Yeah. What's the kind of person that will succeed over the next few years on social media?
The ones that can get the noise out. The biggest reason people won't win in social media is people don't have the stomach to handle the feedback. People won't have the stomach for the changing winds of day trading. They'll be on a pedestal on TikTok. All these TikTok fuckers, and I say fuckers like I'm one of them, the people that are winning on TikTok right now, their day will come. Their day will come where the attention shifts and they won't be ready. And will they be ready after having 4 years of being on to do it again? Do you have the intestinal fortitude to be in perfect, you're in such great shape. If you go through a period of your life for 3 years where you do all the wrong things, and you wake up 3 years later and say, fuck, I'm getting back to this dude. Do you have the fucking strength? Because once the hardest thing is once you were there, when you lose it, to get back, right? If you were making $5 million a year, let's say you were making $40,000 a year, and then you blew up on social, and you had 2 years where you made $3 million a year, but then you're not popping on social anymore. Do you have the strength to go back and put the work in to get back to that place? Do you have the emotional capability to take one step backwards to then take 2 steps forward? Do you have the grit? Do you have the self-esteem? Do you have the ability to deal with the ebb and flow? Think about the people that get trolled. Are you gonna cry and disappear? Or are you gonna be Logan Paul and become a WWE superstar? Do you have the strength to deal with criticism at scale? Do you have the strength to deal with the toe bumps? The biggest reason people aren't entrepreneurs is entrepreneurship is losing constantly with the occasional win. It looks cool, but people don't love eating shit. And I think the immigrant mentality, slang for some sort of mix of ambition and really almost like a form of lack of complaining and or a mix of gratitude. There is incredible advantages of being an immigrant in a place of opportunity like America. And what I mean by that is there are plenty of 7th generation Americans listening right now that have full accountability, don't complain, tremendous ambition, incredible tenacity. But there's one very big truth in human life, which is it's hard to be hungry when you're fed. And for me, it's very clear, it's not hard to analyze. when I was 12 and I wanted things, and I had already at the age of 12 entered the zone where my mother felt that she didn't need to buy things for me, that if I wanted them, I should go get it. You can imagine selling lemonade or baseball cards or whatever I had to do. Shoveling snow was a big activity of mine. Washing cars was a big activity of mine. May she rest in peace. I lost a friend that I grew up with, Marissa Bird. Makes me a little emotional, but like, we fucking, Robbie Turnick, I know you're watching too right now, Andy Greco, my little sister Liz, we fucking hoses on our, like real hoses, not like, you know, back when they made them well, like wrapped on our shoulders, like bucket of water, like we grinded because we grew up in an environment where like mommy and daddy were not gonna buy you things at Toys R Us. Like if we wanted Bazooka from Krausers, like we needed to find that 5 cents, and it, of course, that became a humongous advantage.
And how did that change the way you dealt with money? Like my family just used cash. I also have found that regardless of where your family's from, nobody used the dishwasher. Did you use the dishwasher?
We didn't even have one. Like we grew up very, like, just to remind everybody, because I know there's probably a lot of people here watching that don't have a lot of context on me. Like I was born in the Soviet Union. When we moved to Queens to immigrate to America, we lived in a studio apartment with multiple family members, 5, 6, 7, depending on what was going on, because there was 3 studios. Like we were really poor, not like we weren't lower. Like a lot of people like talk about, oh, I grew up humbly, and what they're saying, thank God, this is a wonderful thing. We're in a prosperous country. They mean they grew up middle class. Like they didn't have a BMW. Like we grew up, like now to my dad's credit, we weren't dirt poor for very long. We were dirt poor, and then we moved to Dover in like a little bit better situation. Then I mainly grew up in a townhouse in Edison, New Jersey, which was a blue collar, lower middle class neighborhood. And so we didn't have a dishwasher. Like I remember thinking a dishwasher was like, that was status. I remember thinking, as old as 14 years old, which would be 1989, I remember thinking that if you had a BMW or a Mercedes, that would be equivalent to the way we look at the Kardashians today. Like private plane, yachts, Elon Musk, Bezos. Like to me, if you had a Mercedes or a BMW, you were filthy, filthy rich. So my relationship with money though is very fascinating in hindsight, which I think, and you'll probably know this better than I, so I'm almost asking you this question. I got really lucky and fortunate that I don't have a relationship with money where I view it as validation. I don't hoard it. I definitely don't weaponize it. I view it as a byproduct of the thing I really love, which is the game. Winning. But I also love losing.
Tell me more.
Well, I think entrepreneurship's interesting to me. Like, I think about this a lot. I love winning, but I equally get great joy in losing. Another great podcast like yours I did, where I finally broke it down, was Steve Bartlett's podcast. I got a lot of emails about this. I talked about this thing that happens to me. It actually just happened a couple weeks ago, where I still at 48 play pickup basketball. And you shoot for teams. And sometimes if you shoot for teams, instead of just mixing up teams, if there's 10 guys there, and you're like, okay, let's make this kind of even, you're tall, you guys split, you're good, you stink, like, you know, which is common. We always shoot for teams. And sometimes when you shoot for teams, the teams are obnoxiously lopsided. And I especially get excited when my team is much worse. And I really weirdly like when we lose the first game, 11-2. Something chemically triggers into me where I get really excited about it. It's kind of like it's nothing like too wild other than like, can we have the intestinal fortitude? Can we have the chemistry amongst ourselves? Can we be clever or figure something out to somehow now win the next game? And sometimes the teams are very lopsided. You get your ass kicked again and again. And I just talked about in this podcast like how I get enjoyment out of that. And it's similar to business. I don't get devastated when agendas, investments, concepts, strategies, or even companies I start fail. I view it as that's the price of admission. I don't feel entitled that because I have been historically successful, that I'm allowed to be successful in the next thing I do. And weirdly, I like when I fail because it allows me to talk to myself of like this fun relationship of like, see big shot, like this fucking game doesn't give a fuck about you. This is real merit shit and you weren't good enough. I like that. It's kind of like the podcast ratings. I've been doing it for a long time and it ebbs and flows, right? When I heard there was an opportunity to do the show with you, I was pumped because we hadn't seen each other in a while. And then, you know, during that process, I was like, oh, and I got to see how well the show's doing. And that makes me so happy for you. What I liked about that was when I looked at it, that was the first time I'd looked in a long time. And I got to see a lot of people that have been doing it for a long time and a lot of people that are emerging. And you see, and you know this because you do this for a living, over the last 10 years, there's been like just a lot of ebbs and flows. Like there was multiple years where my podcast was in the top 100 consistently overall. That is not where I am now, and I think I deserve that because I know that I'm not putting everything into my podcast right now because I'm putting into other things. I like that. I feel like you do deserve to be where you are and you're right because you're doing it. And I don't know, I'm obsessed with merit. It's why I love sports. Like you can talk anything you want, but they're gonna play tonight, a tennis match is gonna happen, a basketball game is gonna happen, and everybody can talk, but the game's gonna play out and the game's gonna be the game. And business is the closest thing to that. I like that there's merit in it, and I don't want to only like the game for what I get out of it. I wanna love the game for the game. And then, because that's my obsession, yes, I got fortunate. My passion wasn't painting, it wasn't singing, it wasn't gardening or golfing. My passion was entrepreneurship. The byproduct, if you're good at that, is there is economic upside. No different, by the way, than if you're a remarkable athlete or actress or things of that nature. But I find a lot of people that grow up with little become overly obsessive and have a very unhealthy relationship with money. They use it as a makeup or a band-aid to close up feelings that they had from that era. I grew up in a very fortunate environment, which was, we didn't have a lot of money, but I was happy all the time because my mother was such a supernova. So I was one of those lucky people who learned that money isn't the antidote to happiness. And I actually believe the people that are most happy in the world are the ones who don't grow up with a lot and grew up with extreme happiness because they're taught from day one, there is no correlation to happiness and money, and I'm very grateful for that. Someone who I reopened, meaning an investment was closed, it was done. I went to bat for this person, to the founder, to reopen the round and let them put $50,000 in, or 100, I don't remember, an investment. The company went on to have a massive exit. This person made heavy 8 figures. And when I went and asked for a book buy, they bought none and ghosted me. And I remember that being a really exciting moment for me because it was when I was able to call my bluff on myself. I genuinely mean what I'm about to say. I've continued to have a relationship with this person, like, you know, later on. I genuinely don't judge the person because my brain goes to, maybe they were busy. I asked, by the way, I asked 4 times because I knew I made this person lots of money. I was like, this guy can buy 500 copies, you know, like I really knew. I'm so grateful and thankful for my parenting, my DNA, my circumstance. The fact that I have no real feelings against that. I just only know how to deploy optimistic compassion, right? Maybe he was in a bad place. Maybe, I don't know. Who am I to judge? And don't forget, here's the big key to this, Nicole, and I hope this lands for people. I was asking. When you ask, you're not allowed to judge.
But it's vulnerable.
Well, but here's my thing. When you're asking, you're the one asking. When people get mad at people for not reciprocating their ask, I remind them all the time, like, you're fucking asking.
Like, don't look a gift horse in the mouth or whatever the saying is.
I just believe there's something very powerful around expectation. If you're able to get into a place where you're just not expecting, you're only in control of yourself. And so anyway, I don't know how we got there, but that's, oh, your book, yes. I think.
You were pissed.
Honestly, I'm being dead serious with you. When I realized, oh my God, this person's not gonna buy it, I was in order, baffled, because he just made tens of millions of dollars. B, I'm being just very vulnerable and transparent. Baffled. B, quickly to, I hope he's okay. To C, oh, I really don't give a shit about this. This is epic. I actually eat my own dog food. I talk about no expectation. I literally know every detail about what's happening here, and I'm not that upset about it. Fuck it, let's move on. I think a lot about like fear. Like, you were scared to kiss a girl or a guy. You were scared to ride a bike. I was petrified of swimming. I didn't start swimming until I was 9. Only because my sister started swimming at 6, and I heard like my mom be like, Liz, she's swimming. And I like was playing knock hockey at the pool club and literally ran and jumped in the pool and tried to make pretend I was swimming at the same time as my sister. Like, thank God for my competitive juices, but like, I think people fear a lot of things that are mundane in real life, and then like they just seem so simple. Like ever being scared to ride a bike or kiss someone or have sex or, you know, swim or ride a bike, like they become so standard. And I think a lot about that lately, first time, last 5 years of the reverse, which is like, you can only start being appreciative or grateful when something bad happens, and we have to find a way to change that.
Yeah.
I think I'm so happy because that's not what's happening for me. I actually wake up on a gloomy Monday like this and being like, boom, another fucking day that nothing atrocious happened. Let's go. I really believe that. And it gets really, I think it's why I have such a capacity to do so many things. It's not because I have like more energy, though I have high energy. It's not that I'm like so much more talented. I have put in the reps and have the talent. It's that I'm just not scared. And so that doesn't drag me down. Tough to do a podcast if you're scared of it.
Yeah, and that's for me, you know, like, when you talk about like, I look back, I think I've heard you speak about this too, you know, during like teenage years and girls and stuff.
Yeah.
I look back now, like, I'm like, why was I scared of that?
Yeah, like why didn't I ask Mary out?
Yeah, and if I look back in 25, 30 years, I'll be like,
it's gonna be the same
why
thing.
didn't I start the podcast?
That's why I focus so much on 20, 30-year-olds and even 40-year-olds, I would say, because they have, you know, 13-year-olds, because of TikTok, I have a very young crew, they don't have context. But what you just said is everything to me. Like, think about the people that didn't go to the college that they wanted to, didn't ask out the person that they want. I mean, I literally have active knowledge of friends who still are like depressed they didn't ask somebody out 25 years ago. Like, it just bothers them. And like, I'm like, cool, no time machines. You're actively doing that right now with this. You've been saying that you want to move out of New Jersey your whole life. The fuck are you doing in New Jersey? I love Jersey, by the way. Like, don't clip that inappropriately, but like, I don't want to hear from friends who are like, I want to move to a warmer weather place. I want to move to a warmer weather place. I want to move to a warmer, and then equally they're spending all their time saying, I wish in high school. I'm like, you're doing it, like, cool. You're not going back to high school and being able to do that. But right now, you've been saying for 4 years that you're going to move to a warmer weather place. Not asking out Mary is the same thing as not moving to fucking Florida or Texas or Arizona or whatever fucking is on your mind. It's a big deal. And that is why, because they do know. You can recall you're 28, you can recall 12 years ago like a piece of cake and be like, fuck, I wish I. Because people don't want rejection. Made fun of, or like looking bad in front of your boys and like, ha. Like, it's funny, I have a friend who's got an 8th grader who asked a girl out, and it botched, but not bad. As a matter of fact, I think they just went on a date, so I'm super pumped for him. And all his boys made fun of him, and he just looked at them all and said, like, at least I had the balls to ask someone out. And I was like, that's it. Nate, who now runs my foundation, he's my partner in Empathy Wines. We played tennis a bunch a couple summers ago, and I beat him in all 6-7 matches. We only played one set. And in 2 of those matches, he was up 5-2. And I came all the way back and won 7-5. And for like the next 2 years, I would razzle, like we would have so many meetings. He was my chief of staff. So we would have all these meetings, and there'd be no segue for me to bring it up, but I just wanted to bring it up. And finally, and you know, I'm his guy, like, you know, I'm the boss, like I get why he wouldn't say anything. And I finally grabbed him, I was like, hey, the next time I say this, I want you to look at me and say, what's your handicap? Because he's a scratch golfer. Scratch. And it was funny, between me telling you that story and telling you about my friend's son, that's how I think about eliminating the lack of the fear of the judgment of your rejection. Most people are actually not scared of the girl saying no, they're scared that their boys are gonna make fun of them for the girl saying no. And like, what I want the world to realize is like, when your boys do that, when your older brother does that, when your mom does that, you just call them on their, like, if the kids of the world knew that when their mom or dad is shitting on them, that they could just take a step back, dodge that punch, and go directly at something that their parents have done horribly, it would actually settle it. It would make them take more risk. Like, cool mom, you're shitting on me, but what about when this happened for you? Like, you don't have to punch back nasty, you just have to push back. In context, it would work for people. That's what makes me not scared. That if any of the three of you knew me my whole life and were like, man, I'm like, what about that time you did that? Like, I don't understand, right? It's also why I don't think I'm special, right? Like, yeah, okay, I'm good at making money in business. I genuinely, to the core of my self-being, don't think that's a big deal. It means it's just something I do. Some people are just handsome. Some people can throw a baseball 100 miles an hour. Some people are just very gracious guidance. Like, everyone's got stuff, everyone's got strengths and weaknesses, and we just have to have that combo. And for you, like, the reason I'm going so hard at this subject matter over this time together is the fact that you're really like starting to do it. I'm just trying to be like harder, more.
That's because I know I'm self-aware enough to know about myself. That's all I need. It's just a big kick in the ass.
And if you actually realize I'll tell you how you're about to go fast. If you don't beat yourself up for the last 20, somebody who's self-aware, what they'll do is be like, it's almost like, cool, you've now acknowledged that, never think or talk about it again. Like, don't spend any energy on it. Yeah, because a lot of people are like, I love watching people make progress who struggle to make progress in whatever we're talking about, then decide when they've got a little taste of things are going well, how quickly they'll let the old behavior seep back in. Oh, I'm looking at you for a reason. That's exactly what I see in you in such a fun way. Like, that, I'm almost like, knowing you're in a room, I'm almost saying this for you. Like, I see it. And it's cool because it means you're halfway home. You did the new thing, which established this better energy. That's like foreign to begin with. It's like, whoa, I might be changing, evolving. But it's so cliche to then like, be like, yeah, like really I'm this. And like, this was a good moment, or for you, like, oh, when I'm around Gary, it's like that, but it's like, it's not. It's like, you just have to realize this thing is actually dead, but it takes like a few minutes to go into that full place. Everyone's like, the world sucks. I'm like, no. The negative people are just loud right now. Until positive people get louder, you won't understand the complex. You won't understand the context. You won't understand the math. I can't be such an enigma. I need more people that are positive to get loud like I do. Which is like, what about this good thing? What about this good thing? What about this opportunity?
I was just wondering, how long did it take you to find the balance between your work and your life? Like, you say you work 18 hours a day. Do you work while you sleep as well? And
no.
Like that, or just?
I just sleep really easy.
Good, I'm glad.
Because I'm exhausted. I've never thought of them separate. Hold on to the mic, hold on. It was funny when you asked that. I've never thought of them separate. I really haven't. And that's cool, because we work a lot. Like, it's funny, a lot of people like are confused by my message. It's why I bring up my buddy in Califon, New Jersey, making 50K on 17 softball. I want that. I don't want the Jets, or I'm gonna buy the Seahawks, you're gonna buy the Jets, or I want people to just figure themselves out. I figured myself out. By the way, being a workaholic is frowned upon. Like, by the way, somebody wrote an op-ed piece in the New York Times that shit on me. Because I work too much. Like, there's always two sides to these equations. There's a lot of people who judge my parenting style. They think just because they come home at 6 o'clock and don't really pay attention to their kids, but they're physically in the building, that they're better dads than I am. I respect their point of view. I understand how they can go there. It makes them feel better about themselves. I just understand. But to me, I want you to make work and life the same, whether that's 9 to 5, whether that's 9 to 3 as a teacher and having the whole summer off, whether that's 18 hours a day, because it's just too big of a percentage of our time on earth. It's like literally what we spend the most time on. It's crazy. So to me, do you know how many people I know make $120,000 a year who if they made $89,000 would be 50,000 times happier, and the only variable difference is instead of driving a BMW, they'd have to drive a Toyota? Like it's crazy how people get caught up in the wrong shit. So to answer your question, I have no idea. I never thought of it differently. I grew up in a family business, so it's super intertwined, right?
That was kind of my question. Like, have you always known that you were going to be a CEO and an entrepreneur and all of these big business things? You have a separate goal?
I knew that I was a fucking terrible student, so education wasn't gonna be my path. I knew that I wanted to pay my parents back for being the best parents ever and getting me out of communist Russia. I felt a real passion for that. So I did think, okay, I'm not gonna get a great job because I'm not gonna have a good education, so I'm gonna go into dad's store, I'm gonna build it up for him. And then during that time, you start, all of us are still learning about ourselves, whether we're 45 or 14, you just keep learning, right? Somewhere along the line, I'm like, wow, I'm a really good salesman. Then I'm like, wow, I'm a really good businessman. Oh, I'm a really good manager. I'm a really good boss. I'm a really good marketer. You just start building. And then when YouTube came out and I predicted that would be big, after email, after Google AdWords, then I'm like, I got a knack for what people are gonna do before. And then I invested in Facebook and Twitter and Tumblr, and like, you just build. And even now, I never thought that I would inspire people. I thought I was a businessman. Who thought that entrepreneurship would be like an athlete or a rapper? It's crazy. Like 14, like I went to the Jets game yesterday, like 13-year-old dudes. I'm like, I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like Bieber up in this bitch. So you don't know, right? But I do know one thing. Doing something for a living 8 hours a day, when you sleep 8 hours, it's a third of your life. So maybe half of your life. I'm just desperate for people to do shit they like. And if they like something that pays them less, you don't need fancy shit. You'll be much happier at the end.
First thing, how do you not burn yourself out when you're pushing yourself so hard all the time? I always hear people tell me, like my whole life, damn, if you're gonna push yourself that hard in this area, you're gonna burn out. You'll give up. You'll slack.
Do you feel like that way?
No.
Because you love it. If you asked me to hang a picture on that wall, I would burn myself out before I even got halfway to the wall. But if you told me to run like a $500 million business, for the next 17 years, 18 hours a day, I'd be like, bet.
Fair. Okay, so another thing I want to ask you. If that's how you are at that point, I guess, great leaders can inspire people.
Yes.
Bring them kind of the same point, right? The same goal, the same mission. How can you inspire other people to feel that same desire to keep pushing and not stop, not feel like they need to take a break every other day? You know what I mean? Or they just need
by listening to them. It's gonna be the same shit, guys. It's not about us. You're a great leader, inspired? I'm like, yeah, by never thinking about my part. I'm a great leader and I inspire because I listen. Because I deliver when people ask for things, including, hey, I don't like this. I'm like, look, you don't like this, so there's somebody that I'm about to let go, right? She's on her 7th department. She didn't want to do this, she didn't want to do that, right? And I've been trying. That's it. I'm over it. That's it. Tried. Really, 7's fucking crazy, and so it's about them, bro. By the way, to build a great organization, you need B's and C's. I love C players. Who's gonna do C player shit? If we all had A's, nobody'd be doing anything. Everybody would be strategizing and architecting. I love when people on my vlog are like, what do you do all day? You don't fucking work. You're in meetings all day. I'm like, yep. Yeah, understand 16-year-old Charlie from Calgary that doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. You'll one day hopefully understand what it is and what you're in. You're thinking all day. You're making decisions all day. That's what an executive does. I miss the times of stocking shelves. It was easy. It was fucking fun. And so, yeah, man, it's about them. And they're not gonna be you. They're not as ambitious as you. And that's awesome. What you should do is figure that out and then try to make them the best version of that player. Not everybody can be the quarterback, man. Long snappers matter too.
So how would you define success? And I can expound on that if you need.
Sure, my first answer to that is doing what you want every single day of your life, right? Like, and again, this has been the theme today, right? Like, if that is to be part of 17 softball teams, mazel tov. If that is trying to buy the Jets, great. Like, to me, I lived 11 years or so of my life waking up every morning upset because I didn't want to go to school. Like, I didn't want to do that. I remember what it feels like. Sunday, I mean, this time of year, fall, I love the Jets so much, right, that I was pumped, but Sunday nights were the worst. Like, knowing that the next day was the start of this terrible fucking week that I fucking hated. Like, now to wake up, like, I'm fucking on vacation always. Like, I wake up every day fucking fired up, right? So, like, being able to do what you want when you want, and it doesn't take a lot of money to do that. People are very confused on how much money it takes to do what you want, how you want. It's that you don't know how to spend your money in the right places, so that you're like, fuck, I need 300,000. You don't need 300,000. You need to figure yourself out and put yourself in a position to succeed. But that's the answer. Do what you want every day.
Awesome. One other thing,
Go ahead.
as far as relationships,
Yeah.
with you kind of focusing on your own,
Yes.
like focus on your own opinion first. How does that keep you connected with people?
Easy. My selflessness comes from my selfishness, right? Like, if you talk to the people around me, like, I'm the best because I'm in the giving game at all times. I have a couple things that are like fucking that I have to do for myself. But like, once you're good, your connections are better. People are confused. You have to go selfish to get yourself right, because once you're right, all you're doing is giving and everybody's fucking pumped. And then all you have to do is make sure that the thing that you're selfish about isn't something that breaks one of those 7 people, right? Like, you just gotta make sure those things that you're selfish about are the things that your partner can deal with, whether that's being a workaholic, whether that's being home, whether that's being into golf and you gotta golf every Saturday. It could be a million little weird things. You just gotta make sure that that's okay with the other person. That's where people have disconnects, right? We only have a couple, like, if we were all ripped down to, you can only do these 3 things, we could all get there. And I would recommend everybody to have a few lines in the sand and then give. And that really creates the balance.
I just want to know, what are some of the methods that you use to grow somebody, whether that's somebody that you see potential in or somebody that's
listening,
slacking,
listening.
Listening.
It's listening. Everybody, there's no blueprint. There's 3,700 different things you could be, like, maybe you're slacking because you're in pain because your parents are going through a tough time. Like, there's just 8 million things. I always tell my employees, even once I get you to a perfect place, I'm prepared for your family to die the next day. And I say a very extreme thing, and I know it's a weird thing to say, but I say it because I need them to understand that what I think my responsibility as the CEO is to be prepared for everything. Like even I get you into a great place, the next day you may lose a loved one, or something else happens, or something silly, like you're upset because or Bernie Madoff happens and your family lost. Like, I had a friend who was thought he was fine because he was gonna inherit all the money, and the family lost all the money, and the pyramids, like, life, right? Life, like, you're cruising in Puerto Rico and you have a mansion and then weather, like, shit, stuff, right? So, like, to me, it's always listening, every day, forever. So it's not an X-ray of today. It's not, hey, Susan, oh, Susan, you're a little overconfident because you were a good student, but that doesn't actually translate to life. So let me deploy a little humility so you understand what the real world looks about. Oh, now you're in a better place, you understand? But then, like, a leader is always on. It's oxygen. It's forever. So that's how I think about it. Literally 15 years ago, I started VaynerMedia. I was in the wine retail business running my dad's wine store. And in 15 short years, we built a 2,000 person global agency for Procter & Gamble and Pepsi and Fanatics. Like, we're it. Like, I was just in Miami at PossibleCon. Like, everyone knows in advertising, the madmen, like the people that do the advertising for BMW and for the Gap and for Exxon, like the biggest, that world, everyone knows they're on call, that I'm coming to get them. And the reason we're winning is that now that social media, organic creative, is the starting point of marketing. Organic social media, the reason I wrote Day Trading Attention, which is the follow-up to Jab, 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 Right Hook. The reason I wrote it is because as we sit here today, the single most important thing in all of marketing is, first and foremost, organic social media. then everything else.
Go off on that.
Well, the reason to even have a podcast is more about the clips for organic social than the podcast itself. Like, I literally did Garyvee, and I did Ask Garyvee and Garyvee for the social media clips, not for the long form. I even still do podcasts as a guest because Dustin's sitting right there, D-rocking it, and we're gonna clip it, and there's gonna be 3 or 4 or 7 things. Social media organic, more important than commercial, more important than your email newsletter, more important than a billboard, more important than hiring Beyonce to be in your Super Bowl spot, big shout out Verizon, more important to anything else. If you are not the best in the world at organic social media, and the way I define that, as because I know you two have been paying attention for a long time, is I'm one of the few humans that equally has 5 million followers on LinkedIn as I have 15 million followers on TikTok. I'm talking cross-platform. I'm talking YouTube Shorts. I'm talking Snap Spotlight. I'm talking Instagram. I'm talking YouTube proper, YouTube Shorts. I'm talking podcast. I'm talking newsletter. I'm talking for real. And so, yeah, I mean, I think it's just a fun time to be on this show because you were saying right before, you're so sweet. Like, I love you guys. Like, you're like, what's a win for you, Gary? I said, whatever's best for your audience right now, right? And you said, our audience is starting to figure out that like everyone could be an influencer. And I said, fuck, man, you couldn't even imagine how that hit for me. I'm like, I fucking sat and wrote this book in 2008. And I wish you knew how nobody believed me. Not my publisher, not my ghostwriter, not the audience. People, shit, go look at the Amazon reviews when I first put this out. Literally people wrote things like, this snake oil salesman's trying to tell you you're gonna make $100,000 a year on YouTube. What a joke. Think about what a joke that comment is now.
I think people, they're scared of the unknown, and it was the unknown. And what I like about you personally is that you always go for the unknown. Everyone is so scared of the uncertainty and the unknown and what they don't know, and they don't like it and they fear it, so they hit against it.
They don't like change either.
Right, and then other things that happen, especially for influencers and creators, is they get good at something and they want to hold on. The reason so many people fucked up the TikTok moment was they got 1 million followers on Instagram and they wanted to stay there because it felt cozy because their ego liked the blue check mark and the 1 million followers. So they didn't start setting up shop on TikTok because they didn't want to start at 0. I get fired up to start at 0. I'm pumped. It's true. Like, I love having 60 people watching me on Twitch right now while I stream from my office on mute because everything is private information. And all my friends.
Wait,
and
how many people are watching?
60. Like, I'm just putting it on to test. 42. Like 28. Like, but could I get more? Sure, as Dustin knows, like if I go on Instagram Live for 2 seconds and say, come over here, then that's 400. But like, I'm not Clicks, I'm not Booga, I'm not Kai Cenat, I'm not Aiden Ross. I don't have the time right now to sit in front and stream for 15 hours a day. Do I think I could do that well? I sure do. I think I can gab with audience for 15 straight hours and crush. But that's not in the cards for me right now. I'm operating. I'm building an enormously big IP called VFriends, and I'm building the biggest advertising agency in the world. Yeah, I'm busy.
And so when I saw that as a full circle moment, I was like, oh, okay, there's a way to do this long form content and go and speak and do all the things that we all do, but you can still be a great operator. And this just reinforces the main thing. But and there's a lot of people out there selling a lot of stuff, I'm sure,
Yes.
and get rich quick schemes and what to do. And I'm like, if they're just selling you on the idea that like they're selling you on something and they don't have the actual infrastructure, like, you gotta be really careful.
It's my biggest argument in marketing right now. There's a lot of marketing professors and pontificators. I'm like, if you're so good, why doesn't your book sell? Like, this, to your point, get rich quick. We all know that's played out. Yep. Like, people still get away with it, but like, people are getting smarter to that, and they're not as loud and as noisy as they used to be.
Yeah.
It smells. There's something that smells about it.
More importantly, it's just a simple question. Like, if you're so good at marketing, why doesn't your shit sell?
Right.
Like every author that writes a marketing book that the book doesn't crush is a weird situation. Like,
nice way of saying it.
Like, if you're supposed to be so good at marketing, why doesn't your book sell?
What would you say to someone, I can't wait to hear what you would say to someone that says, I'm too busy to create content? Because you have 60 million companies. I'm looking at this list. Guys, I'm gonna read it in the beginning of this episode. It's gonna take half the episode.
Yeah, please don't do that.
Please go off on what you would say to someone, I'm too busy to create content.
You don't believe in demand creation.
What does that mean?
You don't believe that creating new customers or consideration for what you're doing is important.
So they just want to appeal to who they have?
Do you know companies that are really great at sales, what they're also bad at marketing and branding? If you're a sales organization, that means it's not coming to you.
You're going out.
You're going out and hunting.
Right.
I love sales, and I love when companies do both.
Yes.
But if you're only about sales, it means you don't know how to market and brand. Because when you know how to market and brand, it comes to you. Mm-hmm. Right? So when I hear that, I'm like, oh, that person doesn't understand that content on social networks in April of 2024 is the single most important thing in the world to do great, to get people to come to you versus you go chasing it. They're too busy oftentimes operating and selling, when if they understood that branding and marketing would accomplish the selling and free up time to operate. VaynerMedia doesn't even do RFPs anymore. This is very nerdy marketing talk, the request for proposal. We don't do it. We don't need to. Give me the business because you know we're the best. That's a good game. It's a lot more fun when you go out to the club when it's coming to you versus you running after it.
Yeah, because there's no desperate energy.
No shit.
Yeah.
You know what's funny too?
That's what you want. By the way, that's what you want with men.
Of course.
That's what you want when you're being chased as a woman.
Of course.
Think, come to me, bitch.
Of course.
You know what too? I also personally, I think Lauren and I both realize we're really bad at we're really bad at the sell.
Me too. By the way, I don't like selling either.
No, I
really don't like it. It's why I like marketing and branding so much.
Yeah, I like
think about what just happened in the meta here. Gary, what would be a win for you? Let me do branding. Let me bring value to the audience. Then of course they're gonna want to buy the kids' book. Then of course they're gonna want to buy, I don't want to, what am I gonna say? Buy my book? No shit. When people go do the Today Show or a podcast, I'm like, what the fuck are they doing? No, the audience, what do you think? Nobody understands, you go do a podcast, you have a new book coming out. What do you think they want to happen? Of course you'd want your book to do well. For me, my book's gonna do well. There's no scenario where my book is not gonna do well.
And why is that, and how is that from a micro level? How do you look at it? When you are ready to launch a book, how do you look at it as opposed to other people?
I look at it at this point as, do I have something to say that's gonna create more of you two? The reason day trading intention's fun for me, and I don't know if you've gotten to skim it or read it yet.
Yeah.
Okay, it's because even you two that are winning, there's real shit in there that you don't know.
Oh yeah.
No, for sure.
By the way, I have all your books. It's not just this book, it's all your books.
Well, that's it.
Anyone can open your book and highlight.
I write books on the concept of marketing and branding in the current world that are good for even the people at the highest levels, which then of course is gonna matter for the people that are just starting out, which was the waitress you.
Yeah.
I write books that both will crush for you when you were waitressing and crush for you right now in the midst of you building your empire. And you know how epic that is for me?
You also don't write books for money.
Well, sure, but sure.
I think it doesn't feel like that.
Of course not. It's not enough money in it for me.
Right. But it seems like you do it because
I want to be historically correct.
You also
and I want to impact. To me, $1 billion is intoxicating. You two looking at me with the admiration through your 4 eyes is the intoxication. Admiration is $1 trillion.
Has it changed over this 2 decades? It's always been the same.
It's always been the same.
It's always been the same.
It's always been the same. My favorite people to interact with are the kids I grew up with that knew me for real. Everyone now is like, oh, Gary, it's different now because you got the money. I'm like, you don't know me. You don't know 27-year-old me that was exactly this person making $61,000 a year. My biggest problem is negativity wants to be viral. People want to drag people down to their unhappiness. I believe when I talk to myself about what are you doing? What I'm interested in is my generosity of the positivity. I notice all the people I've come across in life that are like me just keep to themselves and enjoy their happiness. I'm willing to take the fucking arrows and all the shit that comes along with putting yourself out there for the purpose of positivity. And I think a lot more happy people have to take on that challenge.
Yeah, that's, I've thought of it like that. It's almost like you're doing a noble, because the reason I'm identifying is because I can see myself a little bit like that, I can see I'm kind of like one of those people, that.
Well, it's probably what attracted you to me, right? You could see
I agree
it.
with everything you're saying,
It's why you're pushing yourself.
Yeah.
It's why you're pushing yourself. It's cool. If that's your engine, then you're really gonna have a good time at this. Like for me, I think a lot of people do what I do for a living for the money and the fame. For me, it's for the satisfaction that I didn't live life selfishly. That is great joy for me. I really enjoy it. I've had to find my own balance in that because for me as someone who loves to give, what I do is when I don't communicate with the people I'm giving love to, well, it leads to resentment. I've had to be on a reverse journey of most people. But it's a big opportunity. That's a really noble mission. You'll always have energy for it. When you do it for the money and the fame, you will run out of gas. When you do it because you feel like you want to leave a positive deposit, you'll do it to the end.
Yeah, again, just going back to, thinking 80, 90, that's what I've been thinking about lately is like, what do I, because that seems to be the only, that's something kind of to kick me into gear is like, well, death, you're gonna die. So when you do die, do you want to be able to look back and say like what did you leave like the world with, right? What was your lasting impression? Did you just do nothing or hermit, or were you negative, or did you leave it, with a bunch of positivity?
Right, positive, neutral, or negative. Yeah.
Right now I'm
neutral. But you're not, because you've already started the positive journey, which is huge.
Yeah. And I was talking to Dustin earlier, like it's once like a trend. Once I get going, like I can feel it, like
the momentum.
The game plan, the strategy. I mean, the individual creatives, those always need tweaking. But the strategy, I just tell people just follow what you say. It's just so simple. Just the volume. Volume is going to dominate, right? I do obsess a little bit over quality, but
I do too. But I think quality is subjective.
Yeah.
Quality is subjective. What Dustin thinks is a quality BMX video is not something I even want to consider watching, let alone beginning to judge if it is. If you're not interested in buying things at garage sales and selling them on eBay, trash talk is very low quality. Meanwhile, thousands of people have emailed me that it's the thing that got them to get clearing debt or creating a nice family vacation. That is massive value. When the two themes of trash talk are, I cleared debt, oh my God, I can't believe it, by buying t-shirts and trinkets and mugs at garage sales, or my family had a nicer vacation this year. Both of those are profoundly top 15 things in life. But if you're not interested, the reason I always love volume is the numbers is not a debate. If you post 19 times a week versus 4, you've posted 19 times versus 4. This concept of well, my 4 are quality and your 19 aren't, Gary, that's insecurity and ego debating with me, not truth. If that, we don't have a universal quality guide. There's too much interest and intrigue and too many nuances, and so, somebody said to me that I know pretty well, that's of my age, he's like, Gary, I gotta really cut social out. It's just like a complete waste for me. And I'm like, cool, brother, but I know you, and what you were doing in that same time was just watching TV, which is fine, not negative or positive. One could argue that you have way more control over your algorithm. For example, one thing I'm fascinated by, I have to make a piece of content about this. I've completely changed my algorithms. I just decided that I wanted to see a lot more business news because I'm making a lot more green screens, right? And so instead of spending time, this is so funny. You know how people are like, social media is a waste of time? I just made social media a time efficient machine for me. I and the team look for headlines for me to make content to talk about. When the team's sharing stuff, what they think is good, and a lot of times it works and a lot of times it doesn't work. I'm not into that, I don't want to talk about that. So I've put it on myself. So a lot in the last 30, 40 days, 60 days, I'm spending 10, 15 minutes looking for headlines and news that's a lot of time in my life right now where I'm at. And then I realized wait a minute, I'm just gonna follow 50 accounts on Instagram and TikTok that I looked at their accounts and I'm like, this is exactly the kind of imagery that I would do a headline against. And let me just follow, and now it's coming to me. I changed my entire algorithm. Everyone's like, the algorithm just wants you to stay on. So if you show the algorithm that you want, so literally the number one hack for everyone in the world that claims they're unhappy with social is to go to the search bar on TikTok or Instagram and search the subject matters they think are bringing them value, follow 50 accounts, like their content the first time they show up, and your whole algo will change. If you're gonna rubberneck to car crashes, you're gonna be upset if that's all you do. I think there's a profound, like this goes back to self-accountability. When I was growing up, it was all bashing TV. Kids are watching too much TV. Kids are watching too much TV. Kids are watching too much TV. It's just this, it's the way the world turns. Yeah, it's been really interesting changing my algo. It's been good, very efficient.
I was watching, I saw you posted something too about sometimes you, I thought it was funny. Sometimes you really try to mess it up, you know, you'll search like pickles or stuff like that.
Yeah, just to like learn.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of like I think social media is like a wild horse. You know, either you're gonna figure out how to tame it and work for you, or it's gonna run wild and like be a bull in a china shop. Like, it's bullfighting. Either you can tame it, or you are gonna get pierced by it. And I think that's on the person, because every person can delete the app. I hate this thing, delete. Discipline. It's really interesting, but like definitely for learning, I'm really actually like feel like I'm more on top of shit right now because of the way my feed is going.
In terms of?
I'm just seeing a lot of like I'm by nature am like a very good entrepreneur, but like I'm not a macro or micro economist. Right. So like I'm not like with what's going on with the recession or potential recession or whatever people want to call it, the global economy, like I'm enjoying the headlines I'm getting, and then what I'm doing is, you know, social's very fast, so I'll see a headline of like, this is, you know, the US may default. I'm like, what is that? Like, I'm not like I know the title, but then like, because I saw it in the feed, and because it was Sunday afternoon, and instead of like sitting down and reading a book, you know, it's amazing. Reading a book on a Sunday afternoon with like a nice cup of tea or glass of wine, that seems like very classy. Being on your phone seems like, right? But like for me, it was like, boom, to then Google, to then like I was getting, I'm like in school, but it's on my phone.
No, I know, it's.
People are judging the medium instead of what you're doing inside of it. Why break down the fear for me for 5 seconds for fun.
I think it's just.
What people think?
Yeah.
And was that a cultural thing? Was that a family thing? Like I think, for example, I'll give you an example. I'm incredibly private. People are confused by that when I say it, but like, I don't share my personal life, and never have. But I think that's a family history thing because my family grew up in the Soviet Union, and the only way you survived in the Soviet Union was by privacy. Yeah. Everyone was scared. Yeah. If somebody tattletaled on you, and the government would put you in jail or worse. So for generations, my family's like, you know, you don't talk about anything.
So that's interesting. So you're saying that that mindset you developed there, that was more from how you were raised instead of, I always thought that was just you were sheltering your family, like your personal stuff from the public, you know, or maybe a bit of both there.
I think it was naturally in me to be private. And then I think I quickly understood that I had it. Like I remember vividly being a year into Wine Library TV and being like, oh, like a lot of people may know who I am one day. Like knowing that there was more. And so I feel like I consciously knew that it would be a good thing to protect that. But that wasn't that was the number two thing. The number one thing was my whole life I've been private. It's my natural state. I don't want to, you know, it's very funny, it's very empathetic, by the way. One of the reasons I'm private is that I don't want other people to have to worry about me. My biggest weakness up to this point in my life is the inability to be vulnerable. I just don't want to put baggage on people. People have their own, it's also my greatest gift. In a world where I know most people are struggling with shit, and really, the things that I struggle with are like it's just shocking to me how little ability I have to dwell on my biggest concerns. The thought that anything lasts a day is profound. The talk I'm giving to you right now, I gave a version of this 20 years ago to bookstores. I said, this Amazon thing is not a joke. But again, there's a lot of youngsters here. Who's over 45 in here? Raise your hands. You'll remember, people underestimated how big the internet was. They didn't know. I gave a keynote to the taxi and black car service industry in Washington, D.C. in 2011, 12, 13, 14, I don't remember. And they did not take Uber seriously. I know there's people sitting here right now and being like, Gary, you're probably right, but I'm good. I got my shit down, I got my sellers, I got my neighborhood, I'm good. That's what a lot of real estate people said about Zillow. My friends, listen to me. You have to take what I'm saying serious. This technology thing is not stopping. It's gonna get bigger. And where there's money, there's interest. And when there's money that's fragmented amongst a bunch of you in small pockets, there's opportunity for consolidation. You are dramatically more vulnerable than you think if you don't start getting serious on building brand. And the place to build brand is social media, and we're very fortunate for that, because unlike the 70s and 80s and 90s and early 2000s, it's free. The reason that so many of these creator brands are causing troubles for big companies like Prime Energy Drink and Poppy and Beastables chocolate is because the reason these companies had big advantages was it was too much money to do television ads and get into Walmart. Now you just can sell on TikTok Shop or Shopify or do TikTok ads and get 40 million views and sell it on your Amazon place. Like, my friends, everything's getting commoditized in the world through technology except the ability to build brand. Your brand, your reputation, your name, your company's name is all you've got. So I beg you to become a practitioner. Do you know how many people say to me, Gary, especially when they honestly, that book I just showed you, I just read it a couple weeks ago in LA in studio because I wanted to do the audiobook, Real Talk. I was bored. It's so detailed. And so the people that are going through it right now, early people that are reading it, people that are reviewing it, what have you, they're like, man, this is hard. And I was like, no shit. The problem is everything good is hard. Everything good is hard. And people tell me, Gary, I don't have time to do this. I'm like, let me get this straight. You don't have time to get customers. When you tell me you don't have time for social media content, my brain converts it into, I don't have time to grow my business. Too many people are spending their time on dumb shit that doesn't matter. Like an hour and a half lunch, talking about some dumb nonsense that leads to nothing. People in this room right now, and there's many people that have stood up. I'm gonna predict 8 of you are gonna listen to me. I mean this. I believe 8 of the people that stood up will take what I said very seriously, and tonight, in their hotel room, or driving home, or at a restaurant, will make their first really thoughtful piece of social media content and post it on TikTok and Instagram. And of those 8 people, one of them, with no followers, I mean, don't even have an account or post it 3 times a year. One of those 8 people will get something decent happen. Make sure before you do that to get your profile right and have your email and your business linked up there so people can find you. But it is insane to me that I am gonna post something tonight. I have 15 million followers on TikTok. I've been doing this every fucking day for 20 years. And it is insane to me that one of the people that just stood up is gonna post something tonight in video form and get more people to see it than me. If you do not understand what I just talked about for the last 2-3 minutes and why that is an outrageous opportunity, then I don't know what to fucking tell you. For the first time in the history of marketing and selling, you can reach tons of people for free. Social media, watching people complain about social media in business makes me laugh. They're complaining that they're not getting enough people to see their stuff. They're shadow banned. There's too much competition. It's fucking free. It's free. Fuck the algorithm. It's free. Direct mail, billboards, radio, television. How many people here in their career have spent money on a billboard? Raise your hands. Money. How many people have done newspaper ads? Raise your hands. Money. Direct mail. money. The post office isn't like, hey Stan, I fucking like you, go. They want your money. Commercials, TV local commercials, raise your hand. Money. Google AdWords, raise your hands. Money. This is free. And unlike the last 15 years, where though it was free, it was fucking hard to really grind day in and day out to build a huge following to then cash in on, it is now not even that. If you make one good video, one, you can reach an obnoxious amount of people and something good can happen. I appreciate that. Do you know how insane that is? We are complaining about the single greatest opportunity in the history of marketing. Because other people are doing it too. I really want to leave right now. Like for impact, you know, so that everyone's like, you know, like just to like really get in your fucking dome. But I'll stay, because I'm obligated. I'm literally gonna talk about in detail what I just said. I'm gonna say it again. If you do not understand that you should go home after this, you should probably leave right now and start making pictures and videos in written word. In this business, where you know what territory you're gonna go and Saturday knock on, I can literally be in fucking New Jersey, run ads in Utah, and actually sell against you without physically being here and forget about me. I'm just saying if nobody knew who I was, and probably outflank you by spending $200 a day on that neighborhood. My friends, marketing always wins. How many people under 35 in here? Raise your hands. Let me give you, I love it. Let's clap it up for the youngsters. Youngsters, let me give you the preview of what's gonna happen to you. Social media is not gonna be forever. In about 10 to 12 years, you're gonna see videos on me say to you, the fuck are you still doing social media for, you idiot? VR is gonna come. Shit's gonna change. And let me give you a preview. We may never, I mean this, we may never have another era where the distribution of awareness and brand building was free. And so I'm gonna give a preview to all the 35-year-olds so you can watch this one day, probably in VR. And you'll be right back in this room. Instead of being 27 though, you'll be 49. And you're gonna be like, why the fuck didn't I listen to him? Because I'm telling you right now, the 35 and under crowd here is gonna regret not going hard at this next 5 years doing this if they don't do it, because it may never come around again. My friends, we are living in the greatest era of business opportunity. The problem is, we're living in the greatest era of business opportunity. What that means is you're competing with everybody else. You wanna think you're good? Show me. Show yourself. But the opportunity is extraordinary, and I implore all of you to get very serious about something that most people take for granted. Organic social media strategy, creative, do it every day, do it as many platforms as possible, and get good at as many platforms as possible, because it will impact your business, and it will protect you from the people that are doing it. My new book coming out in a month called Day Trading Attention is the follow-up to Jab, 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 Right Hook.
You were gonna name it
Jab, 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 Left Hook. But I realized that day trading attention really captures what I want for all of you. We are now in a world that is, and so everyone here who understands how to do organic social media, what video and picture or written word works better on Facebook versus Instagram versus Snap versus YouTube versus LinkedIn, that framework is for all the OGs in this room. That is what television, radio, and the print and direct mail were. It is the new world order. It is where the attention of society is. And I think all of you in here know, it's not just a kid thing, right? There's unlimited, I sell to a lot of 60 to 9-year-olds in many of the demos and things I work on. We crush on Facebook. Crush. And don't forget, that started as college kids. And so, it's not that other mediums are dead. to me, the thesis of day trading attention is, why would you want to pay more money to make something happen that you could do for less? That sounds incredibly irrational and not logical. And so I'm trying to help the world. I went very detailed. I also am not a great reader. I just read my audiobook in LA for a week. It was a grind. And it was funny, I've read all my books for my audiobook, except Jab, 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 Right Hook, because it was so visual. It was interesting. It was the first book that I've ever written that in the studio booth reading, there was a level of me being a little bored. And you would think that's bad. Who wants to write a boring book? But it wasn't that. It was that I went so technically deep in it because I felt like the time was right. I know as I sit here with everyone here today, and I have great hopes, and when I speak, my only dream is that someone can leave with something that brings them value. I don't know what else someone would do up here.
Yeah.
You know, and so similar to this book, I am 100% positive that whoever is best at organic social media across the 10 platforms. How many people here are in a B2B business? Raise your hands. So those hands, those 20 hands, you can't imagine what LinkedIn is right now. It's everything. I would never do another trade show. You could fire your whole sales staff if you were great at LinkedIn marketing. It's absurd how big that platform is.
I'm a LinkedIn stalker.
It's huge. And it's not DMing and spamming people, it's content, the way you put out on Facebook and things of that nature. So I'm aware that people, you know, I'm looking around and I'm aware that some people are like, okay, like, really, like, it's so real, it's uncomfortably real. So I tried to write the Bible for it because I think it's the now, and I think the faster people understand what it means, the quicker people will get there. And I'll tell you what happened. If I may get a little nerdy with you, social media for the first 12, 13 years, the last kind of, you know, call it 2006 to 2020. Those 14 years, social media worked like email marketing. You tried to amass as many followers as you could, and then when you would post, a percentage of those people would see it. That's how it worked. I was an early investor in Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, like I've been in it.
Liquid Death too?
Liquid Death.
That was an employer of yours, wasn't it?
It sure was.
Man, I need to come work at baby.
Now social media is different. The TikTokification of every platform is now here. The way social media works now, if you're sitting here and you're borderline inspired to be like, you know what, I'm gonna take Gary on his bluff. I may go back for my organization or the things I'm passionate about and start to post a little more on social. I'm not gonna demonize it for what I politically am worried about. I'm gonna look at it for what it is, which is an empty vessel that humans fill. What you'll learn is that if the quality of the content is good, it will find its audience. There are people in this room, I have 15 million followers on TikTok that I've worked very hard since it was Musical.ly, before it was TikTok, amassing. Yet, tonight, I could post something that only gets 60,000 views, and you, sitting here today, inspired by these words, may create an account and post your first post, and if it's good, it may get 2 million views. That is a level of meritocracy around the message that is profound, and the biggest opportunity in the history of marketing, in my opinion.
How do those people get ready for a new shopping experience in store, or how do they prepare themselves for the future?
It is so much more fun to put yourself out of business before someone else does it for you. That's how. I was on stages like this as a youngster, begging and pleading bookstores to pay attention to having a website and to taking on social media and to doing Google AdWords, and they dismissed Amazon. They put yesterday on a pedestal. They said, Gary, you don't get it. This is 1997, Gary, at the Chamber of Commerce event in New Jersey. They're like, Gary, you don't get it. People like to go into the store and touch and feel it. I said, friends, you don't get it. People like better prices and convenience. And so what do I say to that person, my man? I say that unless you go on the offense, someone else is going to. I get how you grew up. I get how you wish the world was. The problem is that's not how the market responds. Like, I think that this is a very basic question that has played out 100 times. I spoke in Florida years ago. I was an early investor in Uber. I missed the the great mistake of my, literally I was investing a lot at the time, and Travis, one of the co-founders of Uber, was one of my best friends. My first book I ever wrote, The only person I acknowledge in the whole book besides my family is Travis, because he had down period before Uber and he like helped me with the book. My homie. And I passed twice on the angel round of Uber. If I wrote the $25,000 to $50,000 check that I normally was writing back then, I would have made $500 million. That's called a mistake.
So back in the day.
But to finish that thought, I apologize. I spoke in 2000, I don't want to make it up, maybe 11, 12. I spoke at the Black Car and Taxi Convention. This was about a year and couple months into Uber's run. It was in San Francisco, New York. It was still not everywhere. And I gave a lot of talk of like, this thing's coming. And when I tell you a room like this laughed me off the stage. And they laughed me off the stage because of naivete. When I went into Q&A, one of the guys, maybe the third guy said, Gary, that was very compelling, but you don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, educate me, sir. He goes, we've got the politicians in our pocket. I said, sir, how? He said, how what? I said, how do you have the politicians in the pocket? He goes, we have money. I'm like, you clearly have no fucking idea what Silicon Valley is. They have a lot more money than you. And that's where I get emotional. I get emotional because people hold on to moats that don't exist. If you are not consumer-centric, you will lose. Uber didn't win because they had more money. Uber won because it was better for the consumer. The consumer is the only thing. For me, I obsess over the consumer, for the travel, for the bookstore. If you make it great for the consumer, then you can win, but you can't be delusional. If you sell a book for 30 bucks that Amazon sells for 13, you're gonna find the occasional person that wants that high touch and what have you, but there's no scale in that, and you're gonna lose a lot of people. And business is a tough game, man. Business is not your mommy and daddy. Business is not the government. It's not the education system. Business is an unemotional merit framework, and it is what it is. And so one of the reasons I spend a lot of time thinking about parenting and what I talk about with 8th place trophies is we are grooming zoo animals. We're caging them and protecting them. I don't know if you know what happened back in the day with zoos. They would run animals and then they would put them back in the wild. Those animals died within the first day. Because if you're a zebra chilling in the Bronx Zoo, and then they put you out there in Africa, a lion is eating your ass within a day. This is a big framework for me. The world is obsessed with or, it's and. So yes, of course, just like me, I as a public figure in this digital age am able to bring a lot of awareness to my businesses and the things I do, but my businesses also do their own marketing, right? Winetext.com, you should all sign up, my dad would be pumped. Winetext.com, we market for, because we think it's the best way to buy wine in the world. But I also use my personal brand to bring awareness to it. They both coexist. But the reason you thought that is people in business and in marketing have been infatuated with or because you couldn't afford to do everything back in the day. The newspaper was expensive, the radio was expensive, direct mail was expensive, television ads were expensive. But now it's so low cost. To just give a very tactical nugget, every person here, regardless of what you're passionate about and you want awareness for, being elected as an official, selling something, raising money for a nonprofit, all of you, the number one most important skill in making something happen in the world today is being good at organic social media, period. And people don't see it. The talk I gave this morning at 9 o'clock, they still think commercials are more important. As if any of you watch those. I mean, it's crazy. And so the reason you thought that was we've been taught or. The new world order is and. What I really, really want to talk to you about is what's the punchline of the conversation you're having with yourself right now with what you're dealing with. You know, I think what I see happening overall, so just for context for the room, VaynerX, the company that I run, as you can see, has a lot of businesses in it. Obviously, VaynerMedia works with the Pepsis and the Procter & Gamble's and things of that nature, and that's gonna have a very different strategy and mindset than a lot of people in this room. But the Sasha Group, if you see it there on the screen, that's named after my dad, Sasha. And that is an agency that works with SMBs and businesses that generate $500,000 to $10 million. And that's been probably the most exciting part for me over the last 9 months, because the stakes are so much higher. When Coca-Cola loses a little market share, it is what it is. You know, when we lose 20, 30, 40, 50% market share, it's a huge impact on our actual life. And I grew up in a family business environment. I was born in the Soviet Union. I moved to the States when I was a kid, and I eventually worked for my dad's liquor store. He lived his American dream from going from a stock boy to owning a liquor store, which was remarkable. And when I was 14, since I was the oldest in the family, you get dragged into the liquor store. I was doing great, by the way, if you were wondering. I was making $2,000 to $3,000 a weekend selling baseball cards in the malls of New Jersey back in 1989, which I don't know how many of you have $3,000 or $7,000 or $15,000 when you're 13, but when you have $3,000 or $7,000 or $13,000 when you're 13, you're basically a fucking billionaire. So I was living good. I loved life. And then one day I turned 14 and my dad dragged my ass into the liquor store and says, "You work here now." And I was like, how much are you gonna pay me? And he said, $2 an hour. And that's a far cry from making $1,000 a weekend selling sports cards. I don't know how many of you have a Soviet father, but there wasn't much of a negotiation. So at 14, I started to go down the path of the context that I think we share, which is a business that is in the realms of under $10 million a year take home, things of that nature, that world. And that is really the foundation of how I see the world, right? And so when I sit here and I think about multiple things that people here are going through. Actually, how many people here run a shop that has more than 10 employees? Raise your hand. Good, about half. Like, that is a totally different dynamic as you start getting into double-digit management of people. There's a whole nother layer of just not outflanking. It's what I know half of this room's thinking about: motivating, retaining, feeding all them out, like the whole dynamics. And so, you know, I come here today with a very practical energy of trying to hope that in a room of this many people, that 3% of this room actually finally hears what I'm saying. Because unlike 2009 when I started to talk about these things, or 2006 even, when I started talking about these things, there's nobody, you know, in 2009 I was like, you should be on Twitter, and you would be in the crowd and be like, he's a fucking genius. It was like profound, like what does that even mean? You know, it was like this like thing. Nobody here today in 2023 is confused that human beings' attention sits on social media at scale. Everybody has an opinion of that. Unfortunately, many people here deploy their human opinion when thinking about your actual business. The consumer you're trying to reach to sell your service to is really not super interested on your hot take of what 13-year-olds are doing on TikTok. They're not super intrigued by how much you like or dislike Facebook. They just live their life, see things, and spend their money. And so there's so many things to talk about in this room. First and foremost is a very simple question that everybody needs to ask themselves. That is, here's a good one. By show of hands, who here would like to grow their business this year? I'm just curious. Please raise your hand. Just look, all right, solid, good, thank you. A little weirded out by the couple that didn't raise their hand. Have no clue why you're here. In that world, wouldn't it make sense to actually try to execute on the reality of what the consumer's doing? I'm aware that, look, when I look around this room, and again, I think you'll appreciate, I hope you appreciate this, I'm aware that a lot of you have done this for a while and have built an actual network and great reputation in your general region and are building and have built your business on doing the right thing, being a good person, working hard, and building on word of mouth. I appreciate that. What I think a lot of you who've lived through other soft markets, because when I look in this crowd, there's youngsters in this crowd who haven't lived through it yet. Some of the OGs here rolling up to get a cup of coffee at this conference, see somebody under 30, they're like, kid, you don't even understand what happened in 2008 was a motherfucker, right? That, we know that, right? Here's where it gets tricky. When we go through up and down cycles, for a lot of people that just raised their hand and went through it, at the time, they had less to lose. At the time, they had no choice. At the time, they were the young buck, and as a matter of fact, they actually used 2008 to actually accelerate the growth of their business. The problem is, it's now 2023, and it's different for those people that navigated 2008. They're in a different life cycle. They're a little more bougie. Their overhead's a little higher. They don't go to the Holiday Inn on their vacation anymore, right? And now they're caught because they're softer. And so it's not as fun to do the things that they had to do in 08 because it was much more fun to do the things they did in 19 because it was easier. See, I love 2023. I love what we're sitting through right now in this room. This is when we separate people who have stomach for it and people who don't. We all know that there's a lot of people that entered this business in 2016, 15 that aren't gonna make it through because they only trained in the softness. They don't like the dirt. They don't like the grind. I don't think anybody here is gonna like what's about to come out of my mouth. In the deepest of my heart, with enormous compassion, empathy, and deep want for happiness in everybody in this room, I want every single person here posting 12 different creative posts across 5 different social networks a day. I want every person in this room after this conference, after this talk, to go home tomorrow and post somewhere between 8 and 15 pieces of content on LinkedIn, YouTube Shorts, Facebook, Instagram, Snap, TikTok, and I want you to do it every day. What I just said is 100%. It's non-debatable fact that the people that are outflanking in every micro segment of every business in the output of creative, and of course the quality matters. Of course the quality of what comes out of your mouth is a variable of your success. But before you even start the debate of what do you say, or what are you talking about, or how are you doing this, the data is undeniable that the companies and humans in service businesses that are outposting its competitive set are picking up market share by the simple fact of there's just too much attention of society on these 7 to 10 platforms. So it's just classic, right? Like every single person here knows how to get into better shape. There's not a person in this room that does not understand that it is a combination of eating better and going to the gym. I think we can all agree, not everyone in this room is doing that, right? I struggled with that for 40 years. 38 years, I never wanted to do either. And then I just, one day on a plane decided this is not gonna end up well, and I started working on it. 9 years later, 8 years later, I still never wanna do it a single day. I'm being really serious. There's not a single, I literally hired a full-time human being to be my babysitter and travel. I'm being dead serious. I got to the financial level where I finally figured it out. I'm very good at being accountable to others. To my family, I'm a good boss because I think I work for them, not them for me. That's a whole nother thing for the people with the 10 employees. By the way, I'll go real fast here. You have 10 or more employees, I'll give you one sentence that will disproportionately help you through this window. You work for them, not the other way around. You get into that mindset, it gets real good real fast. If you actually care about them, not what they are supposed to do for you, it gets real good real fast. That's being an actual boss. You know, the reason I stand here and I'm putting this framework up and I want to use this health comp is I don't, just because it comes natural to me to do 10 posts a day, I know that for 80% of this room, it does not. But just like the journey I went on, which is I didn't want to die at 65. I thought it would be better to live longer. I like it. I'm doing something every day for 9 straight years that I genuinely hate. Genuinely. Brian, when I wake up every morning, I'm like, this sucks. Like I don't want to do it every day. And so I don't care how much you hate social media. I don't care that you've decided it's ruined the world and the kids and the this and the that and I genuinely don't care because your customer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you think of it. I just desperately need you to stop losing market share. Because if you're not gonna do it, somebody else is. And those referrals are great and they'll keep you going. But I don't have to explain to anybody here that if you don't get more, it's eventually gonna run out. First, it's a self-awareness game. There is multiple mediums that work in communicating. I'm glad you brought up Substack because it allows me to go there. There is the written word. There are people listening right now who know more about video game 1980s culture than anybody in the world. However, they're very self-aware and they're like, fuck this shit. I'm not going on camera. I don't have the gift of gab. I'm incredibly awkward with my words. I'm shy. I don't like it. Good news. Do you like to write? I'm a little bit more there. Or they have great gift of gab, but the camera makes them, it kills them. Great. You've got video, you've got audio, and you've got the written word. If you want to go to the extremes, you could even animate and cartoon it. You could even go that far, but that's a little bit of a further putt. But what would I say? First, you have to know your medium. The preference is video, because video is a starting point to everything else. I do audio and written word without doing it, because everything's extracted from my video. So video is the holy grail, no question. Video killed the radio star, like that's right. However, it is not required. That's very important for people to hear. Number two, once you decide to do it, you have to decide your medium. So for example, if somebody who's listening is really into modern IP law with AI coming, with NFT culture, with Disney, with Pokemon, LinkedIn and YouTube are gonna be much better mediums for them potentially than, let's say, Facebook, right? But if you're into parenting, Dr. Becky, big shout out, she's getting a lot of momentum. Facebook's a fucking dream. So you have to know where your audiences are, you have to know what mediums, and then per medium becomes the creative variable, meaning LinkedIn is a fucking monster for the written word. You write a fucking epic for Substack, like New York Times, opt-in, blogging, Medium, you write fucking 12, a newsletter person, you write fucking 12 paragraphs of fucking fire about something B2B or business oriented, and you post that on LinkedIn with a good picture, their now For You page stuff will get you lots of fucking views. Lots of reads. And LinkedIn is a very different audience. You get one proper fucker to read that, you're getting a message on LinkedIn that's gonna make you money. B2B and grown-up business, LinkedIn is one of the biggest opportunities that people miss because, for example, this iconic CPG brand you're building, if you write 4 paragraphs on your strategy of something you see on LinkedIn, that may lead to a business development deal that will never happen on Instagram where you're building consumer.
A distributor from Walmart happens to come across it.
You got it?
Yeah.
Right, and LinkedIn is so global, it could even be a small, cute live shopping player in China. People don't understand what's going on there. So to answer the question is, they'll all work. When you go into them, it starts getting into real culture. When you're writing something, your headline matters. It's good old newspaper. If that LinkedIn post, the variable is gonna be your opening headline.
What do you think about when it comes to copy for a headline?
I think about what is unique, can you say it different, I'll tell you the biggest thing, actually thank you for being so good at interviewing, you're pushing me in a good place. When I think about social media creative, I think about it in consumer segmentation, something I call cohorts. So when I make content, I'll make content I'll think okay, I'm making this for 48 to 55-year-old parents of a 21-year-old, and it's a wealthy family, and the kid is lazy, but they were the parents that made all the money because they grew up poor, and they have anxiety that their kid's lazy, but they're the ones that created the nepotism because they pay them money. That's the content being made for. Cohorts with teeth. That was a very narrow thing. I wasn't saying parents. So I think when I think in headlines, I'm like, what narrow group am I writing this for? I'm gonna write this article and this headline is gonna be written for the buyers of the biggest retailers in America. Title, what big box retailers don't know about beverages. You see what I just did? Improv? That, my brother? Uh-oh. That, my brother? That's why I wrote this book. That's what I know is missing right now. People are trying to hack the algos. They're looking for best practice. That's wonderful. That's called P, platform strategy. But then there's the C, I call it PAC, platforms and culture. And then you have to have consumer cohorts. So you have to know the platforms, absolutely. Vertical this, carousel that, live stream this, best practices. As you know this, TikTok and Instagram are now littered with characters that do the Garyvee thing and tell people what the best platform things are. But the platforms tell you. The fucking Instagram guys making content every day, this is what Instagram cares about. You just follow, every time TikTok puts out an announcement, that's what they're gonna do. It doesn't take a fucking superhero to understand if Meta says, we now care about carousels, go make fucking carousel. Jesus. They both work. People will watch a 3-hour movie if they love it, or a 45-minute vlog. I did very well with Garyvee, they were long. and people will watch 7-second videos that crush, and people will not watch 7-second videos because they're garbage, and people will definitely not watch 25-minute videos if they're garbage. So that goes back to self-awareness. Like, are you capable of doing a vlog or a blog, or a great video series, or are you not? Same with short form. Quantity, quality. Quantity is not debatable. You either make 97 pieces of content in a month or you don't. Quality is completely subjective. Either this person's attractive, funny, insightful, or not. I'm very high on that. However, I do think that I think I didn't do a good enough job contextualizing when I would always, I've been screaming on social for 7 years, volume, 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 volume. The reality is it's a quality quantity ratio. Volume if you're capable. If you have a lot to say, if you have a lot of jokes, if you have a lot of good looks, if you have a lot of techniques, if you have shit to say, go, 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 different ways, edits, different, If you don't, of course not. This goes back to earlier why I'm obsessed with passion or expertise. You're dead if you're not doing passion or expertise. You just won't have enough juice. There's not enough fucking fuel in it. Passion will take you forever, which is why I like that actually more. But expertise, especially if you don't hate it. I always get worried about expertise because a lot of people's thing that they know because it's their profession, they don't like. And I do think that fuel will run out as well. But to answer your question one more time, to recap for everybody, both long and short form work and don't work. It's based on how good are you. I think quantity matters, and in the future AI world, you're gonna get drowned out by the quantity of content if you're not committed to quantity. But yes, of course it's predicated on the quality of that quantity. I just think you should have more at-bats. Many of the posts I put out, with all this 20 years of expertise and writing the fucking book and being that fucking guy, I miss all the time. But I love that feeling. Like, I'm trying to learn. I saw somebody the other day in a piece of content making fun of me and my team for doing all sorts of different shit. And I was laughing because I'm like, no, that's the game. The point I think he was trying to make is like, he's lost his way, he doesn't know what he's doing, he's just throwing. We're not throwing against a wall to see what sticks. We're exploring different features and things to try to learn what's next. And I have the humility for it to not do well. Do you know that the reason most people suck at social media is they're scared to not get as many views as their little fragile ego needs to go through the day? I don't give a fuck. I'm streaming on Twitch on mute in my office. 83 people are watching. I don't give a fuck. That doesn't take away from everything I'm doing.
Do you not think that there's a degree of optics? Like, people naturally use popularity as a proxy for quality?
Of course.
So to a degree, if you're consistently posting in a way that isn't getting, not saying that this is what you're doing, but if you're consistently posting in a way and it's like 83 likes, 9 likes, like, that says something to your audience about, when you look at YouTube and you see thumbnail, you see title, you see the name of the creator, you see how long it is, like, those are important metrics. But when you go on, you see how many people have viewed that video.
It depends on if you're trading for popularity, sure, or the perception of popularity, sure. Depends on what you're trading on. For me, if 80 people are watching me on Twitch while I'm on mute all day, there's really no reason to watch it, but I'm just experimenting. If someone then decides like Garyvee fell off or sucks, that person is incredibly not smart. I'm not super worried about losing with losing players. I could get 100 million views tomorrow if I decide to go fucking crazy on something I don't believe on that will goad the entire audience into watching. Who the fuck wants that? Like, it depends on what you're playing for. Too many people are trying to win with losing players, and too many people are not trying to win with winning players. One of the things I tell a lot of kids that fake the funk when they pitch me, businesses, I see you're gathering your thoughts because I want you to hear this. I think you're gonna really like this. No, I totally get it. One of my favorite meetings to have is a kid that comes in that's got it. The fucking juice. But I'm like listening. I love listening to a pitch. And I realized that she or he just pitched me and it would work on 99%, but not the 1%. And what I mean by that is I'll go into something specific they go where I know they're embellishing, and I'll go very narrow. if it's a place I'm comfortable and I know what I'm talking about. And I know a lot about a lot of stuff. This is why I started VaynerMedia. The main reason I started VaynerMedia was to know as many different things about as many different businesses as possible and build the biggest marketing communications company in the world that I could deploy against my other behaviors when I got older. For me, it's always been about 60 to 70. Like, that's when I'm gonna strike like a cobra. This right now is just fucking foreplay. This is just a setup. This is the fucking jab. Anyway, when I'm in a meeting like that, I had this happen the other day with a kid, and I went deep, and I was like, da-da-da-da-da-da, and I could see the kid was a little bit like, because I was like calling him out, and he, by the way, he crushed it. Like, I'm like, this kid's gonna fucking win. You know, that charisma, that salesmanship, and there was a lot of good stuff, but he was full of shit on like 3 or 4 things, but it was complicated to know it. But it just happened to be in a space that I knew enough to be able to go there. He really took it well, which was what I wanted to see. Which gave me even more confidence that he's just 24 and he's gonna get there. And then I said something to him that I say a lot of shit and I'm into this shit, but I like those moments where I'm like, fuck, I think this person just internalized this and it's gonna be like a thing. And I can't wait for them to dominate, and I'm gonna be old and they're gonna be like, Garyvee once said to me 30, I like that stuff, and I like it for him. And I said, brother, you're gonna win with 99% of losing players. The problem is you do that pitch again to the 1% winners, you're gonna lose with all of them, and they're the only people that matter. And that recaps what we just talked about. So yes, do I think perception is reality? Yes, I do. Do I think brand matters over everything? I sure do. But I think that the biggest issue with the world right now is people want to take everything out of context, have no concept of it. We've eliminated intent. People are trying to cancel everybody. Cancel culture was a disaster because it tried to cancel people without understanding their intent. If somebody is a beautiful person, they just didn't know the proper slang or didn't know, and they just had no ill will, the fuck are you trying to get them fired for? Similar to somebody seeing a video of like Mr. Beast on a post on Snap only have 80,000 views and be like, oh, he fell. That's not smart. That's not understanding what people, and by the way, back to your journey and his journey and the journey that I had with Empathy Wines and kind of knew CPG was next and why I talked about it forever and why I built VaynerMedia to be in CPG. A lot of creators are gonna care less about how many maximizing views. They're gonna care about views that translate into CPG sales, or hours allocated to meetings in Bentonville, or hours allocated to being on TikTok Live. Like, shit's gonna change. Shit changes. But the lack of courage and curiosity of the A-list to try new shit because they're worried about what we just talked about is why a lot of those people are gonna end up in the B-list.